29 counts, up to 180 years. Not for the shooter, for his father. Colin Gray is charged with the murder for giving his son the gun. Can the state prove he should have seen this coming? Defense Diaries is now live. Good morning, beautiful humans, and welcome to Defense Diaries. I'm your host, Bob Mata, and this is our continuing coverage of the Colin Gray trial. We are day six of the trial. No blooping time, sadly, as they have not started to rock and roll on this frosty Monday morning here in Chicago. I don't know how it's like in your area of the world, but still winter. Still winter over here. How you guys doing? Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Here we are doing double duty today. So we're going to stream both trials. We're splitting up the team. Allie's going to be here in the morning early with me here on Gray. And then I think I'm going to dip over to Corey, and Allie will stay here on Colin. The hope is that this trial ends by the end of this week, so that we're obviously both on Corey Richins, which that stream is going to be starting at 9:25, so in about an hour and a half. But Corey Richins is a case that we've been following on this channel for a long, long time. It's unfortunate the trials overlap, but such is the criminal justice system. You know, they don't worry about us streamers saying, "Oh, well, you know, Bob and Allison might have a problem if we start this trial at the same time with Colin Gray because they're streaming that one." No, they don't care. So, you know, justice rolls on. So, yeah, that's what we're going to do. We'll see how it goes. We'll see. You guys are going to have a real big choice. I will not be offended if you stay here with Colin Gray, because we were contemplating doing a recap at night, but I don't know, with doing this all day, how we'd be able to do that. So we figured we're going to try to divide and conquer. Oh, I have this. I do? Let me check that. No, it looks like I have it scheduled for 9:25 because it starts 9:25. Yeah, that'll be 8:30 Mountain Time.
We're waiting on Miss Daniel to get back from her last quick break, but I don't think so.
She's coming. Here she is. I heard you.
All right, so if you guys remember, if you were still with us late on Friday as court was ending for the day, they invited Marcy Gray in, and the judge said, "Hey, you were on the witness list today. You were late. You know, you're under subpoena. You understand you have to be here." She said, "I do. I'm driving myself." So I anticipate our first witness is going to be Marcy. So I'm glad I'm going to be here for that. I'll tell you that. So we'll see, though. We'll see.
So nothing we need to take up?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You are ready for the jury?
Yes.
Move in.
I mean, wouldn't be shocking. It was at the very end, PB. Maybe you had to dip before, because it was after court was over. I brought her in. Hi, lovely. What are you doing? Hi.
You told me 8:10.
I did.
We went on at 8:05. Let me hear the dog.
I think you were remembering back to Friday when I did start at 8:10.
Well, we've been doing 8:10. You didn't tell me. I guess you're right. You did not tell me 8:05.
You know what they say out of assuming, right?
You know what they say about not communicating? One can't know what one's not told.
I mean, you can know. Check YouTube.
No,
There's a workaround.
that's a lot. That's
a lot.
Nah. Oh, no.
Marcy Gray.
Oh yeah.
All right, it's mom time, guys.
Marcy time.
Buckle up, Buttercup.
There she is.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Okay. Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Marcy Gray. I'm mother to Colt, Jenny and Colby Gray, and I'm married to Colin Gray.
And that's okay.
Is that good?
Yeah. Can you spell your first name for the court reporter?
Sure. Marcee.
Okay. So you mentioned
Yes. Yes.
Sidebar
I
already?
mean,
Is she like a black eye?
oh, think so.
No, maybe it's just a shadow from her makeup or something.
Did she spell it Marcee?
Correct.
All right.
Just one lawyer at the sidebar? What's going on?
I don't know.
Oh, no, she's up there. She blended in with the wood. She's over a little bit. So let me know if you hear the dog. I'll run up and grab him. I'll check in a couple of minutes.
The sweet, sweet boy.
Yeah, he's just laying on the couch. Did he not sleep with us last night?
Yeah, he was up in his bed.
I fell asleep before he got home.
Before who got home?
The Nook.
Oh yeah, you did.
Too bad we can't bloop bloop. If we would have started at 8:10, whew, there'd be so much blooping time.
So much blooping. Like 3 minutes.
A whole 3 minutes. Yep.
What do you think they could be discussing up there? So the judge asked if they had any matters before they started court. They say no. And then after the first question to Marcy, the defense stands up and says, Judge, may we approach on something?
Right, because he forgot he's 83. And I'm sticking to it.
Wow. Yeah. The Nook was out in these streets, man. He was out in these streets, Cody. We let that guy,
All right,
like
that's great.
11 o'clock, we let
you
him.
indicated that you were
wander.
married to Colin Gray. Can you point him out and identify him by a piece of clothing he's wearing?
He's wearing the light blue sweater and blue tie.
Okay. Please let the record reflect that Ms. Gray has identified the defendant.
Hanky panky mom. Ooh.
So what are you doing right now?
Right now I live in South Georgia, and I work in an industrial food processing plant. I work for the quality department there, and that's about it.
And do you currently have custody? You mentioned that you have 3 children. Do you currently have custody of any of them?
I do not.
Mm.
And when did you get married to Colin Gray?
In 2007.
And does he have a nickname?
Coley. 2009. I got married in 2009. So
Wow.
Are you a little bit nervous?
a lot nervous.
Oh, I think I hear our boy.
So
Everybody-
you got married in 2009, and who is your first child?
Colt.
And when is his birthday?
He was born on January 14th, 2010.
And then what about who is your next child?
Jenny was born a little more than a year later, June 6th, 2011.
And then what about your last child?
Coley was born in 2016, and he was born April 3rd.
And kind of just to summarize, so in like September of 2024, would Colt have been 14?
Yes,
And then would Jenny have been 13?
yes,
And then Coley would have been 8?
yes.
Okay. And then, so does Coley have a nickname since his name is the same as,
He, I have a mama baby nicknames for him, but in general, he goes by Coley.
okay, did he go by Coley Jr. or?
Sometimes, maybe within our immediate family, but anyone else called him Coley.
And then are you and the defendant currently separated?
Yes.
Okay.
Legally, there's no documentation, but physically we're separated.
And then where were you living when Colt was born?
When Colt was born, we were living in Barrow County. We were actually living in Winder in a house that I had purchased before I met Colin. He was born at St. Mary's in Athens. And we continued living in my house until Jenny was born. And when she was about 6 weeks old, we moved to our next house, which was in Statham.
And did y'all stay in Statham for a fairly long time?
Yes, we did.
How long did y'all stay there?
Till 2018.
So I want you to kind of just summarize for us where y'all moved after then, up until y'all moved to Jackson County.
Okay. There was a lot. So we sold our farm in Statham in 2018. We moved into a rental home in Gainesville. We were there, and each of these rental homes that we were in less than a year. Many of them less than 6 months. So we moved to a rental home in Gainesville. It was on Lake Lanier. A couple of months later, we moved from that rental home into a second rental home. It was in Cumming, Georgia. We were there for, like I said, less than a year. At that point, in 2020, right at the beginning of 2020 is when we moved to Ben Hill County. That was during COVID. We were there for right at a year, at which point we moved back up to Jackson County. And the first place that we lived at was Traditions. We were there for, again, it was less than a year, maybe it was close to a year. After we left there, we actually moved into a rental Airbnb. That because it was a sudden move, we had to find somewhere to live really quick. That was in Lawrenceville. We were there for maybe 2 months. And then we moved to a second Airbnb. That was up in, I think technically it was Pendergrass was the address. And after that, we were there for maybe a month. At that point, we ended up at the house where Colin and Colt lived after me and the 2 younger children moved back to Fisher.
Pause it a second.
And
What?
I will kind of
South Jersey, 24 inches. What part?
2 feet.
I mean,
crazy.
we've gotten that, like, not that, but Philly has gotten like really high snow. But South Jersey, I mean, the closer you are to the ocean, the less you usually get. But my sister's house got slammed. Wow, 2
2
feet. South Jersey.
That's what I was asking. I saw the
what to
storm
do.
of the century was
Dude.
hitting the Northeast.
When I went out for my cousin's funeral, it was still a block of ice, like a thick. I could not walk from the street to my sister's house. I thought I was going to fall on my arm. And in the morning, she did fall on the way out. And like, even in Ocean City, there was like half the street still wasn't plowed.
Wow.
It was like we couldn't park in some spots.
All right, let's get back to it. Enough
Oh,
weather. Enough weather over here
See
at
where
DD.
this person is. South Jersey.
At the house where Colin and Colt lived after me
Camden.
and the 2 younger children moved back to Fitzgerald.
Holy shit, though.
and
Closer to Philly.
33
I will
inches.
kind of get back into some of the dates
Sure.
as we go through. But you mentioned that you moved to Ben Hill around COVID. So that would have been March
Yes.
of 2020.
We moved in January of 2020 because I started a new job at like the first or second week of January.
It's true.
Okay. And at that time, were you working? And what was the defendant doing?
Colin was just staying home.
And while y'all were, I guess let's kind of talk about where is Ben Hill and why y'all moved there.
Okay, so Ben Hill is where I was born and raised. It is about 3.5, 4 hours south of Atlanta, directly south down I-75. It's a fairly rural town. My mom was also born and raised in Fitzgerald, Ben Hill County. So the first time that we ended up going to Ben Hill County during COVID, we moved because, for one, we were having financial issues. Hence, while we were moving, we had to move several times. And then also, Colin was having issues with his back. So we wanted to move to hopefully get some support from my family. And we moved into my late grandmother's home. When my mom's mom passed away, she left her home to all of us grandkids to use as we saw fit. So we were going to move because we wouldn't have a mortgage and we could try to save some money and get back on the right path. And that would also allow Colin to get his back healed, so he wouldn't have to work.
So y'all moved to Ben Hill right before COVID. I want to fast forward to Colt's 6th grade year, which would have been the fall of 2021.
Okay.
At that time, were they still doing digital learning for a period of time?
Yes.
Was Colt attending classes from home in September of 2021?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, all 3 of them were.
Around September 10th of 2021, did the school contact you about something Colt had done while doing digital learning?
Yes, they did.
And how did they contact you?
The school counselor she called me on the phone and said that basically she wanted to give me a heads up that they were sending some resource officers to the house. She told me basically what it was in regards to, and that they wanted to talk to me or Colt's dad, and they wanted to speak with Colt as well.
Okay. And when the school resource officers arrived at your house, what did you learn about what Colt had done?
Well, they basically reiterated what the guidance counselor had already told me on the phone, which was that Colt had basically found a way around the school's firewall and security software so that he could get on the internet and basically look up whatever he wanted to look up. And then they told me that he had researched, he had typed in to the search bar, how to kill my dad.
And at that time, did you tell the defendant about that search?
No,
Did you later tell him?
I did.
Okay. And do you remember around when you told him?
Not really, but it was several months later.
That's weird.
Did the Department of Family and Child Services become
Babe,
Yeah, it is.
if one of the kids ever Googles about how to kill me, can you do me a favor and let me know?
I'll put it on the list.
I mean, what, months later?
I mean,
I knew she was going through it. She had some shit going on.
right, but maybe she's a little bit more easier and she didn't want the kid to get in trouble. I don't know. I guess we'll have to hear. Not that that's an excuse. I'm just coming up with,
Yeah, an excuse.
right.
involved with your family around that same time of that search?
Um,
I guess within a couple of months of that.
I think so. We moved not long after that is when we relocated back up to Traditions.
Okay. Before y'all relocated to Traditions, do you remember someone making an anonymous report to defects?
Yes.
And was it related to you slapping Colt?
Yes.
At that point, did defects start doing some home visits with y'all?
They did. They did the home visits, and then at that time they wanted to do counseling, some type of counseling, and they ended up having a guy come to the house to do the counseling. And he kind of put us on a rotating schedule. Each week he would come, and 1 week he would talk to me. Next week he would talk to Colin. Next week he would talk to Colt. And I think by the time we had to finish because we were moving, I think we each had met with him at least twice.
Okay.
Me, Colin, and Colt.
So y'all moved in the middle of this counseling.
Yes.
And so after about 2 sessions, that is when y'all went to Traditions.
Yes.
Would that have been around November or October or November of 2021?
Yes.
Okay.
And when we moved, DFACS basically closed the open case because, well, for one, they didn't find any evidence of any sort of abuse or neglect or anything like that. And then we were also moving, so they just went ahead and closed the case out.
So you would have been outside their jurisdiction once y'all
Yes.
moved.
Yes.
That's not what you
mentioned
said, though.
Traditions. What county is that in?
That's Jackson.
Do you remember what school the kids were in when y'all moved to Traditions?
They were in, I think they were in Jackson Middle School, I think.
West Jackson? Does that
West
sound familiar?
Jackson, yes. It was about a mile from our house, so.
And so Colt would have still been in 6th grade when y'all moved. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you had to make a quick move from traditions. And that would that have been around August of 2022?
That sounds about right. Yeah.
And why was it a quick move?
We got evicted.
And is that when y'all went to a few Airbnbs like you mentioned?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So then eventually you moved to Jefferson sometime kind of in that fall of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the kids start going to school then?
Oh gosh. It was, I want to say it was, I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Does Jefferson City Schools sound familiar?
Yes,
Wonderful.
absolutely. That was it.
Okay.
We were excited because Jefferson schools are known to be really, really good schools.
Thanks,
At
Living
that
Story World.
point, sometime around Halloween of 2022 was another defects report made. And what was that
Yes.
report about?
That report was, again, ended up being completely unfounded.
Of course.
And one of our neighbors had reported general neglect of our kids. She said that they were being sent to school dirty. They weren't being fed. I think she made claims that I was sitting in my car drinking alcohol, something alcohol related. And I think there were a couple of other things that she claimed as well.
When that defects report was made, did you move?
Did I move?
Yeah, eventually, or within a couple weeks of that, did you move?
Well, me and Jenny and Coley left and moved in November of 2022.
And where did the defendant and Colt stay?
They stayed there at the same house.
Why did Colt stay with the defendant?
I think in general, he had his room and everything, his computer and all that set up how he wanted it in his bedroom, and that was kind of his safe place. And I think a big part of it was he didn't want the change. He wanted to keep everything in his room the way it was. He didn't really give a concrete reason as to,
You didn't want to
Yeah.
move again.
I don't want to go to Fitzgerald, I want to stay here. It just kind of went that way.
When you and Coley and Jenny moved down to Ben Hill, did Colt have a phone?
Yes.
Were you able to have contact with him while you were living in Fitzgerald or Ben Hill?
For the most part, no. I was not able to have much contact with him at all.
And did you have much contact with the defendant at that time?
It varied, but in general, not really, other than texts. And there were a couple of times where I tried to facilitate him visiting his younger son. His daughter at the time didn't want to have anything to do with.
Objection. This is getting into hearsay and it's not relevant.
We'll move on. So at any point did he, or how often did he visit you in Fitzgerald, or did you visit Colt and the defendant in Jefferson in that time frame where they were living alone?
I think Colin visited us in Fitzgerald twice. And I drove Coley up to visit them maybe 3 or 4 times. It was right towards the end.
While Colt was going to Jefferson Middle School for the 7th grade year, were you aware of any of the issues he was having at the middle school?
At some point, I was made aware of them. At the time that they took place, I was generally not aware of anything that was going on.
And then were you aware that Jackson County Sheriff's Office came out to the defendant's residence and wanted to talk to Colt about threatening to shoot up a school?
I had no idea that that happened until it came out in the media a year ago.
Yes, we are creating thought chaos. Second live is already set up.
Yep. See if our internet explodes. See how it works.
You started this one.
So at this time, you said you weren't aware until after everything happened.
But I
At
think
this
if
time, I'm
you're
gonna
in though, when I
display
leave, it's good.
text message from State Exhibit 150. Which is your cell phone extraction, and it's from September 5th of 2024.
Oh, why don't we read them again? That doesn't sound prejudicial. Oh no, these are moms. Okay.
Mm.
Can we do the first one?
What was the exhibit number?
It's 159. Marcy's cell phone extraction. So on September 5th, you said, "What the heck is this? I keep reading that the FBI investigated Colt last May about making online threats about a school shooting. It says they talked to you too." Is that the text message you sent to the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And then he responded, "I told you about that, and so did he. Someone in a chat room said it, not Colt. I had no idea what the chat room even was. More importantly, why do you have an open warrant?" Was that his response?
Yes, that was his response.
Okay. And had either of them told you about it?
No.
I'm still not sure who said it.
Wait, what? Said what?
No, they eventually got the actual records, right? The guy, they put him into evidence so far from the discourse, but
That was classic deflection though by old Coley, huh? Big Coley.
I don't know. I think he deflected at the end there, but I don't know that he was ever told that they were sure that it was Colt. They were supposed to look.
I don't think that they did.
Right.
I mean, I don't know if you were on for the testimony when the cop was up there, but they didn't do shit after that. There was nothing to tell. There was like one call the day after, and then Colin never heard from him again. So still, I mean, that's when you take your kid's computer and you dig around, right?
Yes,
I mean,
but
no buts.
legally, I'm talking legally here.
Well, I'm talking practically here.
Yeah, different.
Okay. So I'm going to fast forward to August of 2023, a couple of months after the May incident with Jackson County Sheriff's Office. Did Colt move back in with you in Ben Hill?
Yeah. When was the month you said?
I have August of 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was it just Colt or the defendant come too?
I met the defendant off of I-75 to pick up Colt.
Okay. And why did he come and live with you?
Because, well, he had called several times leading up to that, wanting to come and live with me because he said he just couldn't.
Objection is the hearsay.
It goes to explain why he was moving to
No.
live with her. It goes to explain conduct and not for the truth of the matter asserted, not to explain. And I don't know exactly what she's going to say, but I assume she's going to explain why Colt wanted to move and also why the defendant allowed it to happen. Of course, if it's the defendant's statement, then it would be admissible.
I'm gonna have to hear what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll just step out.
I think this judge has been slapped by somebody. He seems a little more like not ready to just be like, oh, it's okay. Yeah. It's going to explain what she did next.
Not at a sidebar. Just have the discussion in front of the jury.
Right.
Put the witness on the stand.
Ask the question again.
Why did Colt move to Ben Hill?
So, like I said, Colt had already asked several times in the past and then changed his mind at the last minute. But he had been telling me over the phone that he couldn't take living with his dad anymore. They were constantly getting into physical altercations. That, it was a constant screaming battle between the two of them. And he was basically trapped there at that house because nobody else was ever involved with him up there. So he basically was saying he was at his breaking point.
Did you have any discussions with the defendant about him moving?
No, other than, can you meet me halfway?
All right, so based on that response, I'm inclined to sustain the objection. That's, it's being offered to prove what's going on between Colt and his dad. And I realize the line often blurs what's, this explained.
You're an ass licker. He just licks the prosecution's ass.
You can't drive a bus through it all the time.
Yeah. Sometimes
So
I
the
got to
line
follow the
blurs
law.
on, is it for
So
the
here's
truth
what I'm
of
going
the
to do. I mean, it's like he's afraid to tell the state no.
I just remember when you called him an ass licker like 3 seconds ago.
Ass licker.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear hearsay. I mean, she's going to be able to get in. Okay, well,
Tell me what was good. But this
What
woman wasn't
happened?
there
Colt moved in with me.
at that time. Right. But all that stuff she just said, I hope that gets in through somebody because that's important.
What, the physical altercations between Colt and his son?
Yeah,
Or
because
Coley and the son? Yeah.
because clearly that shows, that there was tension in the house. Obviously, you don't hit a kid, but I'm just saying that if there's constant yelling and this and that, it shows a lot more.
Physical altercations.
Yeah.
That's more than yelling.
No, I know, but combining all of it,
Yeah.
they're
Sounds like chaos.
what do you want?
Asserted or for some other purpose. We can't drive a bus through it all the time. So the line blurs on, is it for the truth of the matter asserted or for some other purpose? To me, this one falls more on the side of for the truth of the matter asserted. So I'm
Okay.
inclined to sustain the objection.
I just like you to do that in front of the jury so they know why she isn't answering the question.
That it's sustained?
Yeah.
Sure. Do we need, is there a next question that we need to ferret out or no?
Well, I mean, did he bring him to meet you?
Well, that's obvious.
Yeah. Like,
All right, bring him back.
Oh,
I mean, babe,
yeah.
if we're calling her, if I'm the state, I'm getting in front of all her shit.
Yeah.
Like I'm not saving that for the defense to destroy her credibility. Like you've got to get in front of it.
For
Like
sure.
I would have asked about all of her addiction issues, just front it, have her own it, because to do it after the fact, is just going to destroy her credibility.
Yeah, I
Opposed
would
to-
have expected them to tell her that she's got to not make excuses. She's got to.
Yeah,
She's already throwing some out.
It's got to own it.
Oh, it's unfounded. Unfounded. It's completely unfounded.
Unfounded.
Oh,
Yeah, that's basically it, Gwen. Free for all.
I forgot my mom's in Florida, and she said, "We're shoveling in sunshine."
Okay.
She sent me the pictures of her sister's house, though.
Sarah, stand as you like.
What? I gotta see what this guy wants. I thought he just wanted hugs, but
Snuggles.
yeah, he wants more.
Snugglesworth.
We're ready, sir.
Y'all be seated. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, to the last question, there was a hearsay objection. I'm sustaining that objection. Let the state ask this next question.
So did the defendant meet you somewhere so that you could pick up Colt?
Yes, we met. I started driving north on 75 and he was driving south, and we were just going to meet wherever we met. I don't remember what exit it was, but we got off and Colt had not packed really anything. He had just gotten in the truck. He brought his guitar, and so we met in a random parking lot. It was just kind of an abandoned plot of land. And I said, "You didn't bring any clothes?" And he said, "No." I said,
Objection,
"That's
hearsay.
Are you referring to who is he? Is it Colt or the
Colt.
defendant? Okay.
Colt."
So Colt didn't bring any clothes, and then what happened?
I told him, "Just get in the car."
The fact that you didn't bring clothes, or?
It's a statement objection because he is making a statement regarding what he did or didn't do. It sounds like the statement is going to prove the truth of parental fitness one way or another.
I mean, Marcy can testify to what she observed that day. She observed that he didn't bring any clothes. She observed what the defendant did next. I think she can testify to that because it goes specifically to parental fitness and what their interactions are and what the defendant and Colt are doing. I mean, I think that's relevant to this whole case. What she observed.
There's no issue with her testifying what she observed.
And that's not what I'm objecting
No
to.
suitcases, no clothes, whatever.
I'm objecting to when she asked Cole, why do you not have, and then giving into his answer, which would be hearsay because he's not here to testify.
Which was not my question. I said Colt didn't bring any clothes. Then what happened? Then what did you, like, I didn't ask her what Colt said. So,
ma'am, if the answer to the question is going to be revealing what Colt said, do not do that. If you had an observation of what he did or didn't have with him, you're free to testify about it.
Okay.
so just, you observed he didn't have anything with him.
Yes.
Except for his guitar.
Yes.
Then what happened?
So I told him to get in the car. I would buy some new clothes for him, underwear, whatever. And I just instructed him to get in the car. I needed to get his guitar, and Colin threw it across the parking lot. He was very aggressive towards Colt. And again, I told Colt, just get in the car, please. Please just get in the car. Let's go. So I went and got his guitar, put it in the car, and we left.
When y'all got to Ben Hill, was Colt supposed to be in the 8th grade?
Yes.
And did you enroll him in school that August?
So he was only with me for about a month. When I picked him up, I told he wanted to try online school. And so I started the process of enrolling him in online school. His sister then she wanted to do online school too. She was already enrolled and attending school in Ben Hill County with her little brother. But I started enrolling her as well. Again, Colt was only with me for about a month, so he never got the opportunity to start the online school.
What was Colt's behavior like in Ben Hill?
Colt's behavior was alarming. It was very different from the Colt that I remembered, that I had left with his dad when we left in 2022. He had a lot of anger inside, and he was very aggressive and unpredictable. So much so that I ended up relocating his little sister across town to my parents' house, because I didn't want to leave her there alone with him. And then his little brother basically just never left my side. I just had, he was with me wherever I went when he wasn't in school. But Colt, he damaged a lot of things while he was there. Again, he was just, you could tell that he had a lot of anger and just yuck inside of him.
You said he damaged a lot of stuff. What kind of stuff did he damage?
All of the flat screen TVs that I had in the house.
Yeah, that's going to be the problem with both these parents. Now, I don't know if Colin's going to testify in this trial, but these are just two shit parents. I mean, I'm sure that there's truths somewhere in this stuff, but both parents are going to be deflecting, not trying to shine a light on their own shittiness in terms of parenting. So, I mean, it's a tough task for the jury to try to figure out who's full of shit. I mean, we know what the end result is here, right? We know what Colt did. So there's got to be some truth. You don't go from zero to a school shooting without exhibiting anger, frustration, aggression, all those things I'm sure are true to a certain extent. I mean, the shame of it is that these kids were rudderless. They had nobody parenting them, and Colt's old enough to know that these two people just don't give a shit, and you start to feel that anger and resentment as a kid, I mean, 12, 13, come on. I talk about it all the time. Kids are just little adults, they're very observant. They have long memories. They remember all this stuff. So, I mean, yeah, the jury's going to have to kind of pick through. That's why I'm saying I think it's very important. And I think the state's doing a huge disservice to this witness in terms of the credibility that's going to be at issue if they don't front all of her issues. I mean, that's still going to hurt on the front end, but it's going to hurt less than when they don't say shit and then the defense stands up and starts hammering away at her, attacking her credibility because she's an addict, all the issues she had. I don't know. I'm surprised they haven't done that yet. It's a big mistake.
He broke several windows. He would take knives and make cuts on different things like walls and the leather in my car, the leather seats, just kind of like random damage. He wrote on a bunch of stuff, walls and that sort of thing.
And on October 3rd, did your dad actually contact the police because of something Colt had damaged?
Yes.
What had he damaged on October 3rd?
I think that was when he broke, the first time he broke a window. He had broken a window because from slamming the door really, really hard. It's an old house, and so the windows are old. And if you're not careful, you slam the door hard enough and it'll shatter a window. And I'm pretty sure that's what happened. And then once that happened, I kept fixing it by basically taping it up and putting a piece of cardboard over it until we could get someone to come and professionally fix the window. And he kept punching through the cardboard. As soon as I'd fix it, he'd punch through it again. And I think it was the window was the actual reason why he called the police that one day.
And did the defendant come and get, or did Colt go and live with the defendant immediately after that?
Immediately after the second time, so my dad actually called the police twice, or went by to see the police twice. The second time, they came, and each time they came, I would basically ask them, please don't take him to jail. I don't want anything on his record. Can you just talk to him? Which they did. They actually offered to stand there and supervise while I spanked him or like physical punishment. I was like, no, I don't want to do that. He was bigger than I was at the time. I just want y'all to talk to him and, just hopefully talk some sense into him. Well, after the second time it happened, he immediately got on the cell phone with his dad.
Good
Just
God.
related to what the
Yes.
defendant said, not what Colt said.
Yep. He had the phone on speakerphone, so I could hear, because I didn't have my phone at that point. I'm not sure where it was, but I said, let me talk to your dad. And so he didn't want to give me his phone, so he put it on speakerphone so I could speak to Colin on speakerphone on Colt's phone. And I had not been communicating with Colin at all since he dropped Colt off. communication basically was non-existent. So he didn't know anything
Was it?
about what Colt had been doing or.
How was there no comment about the cops offering to stand by while she beat him?
I don't know.
What
I mean,
the
there was
fuck?
shock. There was shock and horror in the chat.
I'm like,
I didn't hear it in the courtroom though.
oh my gosh, what?
It's a
Well,
free
ma'am,
for all. It's a
if
free
you'd
for
like
all.
to spank him, we'll stand by and make sure he takes it.
I mean, it's crazy.
Wow.
You know, his behavior. And I immediately started trying to explain to Colin what had been going on, and I couldn't get any words in edgewise before he immediately wanted to say, "Why are you doing this to our son? Why are you calling the police on our son? Why would you do this?" And it took him, less than 5 minutes to have Colt convinced that I was the one calling the police. I was trying to get him sent, to juvenile detention. And once he had him convinced of that, Colt refused to talk to me. He just wanted to go back with his dad.
And when did he leave?
I
To go
think
back
he
to
left
that.
like the next day after that second time the police were called.
While you were in Ben Hill County with Colt, had you scheduled some counseling for him?
Yes.
Is that at the,
Healing Connections
okay.
was the place, but he never made it because he went back with his dad.
So his first counseling session supposed to take place after he left?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Coley Jr. and Jenny stay with you in Ben Hill at that point?
Yes, at that point, yes, they did.
When the defendant took Colt home or met, I guess, or met you or your mom halfway, where did they go to live at that point?
They were still living at that same house.
In
I think-
Barrow County?
Yeah. Or no,
And we're
yeah,
in-
they were at the Barrow County house.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
We are in October of 2023.
Yes, they were definitely in Barrow County.
And so again, Colt should have been in the 8th grade. Did the defendant enroll him in the 8th grade in Barrow County?
No,
Did he attend any schools in the 8th grade?
no.
We know this.
Now,
though.
when Colt went back to Barrow County and you were still in Ben Hill with Coley and Jenny, did you still have an open defects case?
Yes. My case manager had told me that the next time she saw me, she was going to close the case because over the prior year, I had been doing everything they wanted me to do. I had, they were drug testing me the whole year long, hair follicle, urine tests, and I had been doing everything I was supposed to do.
What happened at that next visit where they were supposed to?
I was
close
going to
the
say
case?
20 minutes.
So instead of closing the case, they gave me, someone had called and made an anonymous report, and they drug tested me.
And did you pass or fail that
I
test?
failed that test.
When you failed the drug test, what happened?
When I failed the drug test, I guess it's the Saturday after my case manager got the results. She showed up. Actually, me and Jenny and Coley were spending the night at my parents' house because my parents, at that point in time, had gone on a trip to Virginia. And we would do that a lot, just spend the night at my parents' house because it was just kind of a fun thing to get out of the house, our house. And so we were there, and my case manager, Tamika Mitchum, showed up at their front door with Colin and Colt to basically tell me I had failed the drug test and she was sending Jenny and Coley to live with their dad.
And at that point, did you have custody of any of your children?
Well, it wasn't a custody case at that time. They were just physically going to stay with their dad. It had not gone to the phase of addressing custody, with a judge or anything like that.
I guess none of them were living with you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did the defendant have kind of authority over them at that point?
Yes.
Pause it, babe. What I don't get is why at that point, and maybe it's because, well, we don't want, I'd rather them not go with a stranger. She's not saying, wait a minute, I failed a drug test, but he's beating them.
Yeah.
I mean, he's physically abusive. He's verbally abusive. He's emotionally abusive. No, that's not a good fix. You better, figure out a way to get my mom here or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pick your poison with these two parents. I mean, the state should have taken custody and control of the kids. I mean, the kids shouldn't have been with either of these parents. That's clear. I mean, Mamu was clearly the answer, right? I mean, she seemed to be the one that was clearly the most concerned with his behavior, was doing active things. I mean, she called the DCFS on her own kid, Mercy, it's like there's some discrepancy on who called.
I hear you,
I think
Ashley.
it might have been Annie.
Wait, this thing's not highlighting. But if she believed it, then why didn't she say it? I guess is also another point.
Yeah.
If she believed dad was abusive, why didn't she say it then?
I mean, I'm assuming she would know.
Yeah, I mean, Ashley's point is, what if mom's lying? What if mom's trying to make herself sound better, make the dad sound worse, so that
That's why I'm saying they really should have fronted all her shit.
I was thinking about it. Maybe they're waiting to the end so they don't get a hostile witness who's feeling like she's being attacked.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they come back at her.
I mean, but you're prepping her. I mean, if you can.
And maybe
she was late on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know if she's a witness that you were able to get a bunch of prep time with. I mean, you're kind of beholden to your witnesses in terms of how much they're willing to prep with you, because you can call and say, hey, we need to prep. And they may be like, oh, yeah, whatever. But
I'm assuming they did some Monday, because we saw them leave the courtroom together, the prosecutor who's cross-examining her and Marcy.
Yeah.
And were they all living, the defendant have kind of authority over them at that point?
Yes.
And were they all living in Barrow County at the Harrison Mill address?
Yes.
After you failed that drug test, did things go downhill for you?
Big time.
Tell us what happened.
Well, after the initial devastation of having them taken and sent with their dad, I, for one, was faced with the reality that Jenny and Coley were now living in the house with their dad, where things were horrific, and there was nothing I could do about it. So I started trying to reach out to Colin to set up visitations, because the case manager said that I was entitled to have as many supervised visitations.
Object to the hearsay as to what the case manager told her.
I think I understand your latest sustaining of the objection about hearsay related to explain conduct, but this is squarely within that. She is trying to set up visitation because she was told she was allowed to have visitation. So I do
Yeah, we'll
believe
just say
that
it
fits
again.
within that exception.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You know what,
is the
lady?
point? They keep doing this shit in front of the jury. She might as well be like, what is the point? The jury's now heard all this shit. It's the second time today where they didn't have a sidebar and they're just talking about what she was going to say or what she's going. It's insane to me. What is this judge doing? I don't understand it.
At the end of the
if I'm
day,
the
she
defense, I'm like, Judge, we're having this discussion right in front of the jury. What is the point of objecting in your courtroom if there's not going to be anything discussed at the bench? It's bizarre. It's just really, really bizarre to me. I mean, the jury's hearing all this.
right.
Just having this open discussion. It's just, I've never seen anything like it, frankly. I mean, yeah, sidebars can be annoying as shit, but
Right.
come on.
I mean, there's a way for her to have gotten it in without saying she said it anyway. Just said that I was granted visitation, so I was scheduling it.
There's definitely workarounds.
But it just goes to show they're not going to be able to rein it in when it is something like those damn text messages.
I mean,
I believe our harm is also very low where the caseworker already testified to that fact.
I don't think the caseworker testified exactly to what she is saying.
I believe she testified that she was allowed to have visitation. So I think she testified that visitation was up to the defendant, not that she had an absolute right to visitation. Visitation was at the right of the defendant.
I believe you're correct. Was she
Holy
saying
shit.
Yes.
Yeah,
I think
she was saying I was granted.
She wasn't prevented from seeing her children.
And
So she
she-
could have visitation. She was allowed to have visitation.
this is all completely improper to be doing in front of the jury.
And it's wrong.
This is fucking insane.
She was at the will of the father, so she wasn't granted shit.
Yeah, you're missing my point.
I know, I get your point.
I understand all that. I like the logistics of it, What I'm talking about is, what is the point of objecting in this courtroom if you're just going to have the open discussions about everything that they want her to testify to and the reasons why they want? It's nuts. It is absolutely nuts.
If it's up to the defendant, she's calling him to try to set that up. That's exactly what she's testifying to. Trying to act like she's saying something completely different is just not true. She is saying she's calling the defendant to set up the visitation because she was allowed to, and he is the one who has custody, so she has to go through him.
That's different.
She just testified that she was not entitled to visitation. Any visitation was to be done through the defendant based on his determination. Not that she had an absolute right to visitation.
That is a misinterpretation of what Ms. Mitchum testified to. She did not say she was not.
She did not say that. What she said was that they said that she could visit the kids, supervise visitation anytime she wanted to, but that she had to, I don't even think she added the thing that she had to okay it with Colt or Colin rather. I don't understand what's happening here. I just don't get it.
It's two different things. The judge just said she thought it had to be so long as Colin agreed to it. I mean, he's got to anyway.
That's what the judge said. But
right, but you don't think that's what the witness said?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I mean, we could bloop back.
No. No,
I
didn't mean this witness. I meant the fucking caseworker.
Oh.
She said I was able to visit my kids whenever I wanted.
Yeah,
That's what
right.
Mom said.
Yeah, because this is what she says.
Supervised visitations.
Object to the hearsay as to what
I had a visitor trying to reach out to Colin to set up visitations because the case manager said that I was entitled to have as many supervised visitations.
object to the hearsay as to what the case manager told her.
Unless that sentence was that my husband agreed to.
I think this he's overruled the objection.
The fact worker, case manager testified to, I'm going to let the witness go ahead and answer.
All right, baby, you got to pull up the stream for this. I got to get ready to start making
Oh,
moves for Richards.
Well, keep playing and I will.
Okay.
So, I mean, I can rephrase.
No, he's overruled the objection, so.
Okay.
You were, I guess, where we're at.
There
is
was
you
no
were-
restrictions to me having visitation or seeing my children other than it needed to be supervised. She did say that I needed to schedule it with Colin. So I started reaching out immediately because, I wanted to see them as much as humanly possible. And it immediately became apparent, which I knew it would, that he was not going to communicate with me whatsoever.
I pause, babe.
He had blocked my phone number.
All right. Perfect. I got it. Perfect.
You did it.
I did it.
You did it.
All right.
He had blocked my phone number. And I
Wow, nailed it.
checked it next time I saw him and had access to his phone. He basically refused to not only not let me see or speak to my kids, but he refused to speak to me himself. So my children were living somewhere where I knew was a nightmare for them. And now I can't get any sort of updates or any sort of contact with them. I tried to get my mother to reach out. She was met with the same obstacles. I reached out to Tamika, the case manager, asked her for her help. And the only thing she offered was transportation to see the kids. I told her, I don't need transportation, and I need someone to facilitate some sort of communication between me and their father. And it just never happened. I couldn't get any help from anyone. At one point later in the month, I called in a wellness check with Barrow County just so I could have someone put their eyes on my children to make sure that they were still alive. And I also knew that none of them had been enrolled in school, so I couldn't verify through school that they were still breathing. And so then, I never did end up getting any kind of communication or updates or anything like that.
And what did that do to your mental health?
I basically had a complete
Objection.
nervous mental breakdown. I think as any good mother would.
Wow.
My kids were and still are my entire world. And to go from being in constant contact with my two younger children, for sure, to nothing. I felt like they had been kidnapped almost. I was just devastated. I wasn't eating. I wasn't sleeping. I was desperate. Desperation is a good word for what I was feeling.
What did you do after that?
So that led to, it was right after Halloween. I basically decided that I was going to drive to Barrow County and just physically go and knock on the door and say, what are you doing to me, to our kids? Can I just see them? And, and so I was not in my right mind at the time. But I went to my mother's house and I told her, that what I was going to do. And I wanted her to go with me. Just to be another person, to be there to observe what takes place, and to be there, to support or take the kids, to McDonald's or something if I needed to talk things out with Colin, just to be there in general. And she knew that I was not in my right mind. And so she said, no, I'm not driving you to Wander. I'm not going with you. Which I had not expected. I never thought in a million years that she would say, no, I'm not going with you. And so I then was in a situation where I still am going. I'm still going to go. But now my mom knows I'm going, and I wasn't going to, drag her and force her into the car or anything. But I knew she would call Colin the second I left the house. And, then I'd never see the kids. It would be a wasted trip. So, in my messed up mind, somehow I decided that I'll just tape you to a chair, and then I'll have a friend of mine come over later to let you loose. As soon as I have had time to make it to Wander and, see the kids. This is obviously completely irrational and inexcusable behavior. But again, I was not in a rationally thinking state of mind at that point. So that's what I did. And drove to Wander. I actually got there on Friday, but it was late. It was dark, and I didn't want to go knocking on the door, late at night, and it, be made out to look like, oh, your mom's, banging on the door at all times of the night. So anyways, I slept in my car basically Friday night with the intention of going to talk to him Saturday morning, which is what I did. I tried knocking on the door first, and nobody was coming. It was kind of early.
Pause it real quick, babe.
Saturday. But I'd been there before, so I knew which bedroom was his. So I walked.
All right. I'm dipping. I love you. I'll miss you. I'll be over at Corey Richard's house watching her try to defend all of her actions. So, all right, y'all. I will see you when I see you. I'm sad I'm missing the rest of this testimony, but it is what it is. We got to do what we got to do, right?
Yep.
All right. Love you.
Love you. While we've got it paused, I know Barely Hop keeps asking. I haven't had answered why they let him into 9th grade after no 8th grade. We all had that same question. It sounds like they just did, So, and then a lot of you asked, as Patty did, like, I feel like she has some culpability. I think that the mom's culpability is not an issue here because she didn't buy the gun. She didn't have immediate control right before, the weapon was used. She wasn't the parent that should have, was responsible legally at the time for, getting him into therapy. But she definitely has some culpability for how this child's life, went. But yeah, it's a real sad state of affairs.
It was kind of early, especially for a Saturday. But I'd been there before, so I knew which bedroom was his. So I walked around to his bedroom window, and it was open. He sleeps with his bedroom window open a lot.
And are you referring to Colin?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
okay.
And so, but I didn't want to scare him, so I just kind of tapped on the window. And it was dark, looking from outside into the bedroom, but I could kind of see, the outline, and I could see that he sat up in bed. And I kind of knocked again because he didn't say anything. And he said, who is that? And I said, Coley, you know who this is? I'm your wife. I would like to see her talk to our kids, please. And then I saw little Coley jump up, excited because I was at the house, and he immediately tried to take off running because he wanted to come out and see me. And his dad told him, no, stay right where you're at. And so I said, you've blocked me from your life for the last month, and that's not fair. I would never do that to you. I'd like to see the kids. And he said, you can't, this is not right. You can't do it this way. You have to call and set up a time, and I'm calling the police. Get off my property. I'm calling the police if you don't leave right now. And I immediately started crying, and I said, please don't do this. I've been trying to contact you for a month. You know that, and you know what you're doing, and it's not fair. It's not right to me or our kids. And but he didn't care.
It seems like this is what this witness wants to be talking about, and this is the least relevant of all the things that she has said. Like all of this about her, and she wasn't getting to see her kids, and he, like, none of that has any bearing on any of this.
So he said, get off my property or I'm calling the police. And I knew he would. So I turned around and left. And I drove just down the street to the Dollar General and just sat there, just boohooing, not knowing what to do next, because I didn't want to make any kind of scene or anything with the kids there. Not that I would make a scene anyway, but I didn't want to give him the opportunity to make it look like I was acting crazy or anything. So
this woman's in denial.
A couple hours later, I had actually brought some of Jenny's electronics, some stuff that she used with her iPad and like an Apple Pencil and stuff that I wanted to leave with her because I knew she would want them. And so I decided to drive back to the house to just drop that off, which I did. I drove back, and I didn't even bother knocking on the door. But I took all of her stuff and set it on the roof or the hood of Colin's truck. His work truck was there in the driveway. And turned around to leave, and I ended up keying the side of his truck, which is the first time I've ever done anything like that. But I just had so much just resentment and anger, and I wasn't going to do anything in front of our kids. And that was just, I was physically walking past the truck, and I had my keys in my car, and in my hand, and it just like happened. I was just like, and so I scratched a couple words in the side of his truck, and then got in my car, and I didn't try to go back after that.
And were you eventually arrested in Barrow County?
I was the next day. A couple hours, I guess, after I had keyed his truck, he was outside and he saw it. And so he called and made a police report.
And Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to introduce in the evidence Exhibit 169 and 170, which are incarceration records for Miss Gray from Barrow County and then also Ben Hill. They just established the period of time that she was incarcerated. When we're displaying it, we've redacted her personal information so that it is not viewable from the screen.
You said those were 169 is records from Barrow and 170 from Barrow and 170 from Bentonville?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Hobson, you there?
Yes, sir.
169 and 170.
Thank you, Your Honor. And these are self-authenticating, so I'm just going to go ahead and display them for the jury. So we're going to start with Barrow County. The records show, Ms. Gray, that you were incarcerated from November 6th to December 22nd in Barrow County. Does that sound
ma'am.
accurate? Okay. Before you left Barrow County, did you plead guilty?
Did I what?
Did you enter a guilty plea before you left the Barrow County Detention
Yes, I
Center?
took a plea.
And Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to introduce in the evidence State Exhibit 208, which is Ms. Gray's plea of guilty to use of a license plate to conceal identity.
No objection.
All right, 208.
And so,
Well, they're fronting what she did to Mama.
so ultimately,
Mamu.
you pled guilty to the misdemeanor use of a license plate to conceal identity, and you received a 12-month sentence. Is that correct? Or I guess
No, I got, I used my first offenders for, there were several other charges besides the license plate.
I guess what the sentence actually has is just the use of a license plate to conceal identity. And then it has it as a 12-month sentence. And then during that 12 months, it shows that you were barred from Barrow County. Is that accurate?
That was one of the stipulations, but it actually, they made a modification to that.
And that was after September 4th?
Yes.
So once you pled guilty in Barrow County, did you then get transferred to Ben Hill County's detention center?
I did.
And was that related to the charges against your mother?
Yes.
And are those actually still open?
They are still open.
And sorry, at this time, I'm going to go ahead and display your incarceration records from Ben Hill. Okay. It shows as you being there from December 22nd to April 12th of 2024. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
So you
She's so happy in that picture.
were
Big bright
released on
smile.
April 12th. Is that why were you bonded out? Is that why you got released?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what were you supposed to do upon release from Ben Hill on April 12th of 2024?
With regards to like what my parents wanted me to do.
Yes. Where were you going to go?
Okay, so I had found a rehab facility, and I was going to go there.
And what rehab facility was that?
I forgot the name of it.
It's Promise of Hope.
Promise of Hope, yes,
And did you ultimately go to Promise of Hope?
I did. Yeah, I stayed home over the weekend just to visit with my parents, and then I went, I think, that Monday.
And so, Your Honor, at this time I'm going to introduce an evidence State's Exhibit 171, which is Ms. Gray's attendance records at Promise of Hope.
No objection.
All right, 171 is admitted.
And Your Honor, these are self-authenticating, so I'm going to go ahead and publish them to the jury. So it indicates that you were at Promise of Hope from April 16th of 2024 until July 6th of 2024. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in that time frame, while you were incarcerated and then also in rehab, what kind of contact did you have with the defendant?
Most of that time period, most of the time period when I was incarcerated prior to rehab, I had no contact with him or the kids until maybe the last month, at which point he started doing FaceTime. They're not actually iPhone FaceTimes, but video calls. Was able to do those.
And then did you ever get emails or anything from the defendant or your kids?
I did. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to pull up what's previously been introduced in evidence as State's Exhibit 111.13. Is that a poster that your family made for you?
It is.
Okay. Now I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 209. Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
And what do you recognize that as?
This was an email from Colin to Mandy, who was basically the owner of Promise of Hope. But it was basically a letter that he had written to me, but he sent it through the email, Mandy's email.
And did he attach pictures of that poster to it?
Yes.
And was that email sent to you on May 13th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that either Mother's Day or around Mother's Day?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce an evidence State's Exhibit 209 and publish to the jury.
No objection.
All right, 209 is admitted.
All right, so the subject was Marcy's Mother's Day. It was sent on May 13th, 2024 at 12:15 from graycoley444@gmail.com. And it says, Mandy, thank you so much for this. Pretty girl, we all love you and we are very proud of you. We can't wait until the day we can just hug you. Quick update, Coley Jr. made the honor roll for 2nd grade. Big Coley finally got my job with Kevin Price. Just be patient with Jenny Reen. She gets it honest. See you soon. I see you. And then let's display the attachments. Okay. And the next one.
I just don't understand why this is
Okay.
relevant, why this is getting into evidence. What the fuck is the point
so-
of this?
While you are in treatment, they sent you something for Mother's Day. Did you eventually leave rehab?
I did.
And according to the records, that was on July 6th.
Mhm.
How did you leave?
Colin came and picked me up.
And when he came and picked you up, where did you go?
We went back to their house in Barrow County.
Now, at that point, did you move in to the Barrow County house?
I wouldn't call it moving in, but I did stay there for approximately 5 weeks.
And was it ever your intent to remain there permanently?
No, my intent was to find either a rehab or a sober living house close to them, like in Athens or something like that, and pursue that sort of living arrangement, or possibly my own apartment or something.
And at this point, you're still banned from Barrow County, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
When you moved to Barrow County, did you have a driver's license?
No.
Did you have a car
No,
with you in
no,
Barrow
no,
County?
no. I had no way of driving anywhere.
Did you have a cell phone?
No, although Colin gave me one of his old ones temporarily.
And was that a phone that Coley had been using?
Yes, ma'am.
And does Coley sometimes go by Boo Boo?
That's my nickname. I call him that.
And when you moved back to Ben Hill later on, did you then get your own phone?
Yes, at some point. Yeah.
So while you were living there, what were you doing during the day? Obviously, you didn't have a car and couldn't drive, so.
So I basically just went back into the role that I'd always had, which was, first I just went room by room and started cleaning, organizing, because the house was a disaster. So I did, that was several weeks worth of work. I also enrolled the kids in school because it was about to be school time, and their enrollment had not been started. I also did a couple other things. I put together a budget for Colin to try and start using, and set up his insurance. He was about to become eligible to sign up for insurance through his work. So I did all that. And just hung out with the kids basically until they started school.
And does August 1st sound right for when insurance started for your family?
Yeah, it would have been the beginning of the month. Yeah.
And you mentioned you enrolled the kids in school. Did you enroll them under Colin's name? Yes, since they were living with him?
Yeah, I wouldn't have used my name because I was doing it. I think I was using his email and that sort of thing.
Okay. And so now at this point, I want to move to talking about Colt while he was in Barrow County. Did Colt have any friends that you were aware of in Barrow County?
Like at what time?
In this time frame of July to August of 2024?
No.
When was the last time he had any friends that you were aware of?
The last time he had friends that I was aware of was when we lived in Statham before we sold our farm and started moving around.
So that would have been early elementary school.
Yes. Yeah. He had a really good friend back then. And he, when we were in Fitzgerald, in the little bit of time that he spent physically at school, he had a couple of, I guess you'd call them friends, not friends to the point where they did anything like after school or anything, but he did really good in school, up through elementary school. Never had any kind of issues, no behavioral issues once he got into elementary school and middle school. I mean, he was fairly normal
Until middle school.
until, yeah.
And so was in Barrow County, would he just stay at home for the most part?
Yes.
How was his mental health in that July, August timeframe while you're living with them?
So his mental health, I think with me being there, he was, he had a lot more stretches of positivity. He always has liked just talking with me for long periods of time. His dad too, but if his dad's not at the house, then he can't do that with him. So he was really happy that he had me there to basically talk my ear off for hours at a time. And, but then, he would go from happy and positive to, anxiety, riddled with anxiety, easily agitated, very agitated, and could be aggressive. It was very obvious that he needed some professional help. So
Noteworthy is that typically the onset of schizophrenia, severe mental health, and bipolar are young 20s, maybe late teens, but severe stress can trigger early onset of those symptoms in adolescence, which it seems is likely what happened here. I don't know. I don't know if we have any professionals in the chat right now. I know a lot of people hopped over to Richens, but it sounds like either bipolar disorder or schizophrenia ran in the family, at least in Colt's mind, because he lashed out at his grandmother about the state of her children. We've got Psychosaurus Rex says, yes, schizophrenia onset is typically mid to late 20s. Okay, I thought it was early 20s. But am I accurate in saying that extreme stress in the household like this can trigger early onset of those symptoms? All right, we'll wait for her or his response and just go back and listen to what she's describing right now, because this is a lot.
Liked just talking with me for long periods of time. His dad too, but if his dad's not at the house, then he can't do that with him. So he was really happy that he had me there to basically talk my ear off for hours at a time.
Wow.
And but then he would go from happy and positive to anxiety, riddled with anxiety, easily agitated, very agitated, and could be aggressive. It was very obvious that he needed some professional help, especially with the anxiety, which he had been struggling with anxiety for a while.
Yes, facts.
Had the anxiety gotten worse?
From what I saw during that 5 weeks, definitely.
And did he have panic attacks?
I had never seen him have a full-on panic attack until I was staying with them during that time frame. And one night he had just a full-blown panic attack. I knew I knew immediately what was happening because I've struggled with panic attacks towards the beginning of our marriage.
Who all was present for the panic attack?
Me, Colin, and Coley.
And what was Colt doing during this panic attack?
He had walked into the kitchen. His dad and little brother were standing in the kitchen. I was on the couch in the living room. And he walked in to the kitchen and said something and then started like crying, kind of like, like, I don't know what you would call it, but he was crying out. And it scared the crap out of me because I didn't know what was going on. So I jumped up off the couch and ran into the kitchen. And he was just he was standing up, but he was just kind of hunched over and crying out. And I just knew what was going on immediately because I knew he had been struggling with anxiety anyway. And so I went over to him and put my arms around him and said, come on. And so I walked him down the hall to the back bedroom where Colin and Coley were sleeping, and got him to lay down on the bottom bunk. They slept in bunk beds. Got him to lay down. I said, I want you to just breathe with me. And so I laid down kind of beside him, but I was kind of holding him in the bed and just started counting and breathing with him. And he would breathe with me for a couple seconds, and then he'd start crying again. And then he'd breathe with me for a couple seconds, and then he'd cry again. And we laid there doing that for probably 10 minutes before he finally was able to relax and get it under control. At which point he almost immediately fell asleep. And so I just covered him up and went out of the bedroom, shut the door, and told Colin, don't go in the bedroom. Leave him alone. He needs to sleep for as long as possible because he had not been sleeping very well either.
During that time frame when he's having the panic attack, did he ask for y'all to call 911?
That's what he said when he first walked in. Because I'd heard him say something, but I wasn't sure what, because I was in a different room. And then he immediately started with the crying thing. But yes, apparently that's the first thing he asked for.
And then do you remember the date that it happened?
No, I don't.
Okay. I'm going to show you some text messages to see if it refreshes your recollection about the date. You can kind of look at those and tell me if based on those, if you remember the date that it happened.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so these are from me.
Yes.
Looks like maybe to my sister. I'm not sure who that's to.
Does Jenny sound familiar? From you to Jenny?
Yeah, I know I did. I texted her about it.
And based on those text messages, what date did the anxiety attack happen?
Looks like the 19th.
Of July?
Yes.
Okay. So,
Is this a good jury?
Yeah. perfect time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take a 15-minute break.
See what we got. Oh yeah, we've got time.
Marcy, do you need a bathroom break? Yeah, you can go down.
All right, we'll be in recess.
All right, they're not back yet. Well, got a lot of good conversation here about psychological and psychiatric conditions. Let's see. Psychosaurus Rex says, and just so y'all don't think I'm just a Google warrior, haha, I am actually a licensed clinical and forensic psychologist, though I do also love me some Google. So you may have already said this, Psychosaurus Rex, but does the hearing voices, assuming that he was actually hearing voices, does that not lean towards schizophrenia? Let's see what you guys are saying.
Apparently,
Oh.
during the break, we found out that the
Oh.
photograph that was put up of the children apparently was put on the internet pretty quickly. Didn't admonish that these, I think everybody should have known any child should not be photographed and put on the news, but apparently that's happened. We could give a further admonition not to do that.
Who's taking pictures in the courtroom?
Yes, I think that would be the court's ruling related to juveniles.
Yeah, and I realize how that happened. We didn't give any specific instruction or anything. In as much as it wasn't a child on the stand, but we are not going to put images of the children. We're not going to broadcast those for the internet. So,
Oh, it's been
be
done.
mindful of that, and if you're unclear, ask. We'll give us it. All right.
Cameraman. Don't show the evidence if it's pictures of a child. Then they can't screenshot it and put them up on the news. Wow. All right, now I wasn't paying attention to the chat, so I don't know if Psychosaurus Rex answered me. The Colt described telling him, voices telling him what to do, that he's not going to be able to win
Right,
out
Ms.
or
Gray,
something.
so we are in July of 2024, and Colt just had a panic attack. At this time, where did Colt feel comfortable sleeping?
So at this time, and when I first got there, he preferred to sleep, or he was sleeping on the floor in Jenny's bedroom closet,
Okay.
not on any kind of cushion, just on the carpet.
And did you provide him something to sleep on in that closet?
I did. I took some memory foam that I found in the laundry room and cut it up and lined the closet with the memory foam. And then I also put some in his bedroom.
When you went in his bedroom,
After this panic attack, did you start Colt on any medication?
I did, Zoloft.
And at this time, I am going to publish a text thread between you and the defendant from State's Exhibit 156 from July 24th.
No issues.
No judgment. Thank you.
All right, so you, at 5:34 PM on July 24th, he said, I started Colt on Zoloft today. Don't say anything about it unless he brings it up. And and the defendant's response was K. So does July 24th sound accurate around the time you started him on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he have a prescription for Zoloft?
No, ma'am, he didn't.
How did that come about?
The decision to start him on it?
Yes.
I had been taking Zoloft for over a decade, and for basically the same issues that he was having. And I had talked to him about trying it. I had talked with Colin and with my mom about the decision to try him on it. And we decided to go ahead and try him on it because we had not gotten insurance yet. And that was kind of one of the big holdups. So I was on a relatively high dose. And so I knew from just talking with my psychiatrist and, just researching it myself, what the initial starting dose for, well, really anybody, but specifically a child, would be. And so I just started him on that super low dose.
And how would he get it? Would you give it to him or did he have access?
While I was there, I would give it to him.
And do you know where the Zoloft was kept?
While I was there.
While you were there, yes.
In my purse.
So you mentioned during your testimony earlier that it was clear that Colt needed professional help. At this point in the time frame where he's had the panic attack, you're giving him Zoloft. What kind of help did you think he needed?
I felt like, especially after the panic attack happened, I felt like he needed some sort of inpatient crisis type help, where he could go in, be observed for a certain amount of time by a team of doctors who could then put together some sort of treatment plan for him. And that's the type of help that I researched, and that's the type of help that I told everyone that I felt like he needed. And Colt, I've talked to him in detail about it many times, and he was excited. He was on board with it. He wanted to go somewhere where he could stay there for a certain amount of time and get help.
Was the defendant supportive of getting Colt into therapy or counseling or inpatient treatment?
In general, he didn't usually have a whole lot to say about it, but there were multiple occasions where I tried to talk to him about it, and his initial reaction was always, well, what if there's nothing wrong with him? What if he's just messed up? What if he's just a piece of crap person?
Mm-hmm.
Then what are we going to do? And I said, well, for one, as his mother, I know that there's something that he's dealing with. He's got issues. He needs help. That's not even a question in my mind. But if we do go somewhere and they say, there's nothing we can do or whatever, then then we'll find another doctor until we find him the help he needs. But I was not happy with the reaction that I got most of the time when I would try to talk to the defendant about getting Colt help.
At any
The
point,
defendant.
kind of over the years, had he been supportive of trying to get Colt into therapy?
No.
And why not?
Different reasons. I mean, nothing that really I felt was a valid reason. I think in general, the defendant just didn't want to deal with it. He just wanted to not pay attention to it and hope it would go away. And also, I personally think that he was afraid that Colt was going to go and talk about what the defendant was doing.
Speculation, objection, what's your response?
None.
I think
No.
if she,
No.
based on her interactions with the defendant and her discussions with him
No.
and her observations of him, I think she can say why he didn't want to get Colt into therapy. I think speculation is when you don't have a basis for your testimony, but she lived with him for over a decade. And
If he didn't
she
tell
tried to
her,
get Colt into
it's
therapy.
speculation.
She was there when the defendant had discussions with her about that. So I do think that she has a basis for why the defendant did not want to get Colt into therapy or counseling or inpatient treatment.
And what's your answer to the question?
Oh, boy.
My
Right.
personal opinion is that he was afraid that Colt would go in and start talking about the
Wow.
emotional, mental abuse that he was suffering at the hands of the defendant.
I'll strike that. I mean, it was just
I've got
said.
more objections now.
Go ahead.
So.
What the fuck is going
That was the
on?
character, which the state and I discussed before we did this, and I don't think the state knew that answer was coming. I think I'd like to make a motion outside the presence of the jury.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, for the time being, I'm going to ask you to one, step out, but two, disregard the last.
Let me just ask you, while the jury is paying very close attention here, what was your answer? Because we all heard it the first time. We literally all heard it the first time, Your Honor. What in the hell? She kept talking when the objection was coming. She wanted to say the words. And I don't think the state didn't know it was coming. Don't say the state didn't know it was coming. It seemed surprised. They asked the question.
Judge, at this point, we would move for a mistrial. The witness has put the defendant's character into issue. She stated that he was physically abusive and mentally abusive. As part of her speculative answer as to why, in her opinion, that the defendant was against mental health treatment. She said that in the presence of the jury.
Thanks to you, Your Honor.
As the court knows, they're not allowed to introduce character evidence, specifically bad character evidence, unless we open the door to it, which we have not. And under 24404A, evidence of a person's character or a trait of a character shall not be admissible for the purpose of proving action in conformity therewith. So based on all that, Judge, we move for a mistrial.
So bad character evidence would be related to something different from what he is charged with. So he is charged with having warning signs related to Colt, which included his deteriorating mental health condition, his violent tendencies, his school shooter obsession. There's going to be testimony that the defendant and Colt were physically aggressive with one another. He says it in his statement that Colt would bull rush him and strike him and that he would hold him down. And Jenny will testify to physical fights between the two of them. And that is directly related to the charges that he is facing. And I think she said mental and verbal abuse is off of Colt. She did not say of herself, which is what Mr. Hobbs' initial objection was when we discussed it, that she could not talk about the defendant's treatment of her, which she is not. And that is what I admonished her on. You cannot talk about the defendant's treatment of you, and she has not done that. She hasn't violated any sort of admonition from the state. Miss Daniel wrote the quote down: emotional and mental abuse at the hands of the defendant is what she said. Again, I think that goes directly to what we're on trial for. So it certainly isn't a mistrial. Additionally, it was the court that asked her to.
Yes, it was.
Answer. The state didn't elicit it at that time.
Not at that time.
This is certainly not some grounds for mistrial. Again, I made my argument already about she has a basis for why he didn't want to get treatment. She's made statements about what he actually told her about not wanting to get treatment, which is that, what if our son is just messed up? Which is essentially kind of along the lines of, he doesn't want him to go in and tell people what's going on in their house. And that's what she's saying. He doesn't want him to get treatment for his.
Wait a minute, lady. Wait one fucking minute. Are you serious right now? So she just said to the judge, Dad's answer of, but what if he's just messed up, or what if he's just a bad kid, whatever it was, is essentially the same. I'm saying this like totally mean it. Essentially the same as saying, I don't want that child to go in there and tell any sort of professional that I physically, mentally, and emotionally abuse him. Those are the two same things. This is what she's trying to sell, this pile of shit. I don't think she's getting a mistrial, but I think that he's going to give some sort of, corrective admonishment. Instruction. Wow, lady. Wow. Let's go back 10 seconds.
Really kind of along the lines of,
oh yeah,
he doesn't want him to go in and tell people what's going on in their house. And that's what she's saying. He doesn't want him to get treatment for his son because he doesn't want Colt to tell people what's going on inside the house. And him not getting treatment for his son is directly related to why he is charged.
But not why he's not getting it.
Granting a mistrial on this would be completely out of line.
Oh.
All right, so I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial. It
But
doesn't change any prejudice to the defendant. I invited the response as opposed to the state. I'm going to instruct the jury that they disregard her statement that she believed it was because
Don't
Colin was abusive.
repeat it. I guess.
And again, the issue here is
This
the
point.
overall issue is what was Colt going through? What was Colt's mental health? What did Colin know in this relevant period of time? If it were true that Colin were physically abusive or mentally abusive to Colt, to me that doesn't necessarily shed light on the critical issues. And again, it may flesh out differently with other evidence. But I'm going to tell the jury to disregard the statement that she believed it was because Colin was abusive to Colt. Tell them that is speculative and inadmissible at this time, and disregard it, and we'll see what happens with later evidence.
I haven't even heard any testimony that she witnessed any abuse. Throwing the guitar. Was there more than that, guys? Has mom testified that she observed any physical, mental, or emotional abuse over and above throwing the guitar? Mamu didn't testify to that. I was kind of surprised the defense didn't ask more of Mamu. Because even continuing to call him Coley kind of made it seem like she's still, like mom calls him the defendant. She don't like him none. Mamu still calls him Coley. Oh, I don't think we have any.
Disregard, all right, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna ask you to disregard the witness's last response about speculating as to why she claims Colin did not want Colt to get counseling, specifically with regard to her stating that she thought Colin would be worried that Colt would reveal abuse. It's inadmissible at this time. I'm gonna ask you to disregard that, do not consider it for any purpose. All right, go ahead, Ms. Brooks.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. All right, so you mentioned when you started Colt on Zoloft that one of the kind of big obstacles for getting a prescription for Zoloft was you needed insurance. You testified earlier that insurance, you got it around August 1st. At that point, did the defendant become more supportive of getting him to counseling once y'all had insurance?
No.
Okay. And then kind of fast forward a little bit. You testified earlier that you ended up getting, I guess, all the kids registered.
Mom should most definitely have been charged with giving her son that Zoloft. What in the actual fuck? Okay. It is just so outrageous to me. She researched it. What? And you don't know about the harms of putting, a young teenager on medication like that? She gave her son her own Zoloft. I still don't know. She said she was on a very high dose. Was she just willy-nilly, breaking it, cutting it? I don't know if anybody out there knows whether or not you can truly tell when you take a pill whether the dose is the entire powder the dose, or is it like you could have more of the medication in one side than the other. I mean, I always take half. I always give my kids a half if I need to give them a half and assume that's actually half. But what? And what's a high dose? What's the low dose? They better ask her this stuff. What was your dose? What dose did you give him? And how did you literally divvy up this pill to make sure that it's, it is what it is? Oh my God. All right.
For school that year.
Going
You
back.
ended up getting, I guess, all the kids registered for school that year.
Just Jenny and Coley.
And then Colt eventually, I guess he started later.
He did, yeah.
Okay.
We ran into issues. I ran into issues because of him not attending school the year prior.
I'm going to, at this point, introduce or display for the jury what is from State's Exhibit 156, which is the defendant's cell phone extraction. It's text message thread between Ms. Gray and the defendant from August 12th.
Any,
No objection. No, sir.
Okay. And you texted the defendant, we officially have a registered ninth grader. Would that be the date that you registered Colt for ninth grade?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So now I want to talk a little bit more about Colt. In this time frame, or even before this time frame, did he ever express an interest in mass shootings or school shootings or the individuals who perpetrated those shootings?
Objection.
He had.
In
Tell
front
me
of your
about that.
husband?
He generally, I wouldn't call it an obsession. And at the time, I likened it to my own interest, I guess, in like true crime, serial killer type shows that are really popular. He never showed an interest in a way that led me to believe that he was idolizing anyone or wanting to follow in their footsteps or anything like that. It was just because typically what he would talk to me about would be like their home life or, you know, what their interests were. And this was all pretty much conversations that were had right there towards the end, like right before the shooting happened. We watched a lot of documentaries, him and I specifically. But there was no definite focus on just school shooter documentaries or anything like that.
These conversations that he would have, would they be out in the open?
Yeah.
Would the defendant ever be around for them?
I'm sure he was, yeah.
And you said that they started becoming more prevalent closer in time to the shooting?
Well, I won't say, I can't really say if they were more prevalent. It was just, you know, because I had not been there before. So I don't know how prevalent they were prior to that 5-week period that I was there.
And then, do you remember having a conversation with GBI agents kind of about his discussions about school shooters right after the shooting?
I remember being interviewed by the GBI. I
And
can't remember exactly what all we talked about.
I completely understand. Do you remember, though, talking to them about Colt having developed or having discussed one particular shooter in
Yes.
recent months?
Nicholas Cruz
Okay.
was the one that I remembered that name specifically.
Did Colt ever make any references to wanting to look like a school shooter or to dress like one?
I don't remember him specifically saying anything that he wanted to look like them. I know he talked about their looks, but from what I remember, it was typically almost kind of like making fun of them or, you know, their crazy hair or whatever.
Kind of, do you remember in that same GBI interview talking about a specific discussion you had with him where he joked about completing his school shooter outfit?
I do. He was talking about a vest. His dad buying him a vest. And he said it in what I thought was a joking manner, because he was laughing. And I mean, I would never think that it would be anything other than a joke, but he said something, he was talking about getting the vest and he said, yeah, I've got to finish my school shooter outfit or something like that. Or Dad's got to finish my school shooter outfit. And I think I said, like, that's not very funny. And of course he was like, oh, it's fine. I'm just kidding. I'm just messing around.
During this time frame, July to August of 2024, did he have an interest in firearms?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Well, I know it was a shared interest that him and his dad, you know, they would go to shooting ranges to practice, and they had gone deer hunting. And so, like I said, it was a shared thing that between them, I guess, kind of like a bonding thing. And I think that was the start of it, I guess. But then as he got more items, I guess you could call them, he got more interested in it. And yeah, to the point where when I was there for that 5-week period, he was just involved with his gun a lot. Like, he would clean it all the time, and he was always asking his dad to take him to the shooting range and that sort of thing. He definitely had an obvious interest in guns.
When you say he was cleaning it all the time, where did did Colt have his own rifle?
Yeah, the rifle that his dad bought him for that Christmas.
And where did he keep it? Where did Colt keep it?
When I was there, it was generally in his bedroom.
Do you remember where in his bedroom?
I really didn't go in his bedroom, but I mean, he didn't have anywhere really to set it, so I guess it was like leaned up against the wall, or when he would clean it, he would sit at his desk, because I could walk down the hall and look in and see that he was cleaning it.
So I want to turn your attention to August 15th of 2024. Did you and Colt have a physical altercation over the gun that day?
Yes.
Or I guess regarding the gun. Can you tell me about that?
So I was initially just trying to talk to him about the gun. I wanted him to just put it away because he had been carrying it around, and he didn't want to hear it. And so he was walking away from me, and he walked into his bedroom, and I was walking behind him, and I stopped at his doorway because I wasn't going to follow him into his bedroom. And I said, just give me the gun. I'm going to put it up. And I was standing right behind him, and he said, get out of my room. And I said, I'm not in your room, Colt. Just let me have the gun. I'm going to put it up for a little while. And he turned around, and just kind of in one big sweeping motion kind of hit me with his arm/gun. But he hit me very hard enough that it knocked me backwards across the hall. And there's a bathroom directly across from his bedroom in the hall. And he knocked me into that door frame. I ended up hitting my head on the door frame, and basically fell to the floor because I hit it really hard. And I laid there for a couple minutes.
Was that when she was drunk?
And then ended up getting up and just going back to the bedroom, to Colin's bedroom, and laying down.
I'm going to show you a picture, and go ahead. It's from State's Exhibit 158, which is Colt's cell phone extraction, and we're going to display that for the jury. Can you tell us what that is a picture of?
That's me after I fell to the ground, and I was just laying there with my hands over my head and over my eyes before I got up to go lay down.
When you went to lay down, or after that, did you call the defendant and tell him what happened?
I don't think so. I didn't talk to him about it really at all.
Okay.
So we shouldn't have heard about it.
At
Period.
some point,
Period.
did you leave Barrow County, kind of close in time to that fight.
Yes, I did.
Tell us what prompted you leave.
This is complete and total bullshit. This should never have been in testimony, in evidence at all. Dad didn't even know it happened. I never talked to him about it. What in the actual fuck? Why is this a free-for-all in this courtroom? Why is the judge letting this in? It doesn't matter. This is not Colt's trial. Colt's mental state is only at issue to the extent that Dad was aware of it. Period. And it seems like the judge got a little nudge from someone because he keeps saying it now. Well, what's at issue here is the mental state to the extent Dad knows of it, which was not his position yesterday when he's letting all of the text messages in that no one told Dad about, at least not that we know of yet. I sure as shit haven't heard this woman talk about it. It would be coming up right now, so we shall see. But then it shouldn't have gotten in with Grandmom as well, although if it was, then it was fine for Grandmom to get the records in and authenticate them, but they shouldn't have been read they should have never been read. It just matters what words were spoken to Dad. And again, it doesn't matter if she lied to Dad and said X, Y, and Z. Oh, not yesterday. Thank you, Bailey. On Monday. Friday. Hello. What day is it? Where am I? Gosh. All right. Let's back up.
Did you leave
I never talked to
Barrow
him about it.
County, kind of close in time to that fight?
Yes, I did.
Tell us what prompted you leaving.
There was a number of reasons. Over the 5 weeks that I was there, my anxiety had started going up, like I knew it would.
And I was drinking.
And that's why I did not plan on staying there long term. And so it was getting to a point where, I had the kids enrolled in school, insurance was set up, and I really needed to find myself somewhere else to live. That was not with Colin.
Oh, so you decided to leave. Okay.
I felt like I could get it done better and faster if I was not in that house with him. So I called my parents and asked them to come get me.
What?
Which they did.
What? That's not what we heard,
I just
lady.
felt like it was to a point where I felt like things were okay.
Oh, no. That's not the story your mama's telling. Mamu has a whole different story. I'm sure the state's going to bring it up because they can't leave it like that. But let's just...
Okay, so they were settled, at least I had the kids seeing outside adults at that point. And I had planned on coming back in a relatively short amount of time to make sure Colt went to see someone, and B, just to see my kids again.
So kind of summarize, August 16th, the next day after the fight, you go
testify now?
home.
Thank you.
Before you go home, what do you do with the Zoloft?
So before I left, I had taken a certain quantity of my Zoloft, and it required me to break the tablets in half and then in half again for the dose to be small enough. So I took a bunch and went ahead and broke them down so that Colin wouldn't have to worry with that. And then on our way out of town, we stopped by his work place, his work job site.
And by his, again, do you mean the defendant?
Yes,
All right,
sorry,
now we shall
Collins.
know what you told him.
And I had it in a, like a Ziploc bag, and I gave it to him.
Close in time to this fight, did you have any discussions with the defendant about storing or securing the rifle that was in Colt's room?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
This actually came up multiple times. And ultimately, I asked him if he would just take the guns and put them in his truck, because the large gun safe that we had always had when we were married, or for most of our marriage, was not there anymore. And he kept saying, well, they're in the top of my closet. And I said, that's not good enough. You know, you might as well say, well, they're under my bed. They need to be locked somewhere. And so I thought the best answer, without him having to go out and spend money on a new gun safe, was to lock them in his truck. And initially he said he would.
Okay.
Well, that's something.
And circling back to Colt's anxiety issues, earlier you mentioned that you wanted to get him into an inpatient treatment place. At this time, I'm going to display some text messages between you and the defendant from State's Exhibit 156 from August 21st of 2024.
Motion, Mr. Hobbs?
No objection, Judge.
Right, and we're going to bring up that second text message. Okay, so it says it's from my pretty, was that what Colin called you?
He called me pretty girl.
Okay. And then on August 21st at 4:38 p.m., you texted him, this is what Colt needs right now. They take our insurance and we will go there until he is stabilized and they figure out a treatment plan. And then the next message. This is where you sent the defendant the website for Advantage Behavioral Health Systems Crisis Stabilization. And that was at that same time of 4:38.
August 21st.
And then you said, I tried to send it to Colt, but I guess he's blocked my number now. And that was at 4:44. So was there a time period you weren't able to talk to Colt while?
It was very short, like maybe a couple of days.
Okay.
But I did end up sending that link to him, and we talked about it a good bit. And he was, like I said, he was excited about it.
And we'll get to, I think, those text messages in a minute. But on August 21st, when you sent that to the defendant, was that the inpatient treatment place you wanted to get Colt into?
Yes,
And where was it located?
in Athens.
Okay. And when you sent that to the defendant, did he ever respond or follow up with anything related to that?
No.
When did you plan on taking Colt to Advantage Behavioral?
So initially, we tried to set up several different times, but my mom had gone up and she was going to go with Coley to take Colt, but she ended up breaking her hand and had to come home. So I think that was on like a Wednesday or Thursday. Well, that Saturday, the defendant and I had been planning all week for me to come up to visit the kids. And primarily on that Saturday to take Colt to Advantage Behavioral in Athens. We had been talking about it really ever since I left. We had planned on doing some fun stuff, with the kids. And my mom and I had called Advantage Behavioral, talked to them to find out, as far as intake of patients, what we needed to do, who needed to be there. And so everything was ready. And then.
And we'll get to that. I got a few
Sure,
more things before.
sorry.
So the plan was August 31st, that Saturday. And you mentioned that your mom came up that week. Did something happen at school that week that prompted your mom driving up there and y'all kind of wanting this to happen?
My mom had a conversation with Colt about, I think, having a panic attack at school. For me, I mean, the urgency had always been there. I won't say that anything specific happened to make it more important.
Just want to note for anyone who doesn't know the exact date, this is 4 days before the school shooting, September 4th. That August 31st appointment that she thought or hoped would go forward.
But when she broke her hand and had to come home, I was expecting before she came home, I was expecting Colt to have gone somewhere, be somewhere getting help. And so when she came home and wasn't able to do that, I'd say my urgency as far as getting up there Saturday to take him somewhere, it went up at that point for sure.
Okay. So on August 26th, I'm going to display some text messages between you and Colt from State's Exhibit 159, which is your cell phone extraction.
Any issues, Mr. Collins?
Judge, we will just object to the messages that are from Colt as hearsay.
And I believe, I don't know which ones he's talking about, but a lot of the text messages are related to his mental health and would come in under the then existing mental and impression.
No,
I don't remember the exact wording of it, but that hearsay exception.
no.
Oh, yes.
Wrong. Not relevant. It's going to change his ruling now? Let it in before. Well, I think I got to stop now.
He's on it. So you're not on this one.
I thought, hey, counselor, I thought it was only relevant if I knew about it. What's going on here? Oh, he says blah, 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 blah. Let's talk to the judge up there. Why don't you? have a little powwow.
Let me just have y'all step out.
Okay. See if the judges realize the error of his previous ways.
All right. In turn, you can ask. So various extractions, they're 158, 159 and such.
Mhm.
The individual pages that are being displayed, is there a sort of a subset numbering for them or not?
No, so in
Needs to
preparing
be.
for this trial, we determined it would be very confusing to try to do that. So instead, the notebooks that we've created are organized by time and type of message and type of information. So State Exhibit 158 has a tab for, say, 828 and has a tab for text messages that we're introducing. So they're all it's very easy to locate them in the notebook.
What about
But,
the record, counselor?
We just thought it was going to be too confusing to try to actually number them.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, that just for purposes of the records.
Right.
And I guess my view of it is you've got the phone extraction, you've laid the foundation for the phone extraction. But then individual parts of these extractions may be admissible and other parts may not. Something may be irrelevant or something may call for hearsay. So if we're admitting or excluding just for the record, how will the appellate court?
Well, I think the binders are, like I said, they are notated by date and type of information. So these text messages are under State Exhibit 158 in section August 28th under text messages. So if there is a particular, and I think you can notate it by the page number at the bottom, and also by the time of the text message for the appellate record.
Are there, and I noticed,
No.
page numbers.
It should have all been
In the
158A,
notebook,
158B.
Are there any, are all the page numbers sequential, or for instance, are there two number ones in there at all, or? She said she-
So within each section, there may be two number ones.
So yes.
But if you want, I mean, I have all of the text messages that I've introduced also separated. So if you want to make a packet out of these and say for court's record, 1, we can do that, and we can put like a X over what wasn't displayed to the jury if you want to make it.
Yeah, I'm not attempting to create extra work for you.
I understand. And we tried to simplify it, like I said, because we didn't want to have 700 exhibits. So we did our best to make it easily accessible and simplified.
No, you didn't.
So for the first group I was handed August 26th, there's 2 pages, just one response from Colt. And my understanding is from that one, you're not displaying that.
We're not going to display that message. It will be just the ones where she's sending him the messages about advantage behavioral.
And the second subset, or second set's also August 26th, pages 5 through 9. So Colt's responses, that's really good, so proud of you. I don't know that those are.
No section in that particular text.
The third one, acute mania sucks.
That's effect on the listener if the dad got it. Did the dad get that?
We believe it's being admitted into evidence to prove that he was suffering from acute mania.
Or that the dad knew about it.
And the purpose of admitting that, one, would be to explain Marcy's text
Irrelevant.
message where she later says that she heard about acute mania from the defendant. So it goes directly to what the defendant knew. So we have to have that message as context for that text
From the
message. And
defendant.
again, I do believe in addition to that, it would be admissible under the hearsay exception for then existing mental condition, because it is showing his existing state of mind, his mental condition, that he believes he has acute mania.
Does
We're not
not
introducing to
matter.
prove he does have acute mania. He wasn't ever evaluated to show whether or not he had that.
Oh yeah, you
But
don't want
his-
him to have it.
Texting of it shows that he definitely has a deteriorating mental state. And then again, it puts in context when Marcy says, hey, your dad told me about it. And the whole defense is that the dad didn't know anything. So I think it would be 100% relevant.
If it's the dad's text, yeah.
All right, you're saying that Mr. Gray told her somewhere in here that,
She responds to Colt's text because Colt is like, how do you know about acute mania? And she's like, your dad told me about it. Like, your dad talked to me about it. So it's a prior consistent statement of hers
So, but no,
regarding that.
you can't
It's
get in-
something that she is discussing at that time.
all right. You do not get in a prior consistent statement of somebody until the other side gets up there and calls her a liar. So should she say, and which is all she should say, these texts don't matter. All she needs to say is, I got information from my son. Okay. And what did you tell the defendant? Or what did the defendant tell you? Whichever it is. He told me that Colin told that Colt told him he was suffering from mania, or he told me he believed he was suffering from acute, extreme, whatever they were talking about, mania. The texts don't matter. Just say what he said to you and say what you said to him. Period. The end. And you do not get to put into evidence a prior consistent statement until this lawyer gets up there and says, he never told you that. Yes, he did. You're making that up on the stand right now because you don't want to look bad. No, your client told me that he had mania. No, he did not. Now you get your prior consistent statement in, but you don't get it in beforehand. You don't get to bolster your own client. You don't get to put in cumulative evidence. You don't get to put on the text messages and the words. This is a shit show. Par for the course, by the way. Par for the course. So don't get me wrong. Par for the course.
And so we believe that text message puts it in context, and we do believe the other text message would be admissible for that purpose.
Except I'm wrong, Your Honor. I just like to say words.
all right, so
Well,
it's certainly not admissible to prove that Colt has acute mania. My interpretation of the hearsay exception for then existing mental emotional conditions, like a describing of mental pain or physical pain,
yes.
sort of like what we saw with the original messages from Colt.
No, Your Honor. Good try.
This one is more just in line of
Words.
just having a regular conversation. And discuss it.
It's out.
I'm gonna overrule the objection so long as you pause or have me point out to the jury it's not being offered to prove that
Yes.
it in fact has acute mania.
Unbelievable. He basically outlines why it shouldn't get in, that it doesn't fall within the exception, blah, 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 and then says, but I'll let it go in as long as we're going to tell the jurors they can't use it for the truth of the matter that he was suffering from extreme mania. Ugh, boy. I really thought the judge learned something over the weekend. Somebody poked him. So what's happening right now, they're looking at other text messages between Colt and the mom to see what they can get in. Even though dad,
Yeah, I just, my concern is that we have a lot of statements from someone who is not taking. a
Yes.
stand.
wow, finally.
And there are potential dual purposes, for the admission or exclusion of the statements. And I just want to make sure that we're not running into prejudice substantially outweighing the
Yes, probative value.
value.
Because there ain't none. No probative value. Unless dad knew of it.
I don't know that, and again, I'm just going to be consistent here, but on page 9, I have a concern with Colt's response there.
No, I was saying maybe he got
And
poked
I
by
don't
another
have a copy of
judge.
that. Do you have my
Like
copy?
another
So
judge
can
was
you-
like, yo, dude, you're
I have a
fucking up.
list on my computer of every self-diagnosed disorder I'm likely
And
on the spectrum. I have.
yeah, in that list of text messages, I think the only texts I'm going to show are where he says acute mania
Nope.
and where he asks Marcy if she has prior knowledge or if Mamu told her, and her response, which was, I have prior knowledge and your dad told me. Those are the 3 text messages, I believe, from that
But
thread. That we
no,
were-
Your Honor. She gets to testify to it, not a text. Doesn't matter either way. He's like, how can I be consistent when I fucked up last time?
So I don't think I was going to show any other ones because that was the main point of that, is showing that she's communicating with the defendant.
So there's one that says, but your dad mentioned that you were talking about acute mania last week, so I've been reading more about it.
Yes, that one.
So the message below that I would exclude, which is the one I have a list on my computer.
Yes.
Every self-diagnosed disorder. Do you know what
Who's heavy breathing?
the third packet is? Do you know what looks like a screenshot of some image? Do you know what that is?
I don't know what that is.
Okay.
And in that grouping of text messages, I believe the text message we wanted to get into was where he talks about his teachers, because we have a text thread with Marcy and the defendant where Marcy tells the defendant, he told me about his teachers. So it shows that they're communicating.
So the text, Mr.
Yes, Judge.
I don't know if you have it in front of you. There are people after me and I don't like it. My teachers, I feel as if they're plotting against me. Somehow I feel like they'll hurt me.
And again, we are not offering that for the truth of the
To prove
matter.
the teachers
Yeah,
were in fact
no.
plotting against me, we're trying to hurt me.
Still not
Nevertheless,
relevant.
As the court pointed out, there are dual purposes that can be taken from the messages. We would still object to that particular text message coming into evidence, as it does seem to cast light on his existing mental state, without obviously giving us a chance to cross-examine him.
I'm going to overrule the objection on that one. To me, that is non-hearsay.
Oh my God. We're back to non-hearsay. Come on, assholes. Object on other grounds. He did. He just said a confrontation ground. And the judge says, I find that to be non-hearsay.
And then after we go through these, we probably ought to take words for it.
Okay.
You bring the jury back.
I'll be listening. Stand by.
can go through a few messages and then we'll take one.
All right, so I believe we were at the point where we're going to display some text messages. I'm going to start with text messages from States Exhibit 159. They're located in the August 26th section under text messages, and they are between Marcy Gray and Colt Gray. So you texted Colt on August 26th at 3:35. Hey, Colty, it's Mama. I just realized I had the wrong number for you. Daddy called and told me what's going on. Me and Mambo are going to do whatever we have to help. And then you go on, Mamu is going to drive up tomorrow. And then at 3:38, you say, I sent this to you last week, not realizing I had the wrong number. It's an inpatient treatment in Athens, like we talked about several times. And you kind of said you wanted to try. And then you have the URL for Advantage Behavioral listed. I know earlier you testified that you had sent that information to Colt. Is that when you sent him the information?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then had you and the defendant talked about acute mania as related to Colt?
Yes.
And what had the defendant told you?
He had just told me about Colt telling him about it, and he also told me about what Colt had told him about his teachers.
Okay. And I'm going to
Which was?
what from also from States Exhibit 159 from the August 26th section in text messages. And we're going to start with a text message from Colt Gray to you at 3:47, where he says acute mania sucks.
And listener, just understand that's a message, as I understand it from Colt. It does not, it's not being offered to prove that he in fact has acute mania, just words he said.
Okay. And at 3:47, you respond, acute mania is no joke. And then at 3:48, Colt says, did Mamu tell you, or do you have prior knowledge? And at 3:50, you respond, but your dad mentioned that you were talking about acute mania last week, so I've been reading more about it since then. So it sounds like you and the defendant are talking about Colt's mental condition, is that, or mental health, is that accurate?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, you mentioned he also, the defendant also talked to you about Colt's teachers.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to display some text messages from August 28th, which was also from your cell phone extraction. It says Exhibit 159, and they are in the August 28th section under text messages. And there is a text message from Colt to you at 1:52. Colt says, there are people after me and I don't like it. My teachers, I feel as if they're plotting against me. Somehow I feel like they'll hurt me. Okay. And then from the defendant's cell phone extraction, States Exhibit 156, from August 28th, under the text message section, there's some text messages between you and the defendant. We're going to go ahead and display those. So at 10:16, the defendant texts you, hey, did you make contact with? And you respond, not with my memo, but I'm texting with Colt. He told me about his teachers. So you there tell the defendant that Colt told you about his teachers. Was what Colt told you consistent with what the defendant had said was going on with his teachers?
Yeah, it was almost identical. When the defendant told me about it originally, he asked me not to tell Colt that I knew that he had shared it with me because he didn't want him to be upset.
Okay. And Your Honor, those were the text messages you wanted me to make it through.
Listen, it's 12 o'clock.
You wanted me to make it through. Oh.
Here, we're closed, so we're gonna go ahead and take a lunch break, at 1 o'clock, all right? We'll discuss the case, and I'll look up anything. We too will be in recess. You know, if there's really one that we need to take up.
Okay.
The certified prior, you said.
Wait, what was this hot mic? Let's see.
The certified prior, you set it down over here, you still need it.
No.
Okay, it's gone. All right, well, I'm probably going to go switch over while this is on lunch and hop in with Bob for Richards. If I can, let's see. Not sure I'll be able to. But before I do that, let me just do this. Sharon, member for 5 months. Thanks for your continued support. Dee Dee, thank you for everything. Love my Dee Dee family. Kathleen Kelly, thanks for your generosity. Do we actually really believe this woman? Thoughts? I think there were a lot of people in the chat that didn't necessarily believe her 100%. I think we can definitely see signs that she is deflecting, minimizing. I think there's probably definitely some truth to what she says, but this is a court of law, so what we think like that, Cody in Tennessee put that up before. Thank you. And Sherry Rain, thank you for giving us a front row seat to the state by state circus. It's a stark reminder of just how dysfunctional our judicial system has become. Yes, Sherry, that is. But I'll say instead of has become, has been. Always has. Maybe it'll change one day. Donna McCarthy, thank you for your becoming a new member, along with Paige and along with Larisha Harris, who I think has already been a member, maybe re-upping. Welcome to each of you. Family hugs for all of you. And we will remain on lunch until for the next 45 minutes, 50 minutes. All right, people. I'm going to go see if I can. No, I can't leave because then no streamy. I leavey, no streamy. So I'll go listen by Bob's room. Listen behind Bob. See you guys soon. Hello, hello. They should be coming back soon. Right, if they're on time. Checked out some of the, basically just heard like 10 minutes of maybe not even that much of the states of the defense's opening statement in Richens. They used the old witch and the old lady picture, one of those pictures where, different people see different things. I don't know if anybody saw it. I always see the old lady, and it was very hard to find the witch until Bob pointed it out. There's another one like that. Can't remember. Lunch break. What'd you guys do on the break here? Should have just waited till the logo started moving. Y'all know how I hate talking to you guys. Just making small talk. But I mean, with this case, it's a sad, sad state of affairs. Kids being dosed by mom, ignored by all. There might be a lot of people who relate to, well, he didn't have life insurance yet, but we haven't gotten to what happened on that Saturday, I don't think, when the mom says she came up to get him, to go with dad to get him in. But the answer might be that y'all told me the school said, see our counselor first before checking him in. Robin loves Mike forever says, I've got you in one ear, Bob in the other. Health insurance, sorry. I'm still thinking about the Richens trial. Thanks. Mirage of reality in Minnesota, Montana, Michigan. MN. Yes, Gina. So do none of you know about the old lady in the witch picture? Is that why no one's answering what they see? Minnesota. Thanks, Mirage. I'll pop it up. Let's see. Or young lady in the witch, sorry. Really, I think it's like, I don't know if it's supposed to be a witch. I think it's really just an old lady. Well, this one, they put up this other picture. All you see is the old lady. I don't think that's even the right one. But wait, it's too big. Gotta make it smaller. How am I going to share this? Let's see. Yeah, it's cutting it off. That's weird. Get smaller. I mean, this is it. Let me do it this way. No, you can't see. You can't see the whole picture. Damn it. All right, hold on. Oh, here. This one's good. There we go. Question is, what do you see? Now I see them both right away. Now that Bob pointed them out again. Now it's almost harder for me to see the young lady. Yeah, now all I see is the old lady. I have to look hard to see. Got to blink to see the young lady. What do you guys see? Both, mostly the young woman. It's weird. Looks different to me. You guys see the old lady when you try, though? All right, so here, I'll do it over here. Now I can only see the old lady. Me too. That's what happened to me. I feel like this picture. Oh, we're back at court. Back at court.
The majority, there's one that's also along the lines of him describing how he's feeling, where he states Colt states it's getting worse. Had to take another, I don't remember the rest of it.
I'll make it to school trust.
Thank you.
I'll make it to school, is that what you said?
Mhm.
I'll make it to school. And what was the date on that?
That was August 29th.
August 29th.
Um,
So we would do the same, just to be consistent, same hearsay objection on that in terms of
I'll switch it when they call the jury in, and I'll point it out.
not being able to cross him about exactly what that means, his condition, all that kind of stuff.
And for the record, it's at 2:27 p.m. that day. Marcy texts, "How do you feel today, Colty?" And then he doesn't respond. And at 6:37, she says, "You out there, Colty?" And he responds at 6:38, "Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, it's just getting worse. Had to take another. I'll make it to school trust." And then there's some other text messages that we won't display. And then Marcy says at 6:42 p.m., Mamu is going to bring me back up there on Saturday for a few days. That place I sent you in Athens is open on Saturdays. So if you feel up to it, we could go check it out. So again, the purpose is to show that he's feeling worse, to show an existing mental condition, and then her response. It also puts her response in context about why she wants to take him to that facility on Saturday.
All right, so is the state contending that one qualifies as the hearsay exception?
Yes, I mean, I think it does qualify as a hearsay exception, and then also it would be admissible to put in context Marcy's response about wanting to take him to an inpatient treatment. And it
Exacerbation phase.
specifically is about how he is feeling that day.
All right, while they're looking,
Is this circled one?
I'll share this one. So the old lady, this is her mouth. This is her chin where my mouse is going. This is her giant nose. The young lady, this is her eyelash. This is her hair. This is her nose. And this is a choker. This is her ear, hair, eyelash, nose, jawline, choker. Old lady, nose, mouth, chin. So I only saw like the young lady, and I think that picture is faded or something, the one that we were looking at. But it took a while for me to see the old lady or the witch, whatever we call her.
So the only one from this packet, I'm just looking at what's been circled, is the one on the first page of
Correct.
Colt's that you went in there.
Yes.
I do believe that would qualify as the hearsay exception for the existing emotional physical condition.
Judge.
803(3). Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor.
Georgia Rule 803. Wait, where'd it go? A statement describing or explaining an event or condition made while the declarant was perceived. Oh, no, that's present sense. 8033. Then existing mental or physical condition. A statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition, such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feeling, bodily pain, health, but not including statements of memory or belief to prove the fact remembered or believed, unless such statement relates to the execution, revocation, identification, or terms of the declarant's will, and not including a statement or belief as to the intent of another person. We've got no blooping, people, because we are live. Oh, no. Blink a bunch of times, my person's monkey.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so on August 28th, you and Colt were texting about how he thought his teachers were plotting against him. And then we moved to August 29th, the next day. Was Colt doing better or worse that day, or the same?
I don't remember off the top of my head without looking at my text.
I'm going to go ahead and display what is from State's Exhibit 159, which is Marcy Gray's cell phone extraction from the date August 29th.
That's not right.
Starting at 2:27 p.m. So you text Colt, how do you feel today, Colty? At 2:27, he doesn't respond, and you text about 4 hours later at 6:37, and this is actually UTC time, so this would be 10:27 and 2:37. So you text, you out there, Colty? And then he responds, yeah, I'm here, sorry, it's just getting worse, had to take another, I'll make it to school, trust. And then you send him a text at 6:42. Mamu is going to bring me back up here on Saturday for a few days. That place I sent you in Athens is open on Saturdays. So if you feel up to it, we could check it out. So I guess he tells you things are getting worse. And then you send him another text about going to Athens Behavioral on Saturday.
Yes.
Is that accurate? All right. So that Thursday, after you text with him, did you try to call the school?
Yes. The school was closed on that Friday, I think. And so I had planned on calling and talking to Lisa, the guidance counselor, her guidance counselor, his guidance counselor. And I did call and I got a hold of her and I was just basically going to give her an overview of what had been going on with Colt, what our plans were, and just to make sure that she was aware of what was going on. And I did get a hold of her. She was in the middle of talking with another parent. And I said, well, it's very important that I talk to you today. I don't want it to wait till next week. She said, give me your phone number and I'll call you back. I promise. She never called me back. And
I'll go ahead and display those phone calls from the timeline from August 29th from your cell phone extraction. Looks like there was you called twice and you spoke to her one time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So that was Thursday, the 29th. On Saturday, the 31st, you were planning on taking Colt to Advantage Behavioral. At this point, were you still living in Fitzgerald?
Yes, I was staying in Fitzgerald.
Had you been in Fitzgerald ever since August 16th?
Yes.
Okay. And Colin, did he have all of the children up here in Barrow County in his custody?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me what the plan was for you getting to Barrow County to go to Athens Advantage Behavioral.
So originally my mom was going to drive up to Wander with me. She broke her hand. So that plan was off the table. And so I had asked her if she would maybe meet Colin halfway so he wouldn't have to drive all the way down to Fitzgerald. At first she was going to do that, but again, her hand was really bad. And so I ended up asking Colin if he would drive the whole way to come and get me. Again, we had been planning all kinds of activities and stuff that we were going to do with the kids, and we're going to go to the Athens crisis on Saturday. And then out of nowhere, really Friday night, Colin's mood completely changed. He was not really even wanting to talk about the weekend. Then Saturday morning, he basically said he wasn't going to come get me. He didn't have money for gas, even though we had planned on doing all of these things that cost money, as well as my mom was always giving him gas money. So gas wasn't an issue. I don't know what the issue was, honestly. But he said he wasn't coming to get me. And then he went silent. He, again, with no texts, no calls. I was talking to the kids on their phones all weekend, but he basically ignored me the rest of the weekend.
And you indicated that Friday night when y'all were talking, his mood changed. Did y'all get into kind of a verbal disagreement about something?
Yeah, I think I want to say the guns came up again. The storage or putting away of the guns.
And when you say that came up again, does that mean you were talking to him about putting the guns up again?
Well, I asked if they were put up, and because he had said he was going to put them up. By put up, I mean lock them in his truck. And when I asked him about them, he got really defensive and angry, and basically said no, they weren't locked up. And I said, if you don't lock them up, I'm going to call in another wellness check with Barrow County. I'm going to have Boo-Boo go in your bedroom and look and see if the guns are still in the top of the closet or whatever, out on the dresser. And of course that he didn't like that. So I'm sure that played into why he didn't want to come get me on Saturday.
And at this time, I'm going to display text messages from August 31st that morning between you and the defendant. And they are in the August 31st tab of State's Exhibit 156 under text messages.
I mean, I'm going to get a little sidetracked here because going back to the Zoloft, now we're going to hear what her dose was. Okay. But let me just share what the Mayo Clinic says about the initial dose for Zoloft. Now, first, bear in mind, Zoloft for someone with undiagnosed bipolar disorder. Now, I'm not saying he has it. We've seen some psychologists in here saying it doesn't sound like he has it, but let's just assume, because he's describing feeling manic, and I understand that we all have an internal monologue going on, but I think it's different when people are describing voices telling them to do something. And I'm not sure. I guess one of you professionals in here can tell me, does that not count as your internal monologue? Like if you're hearing it as a voice directing you to do something, and you can't distinguish it as just your brain thinking about something, I don't know. But let's just assume if he had undiagnosed bipolar disorder, if you have, and this is from Healthline, if you have bipolar disorder and you're taking an antidepressant such as Zoloft without a mood stabilizer, you may be at risk for shifting into manic or hypomanic episodes. And not all antidepressants do this, but Zoloft does. Now, going back to the Mayo Clinic and proper dosing, initial dosing, it's different depending on what you're using it for. So for depression, adults, 50 milligrams once a day. Child, don't do it without your doctor. Obsessive compulsive disorder, teenagers, 50 milligrams once a day. Panic disorders, that's what she says she's giving it to him for. Adults, 25 milligrams once a day. Children, dose must be determined by a doctor. So, it's kind of insane to me that she has not been charged with endangering the health, the welfare of a minor on that, or even some drug-related offense for giving out your, unprescribed, scheduled drugs. And I'm sure the defense is going to ask about that. But if this stuff isn't taken into consideration with what's going on with this child, to me, it's just not fucking right. Period. I know what he did is horrible. I know obviously what he did is horrible and like the worst possible thing. But I just don't think that he is 100% responsible for his actions. He was in an extreme mental, undergoing extreme mental health issues. He was begging for help. He was like traumatized, and it's just, it sickens me. It sickens me. All right, let's go.
So you send the defendant a text message at 10:24 that says, about the leave fits. Mamu isn't coming to stay because my daddy's birthday is tomorrow. Can you and Boo meet us halfway so she doesn't have to drive all the way up and back in one day with a broken hand? And then there was a phone call after that between you and the defendant. Is that where y'all talked, where he gave the gas money excuse?
Probably, I'm not sure. I'm not absolutely sure what was said during that
And
conversation.
then at 11:46, you sent another text message to the defendant, or 11:35, that says, so that's it. You were prepared to spend money on gas and everything else to go to Lake Blue Ridge, but you can't spend the gas to drive 2 hours and pick me up. That's BS, and you know it. And then at 2:01 p.m. that same day, you say, I can't believe how selfish you're being. Me and Boo have literally been counting down the days for 2 effing weeks till I could come visit. I would never have done this to you.
Wait a minute. What's about we're supposed to be taking our kid to inpatient?
And then on September 1st at 1:01 p.m., you say, why are you doing this? And then on September 2nd at 9:46, you say, are you just going to keep ignoring me? At least let me know y'all are okay. And then he responds on September 3rd at 7:31. Hey, sorry, just trying to keep everyone and everything together and calm. It's not the easiest thing. but I want you to talk to Boo regardless, okay? So between when you were supposed to go down that Saturday and that text message on September 3rd, did he contact you at all?
No.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you, up until that August 31st, you and the defendant had been communicating about your concerns about Colt and his concerns about Colt?
Yes.
Okay. That weekend, August 31st, did the defendant take Colt to Advantage Behavioral?
No.
Now we're going to move to September 4th, the day of the shooting.
That's the thing. Barely hop. Sorry that
Were
happened.
you
to you.
again still in Ben Hill?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
Did you talk to the defendant that morning of September 4th?
Yes.
And what happened when you talked to him?
He basically told me that Colt had sent him some strange text messages. I told him I had not got.
All right. If you're not paying attention, pay attention now, because this is the discussion between mom and dad when dad was getting the weird text messages. And I'm assuming this is what prompted her phone call to the school.
Any text messages from Colt, and so he sent me what Colt had sent him. At the time, I was in the car with my mom. I don't even remember what we were doing, but I shared them with her, and from there, we just kind of discussed what the text messages were, and I wanted, to find out what was going on quickly, because reading the text messages, just like he could tell, I could tell there was a tone to it, and they were like kind of really short, and they weren't normal Colt texts, so you could tell something was not right. So I tried texting Colt, I think first, couldn't get a response. I never actually got a text from Colt himself until after I had started trying to call the school and talk to the school.
And when you called the school, were you able to talk to somebody?
Yes.
And who did you talk to?
I talked
Alessia?
to Miss Lisa, his guidance counselor that I called on Thursday the week before.
And at this time, I'm going to display that phone call from State Exhibit 159, Marcy Gray's cell phone extraction, and it's from the timeline portion of that exhibit.
Thank you. Welcome the mouse.
So you
here.
call the school at 9:50 a.m. and speak to Miss Butler for 8 minutes and 57 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what y'all talked about.
Well, she started out by apologizing. She said that in the 30 minutes that she was with the other parents, that prior Thursday, she had misplaced my phone number. So then I went ahead and just kind of covered some of what had been going on with Colt, told her about the anxiety, told her about some of the issues between him and his dad. I told her.
I think this is about, and you guys in the chat, let me know if I'm wrong, 40 minutes. Did she say 9:50, 9:40? I think it was shortly after like 10:20-ish or something that the first shot was fired. I mean, this is what we've been talking about like this case where all these bizarre coincidences should have obviously come together, like, to stop something horrific from happening, but it's somehow everything that could have stopped it lined up not to stop it, and it's just so horrible. It's just so horrible. Um, but yeah, mom's calling the school now. Same day. Less than an hour before.
About some of the issues between him and his dad. I told her a number of different things. I actually had a list written in a notebook that I had at the time. And then she went on to tell me that basically it was ironic that I had called her because his first period teacher had sent her an email saying that Colt had been asking questions about active shooter drills.
Wait a minute. I'm going back. I'm sorry.
This, like I said,
Come
was
right back
in
to the
the
spot. Or
period
I'm just going to look.
prior to where he was at that
She
time.
said this time was
Like there was,
call log
you called twice and you spoke to her one time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
1809,
Apalachee
1809.
High School active shooter.
Wait, sorry.
So,
I really had no idea what to call off right now, and y'all need to go look them on to tell me. I actually had a list written in a notebook that I had at the time, and then she went on to tell me that basically it was ironic that I had called her because his first period teacher had sent her an email saying that Colt had been asking questions about active shooter drills. This, like I said, was in the period prior to where he was at that time. When she told me that, I said, okay, well, we need to cut this phone call off right now, and y'all need to go locate my son and find out what's going on.
did you tell her that he had had access to guns?
Yes, I don't remember how I worded it, but I did tell her about the guns in the house, and that him and his dad, enjoyed shooting guns at the gun range, and it was like a hobby. And so she said, okay, well, I'll see if I can't find somebody to track him down. And I didn't feel like I couldn't hear urgency in her voice. And I said, I need you to take this seriously. I need you to put down what you're doing, and you need to go find him right now, please.
I just want to correct myself that and maybe you guys mentioned it in the chat already, but that other call was the Thursday before. That was the 28th, not September 4th. Now, obviously, she's talking about September 4th, but the call that I looped back and pulled up and looked at the time wasn't the right time. So sorry about that. Mom's really making herself, I didn't seem like she said all that, the counselor, whoever was on the stand, that the mom said all that, but.
And, no, please. And, so we got off the phone.
And after you got off the phone, you said that Colt did text you.
Yes, he did text me. He basically texted me almost exactly what he had originally texted his dad earlier.
And I'm going to go ahead and display that text from 10:02 on September 4th, where he says, I'm sorry. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, text the dad a lot more than that. Is that all she
So
knew about?
At this point, are you concerned?
Very, very concerned.
And I'm going to pull up some more text that you sent to your mother and to the defendant from 10:17 on September 4th. Up there on the right, you say, you should probably go ahead and make arrangements to leave work. And then at 10:18, you text the defendant, they're going to need you at the school. So at this point, y'all,
This
the
is
school
minutes
shooting has
before.
not started.
Minutes before.
Tell me why you're telling him he needs to go ahead and go to school.
I think primarily it was just because I knew something was going on with Colt. What that something was, I had no idea. Whether he was just having another panic attack episode, because in the month or so leading up to this, there had been several times where he was having really bad anxiety at school, and so he would leave class and just go sit in the guidance counselor's office. I didn't know if he was going to hurt himself, hurt someone else. I really had no idea what was going on.
I don't know if
but
there would have been time. She'd take 2 minutes.
I knew something was not right. And I knew at the very least the defendant was going to need to go to the school to find out what was going on with Colt.
Okay. And so, and you had some concern that he may have brought the gun to school, right?
Honestly, that crossed my mind after I knew that they were having like active shooter stuff going on. I won't say that crossed my mind initially when I was reading the text and stuff.
Okay.
My mind didn't immediately go to the gun.
But eventually it did.
Sure.
And then at 11:32 that morning,
11:42?
you Google Apalachee High School active shooter. And that's when
Let's see.
it pops up that a Georgia school is on lockdown
Yes.
amid reports of an active shooter. Is that right?
Yes, I had already tried to call the school multiple times and no one was answering. So then I tried calling my daughter's school, which was right there by the high school, and nobody was answering there. So that's when I Googled
And when you Googled it and found that there was an active shooter, you sent the defendant a text message at 11:34, and it says it's already on the news. At that point, did y'all know what had happened?
Yeah, I don't think you have to have a whole lot of sense to know what had happened at that point.
And at 11:34, you talked to the defendant. And then you talked to him again at 12:22. What did y'all talk about?
Honestly, I probably couldn't tell you exactly what was said. Actually, I do know one thing that came up. I called him at one point to find out if he was at the school, if he had made it to the school or not. And he said, well, I didn't go to the school. I'm going to the house, or I'm at the house. And I said, why are you at the house? And he said, well, I said, you need to be at the school. We have 2 other children. And he said he wanted to see if the Colt's gun was at the house.
During that phone conversation, did he express any concern for Colt's well-being?
No.
Did you drive up to Barrow County that day?
Yes, my mom drove, but I rode with her. We left pretty shortly after it was started being reported on.
And is it fair to say before Colt's name was released, you knew that Colt was the shooter? Is that fair to say?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that you and the defendant, after you left and went back to Fitzgerald, y'all continued to communicate about Colt and the issues he was having. Is that correct?
Prior to the shooting.
One of those issues was that he wasn't going to school, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to pull up from State's Exhibit 159, a search that you did on August 29th, which was a couple of days before that Saturday.
Mhm.
We'll go back to the. So you Googled truancy laws in Georgia at 10 o'clock on August 29th.
Mhm.
Were you concerned about kind of who could get in trouble if Colt didn't go to school?
No, I can actually tell you exactly why I looked this up. So Colin was also concerned about Colt not going to school. And he had called and basically told me an idea that he had to try and get Colt to go to school. And he was going to call me, or he was going to have me call him and pretend to be someone from the truancy office. And he was going to have the conversation where Colt could hear him talking to me on the phone, to try and scare him into thinking, he was going to be truant and get in trouble. And so that's why I looked up truancy laws, because there was a question I had about his plan, and whether or not it would really make any sense or not, because, Colt's a smart kid, and I didn't want him to get online and look something up and be like, what are you doing? I know that's not the truancy officer or whatever. So that's why I was looking that up.
So that was around 10 on August 29th. And then at 2:30 is when you text Colt and ask him how he's doing. And if you could bring up those texts again. So the text messages. Page 25. All right, so at 2:37 p.m., you say, "You out there, Colty?" And then he responds at 2:38, "Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, it's just getting worse. Had to take another. I'll make it to school. Trust."
Take another Zoloft.
About 20 minutes later, at
Take
3
another
o'clock,
Zoloft.
you Google
Too much
school
Zoloft.
shooter parents charged with manslaughter.
What?
And then at
There's
3
that
o'clock,
up.
you read an article that says what James Crumbley's manslaughter conviction means for parents.
Mm.
And then at 3:05, you search again, school shooter parents charged with manslaughter.
829? 829?
Tell me why you were searching that.
Holy shit. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe it. August 29th, 6 days before the shooting. And she just testified that she did not think he took the gun to school. Oh, I didn't think about that till after the shooting. All right, I know you guys want to hear this, so let's go.
They had just come out with a documentary about
Bullshit.
those parents, and Colt and I had actually watched it before I went home and had some discussions about it. And I think the reason I looked it up is because we didn't know what the outcome of it was.
Oh, I just willy-nilly looked it up.
So you had seen a documentary with Colt before you went back to Fitzgerald
Yes.
about the parents.
I think go ahead.
Oh, sorry. And it talked about why the parents were charged. Ethan Crumbley's parents were charged?
Yes.
Okay. So if that's what the documentary was about, then why at 3:05 did you Google why were Ethan Crumbley's parents charged? If you learned that from the documentary.
I have no idea. I mean, I obviously had more questions about it even after the documentary, you know.
And then
Sins of the Parents, I just looked it up. Sins of the Parents release date, April 18th, 2024. On Hulu, if that's what she's, and Disney, if that's what she's talking about. April 18th, 2024. And now those searches were not just to figure out what happened at the end. Come on now.
you went to an article that said what led to James and Jennifer Crumbley's guilty verdict and read that. Does that sound accurate?
Probably. I mean, once you Google something, it comes up with a million different things, and just click on everything you see.
And let's see, at 3:09, you actually Google safe storage gun laws in Georgia.
Who's on
Why did you
trial
Google
here?
that?
It could have been something that came from what I was reading about the Crumbley parents. It could have been,
I mean, I see what you guys are all saying in chat. Like, why isn't the defense objecting? It seems prejudicial. I mean, this does seem prejudicial in the sense that it's like the jury could be saying, well, if mom knew all this, if mom had enough information to suspect all this, then dad must have. And maybe the defense is over there thinking, well, I mean, this just looks like it's all mom's fault. We're just going to keep letting it in. But I do think, as you guys are all pointing out, I do think the risk here is if it was this obvious to the mother, father knew too. And the mother's not on trial here. So I don't know why the defense isn't objecting. It might be because they touched on all of this pre-trial. I'm not 100% sure. And sometimes people, the objection can draw attention that you're really worried about this. And also maybe they think they're gonna just blow this out of the water on cross. We'll have to see. But, based on you guys' comments here, I mean, is that what you guys think as well? Like, it's making it so clear that the mom knew something, knew enough, should have done more, that's sort of like oozing over to the dad because if mom knew, dad knew. And I thought that the counselor did testify already. One of the early after all of the kids. I know somebody testified to getting a call from mom. And what she said, what that person said is that mom just told her to check on the kid. And it was vague. That's what they testified to. Now, listen, the school has their own shit to worry about here. So if mom really had said to the school, no, I need you to get off this phone this immediate second and go and check, because this needs to be taken seriously, but I don't know. I mean, the school actually did do that. They did go right away. I don't know, people. I don't know. See what they do on cross. I don't know why there's no objections here. Loop back 10 seconds.
Something that came from what I was reading about.
I'll go back again. Let's see. She asked her this.
Why did you Google that?
It could have been something that came from what I was reading about the Crumbley parents. It could have been me looking for a way to get Colin to store the guns legally. I don't know. I can't tell you exactly.
Okay. Because the Crumbley parents were charged because they didn't secure their weapons, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And
Objection, Judge, the DA's testifying.
well,
No, it's true.
I asked her if that was correct, and she said yes. I'm trying to give context to her searches.
That's true too.
Objection, lead.
Well, I think in this particular instance, I think it's okay to lead.
Well, I'll sustain the lead in the question. Ask me the question.
Okay. Next, you visited a website for safe storage gun laws in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
So you were specifically looking up gun laws for Georgia. Can you tell us why you wanted to know about that?
Well, because the Crumbley parents didn't lock up the guns.
Probably because the guns in Colin's house were not being stored in any way.
Okay. And then you went to a website that says secure storage or child access prevention required.
So with these comments, a couple of you are commenting like, wow, I guess she knew this would get dad out of the way. We'll have to see if between the 29th and the 4th, she says she texted or called her husband to be like, hey, by the way, those Crumbley parents, they were charged with manslaughter for their kid shooting up a school because they didn't lock them up. I've been searching this. You should go lock the guns up immediately because our son is unhinged. And he made some weird comments when we watched the Crumbley documentary. I mean, I wonder what she did with this information. But this story she's telling now, like, oh, I just wanted to see what kind of happened with that because we had just watched it. And then I just kept Googling it. And then right after that, after I learned like the real reason, one of the primary reasons they got charged was because the guns weren't locked up, and gun safety, allowing kids access to kids with mental health issues. I mean, for God's sakes, people. And she's like, oh no, I just think I was Googling it just because. All right, let's go. I'll stop. This one is what she just said. Safe storage gun laws in Georgia, 8/29 at 3:09 p.m. I think they said that this time is real time. It's already been adjusted because it says UTC -4, which is what they are, is UTC -4. So that's real time.
So you went to a website specifically about preventing children from getting access to firearms.
Yes.
Was that the same reason you went to that website?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, because my kids are in the house with the guns.
So after you
Oh, that's why. Not because the
Googled-
Crumbleys were charged.
why the Crumbleys
Right.
were charged with manslaughter, and then also looked at safe storage laws in Georgia, you had a conversation with the defendant.
Oh, here we go. There you go. She did.
And
Did
that
you?
would have been at 3:55
Mm-hmm.
for 14 minutes. Surely you brought up what you had found out in that conversation. Is that accurate or not accurate?
Probably. Honestly,
Probably?
I can't remember what we talked about. It
Objection.
depends on really the reason I was looking it up. You know, if I wanted to try and find something to convince him to lock the guns up, then yeah, I probably would have shared something with him. If it didn't prove my reasoning for wanting the guns put up, then I probably didn't bother sharing it with him.
If it didn't,
With the fact that
oh, this is shady.
you found a
Yeah.
case where parents were charged where a child shot someone, would that be something that you would want to
Objection.
tell him in order to put the
Objection.
guns up?
Oh, sure.
She said, I don't remember if I told him. So why are they going to let her keep saying, but you would have, that you would have told him, that you would have told him.
But I mean, I think he was already aware, I mean, of that case. He didn't watch the documentary, I don't think, but
Okay. And so y'all talked for 14 minutes from 3:55 to about 4:10. And then at 4:11, you once again looked up what led to James and Jennifer Crumbley's guilty verdict.
There you go again.
Why did you look it up again right after you got off the phone with the defendant?
I have no idea. I'm sure it had something to do with what we talked about.
Okay. And then you had 6 more conversations with the defendant that day, August 29th into the evening. So you have at 4:19, at 4:21, at 5:03, at 5:12, at 5:31, and at 5:41, you're talking to the defendant. You testified earlier that when you talked to the defendant on Friday, August 29th, in the evening, his attitude changed because y'all got into a disagreement about him putting the guns up. Did your searches prompt that discussion?
Probably.
And so you, on this date,
Probably.
testify that you told him to put the guns up. And
Yeah.
what did he tell you?
He told me, well, I had one comment that I remember specifically. He said that if he went in Colt's room and tried to take his gun to put it up, that it would basically cause a shitstorm, indicating he basically didn't want to take his gun away because he didn't want to deal with it.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
All right. Buckle up.
Yes, yes.
Here we go.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gray. Mine's Brian Hobbs, and I represent Mr. Gray. I'm going to ask you some questions. If I ask a question that doesn't make sense, let me know. I'll try and rephrase it.
Okay.
I understand going to be asking you questions about things that happened a good year and a half ago. Okay.
Yes.
I know you made some previous statements, so if it would help to refresh your recollection, let me know, and I can kind of show you some of these statements to help see if that'll help.
Okay.
All right. Now, you've been testifying for a while and you've told us a lot of stuff, so I definitely have some questions for you.
Okay.
Maybe we'll work backwards a little bit. So we just heard about some internet searches you did,
Yes.
correct? Back on August 29th, right?
Yes.
And it sounds like you have a bit of a memory about those conversations, but maybe don't remember everything that was said between you and Mr. Gray that day.
Yeah.
All right. And I'm going to bounce around a little bit, so just let me know if I'm getting kind of confusing or anything, and I'll try and slow down. All right. So you first called Lisa Butler, and I'm orienting you to kind of that last week of August in 2024. You called Lisa Butler on Thursday afternoon. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And your mom had met with Miss Butler, what, about 5 days prior to that? A week prior?
Yeah, I think it was on a Tuesday, maybe, or Wednesday.
Tuesday or Wednesday of that same week? If you know, I'm
I
not
don't
asking
know.
you to guess.
I don't, yeah, I would
Okay.
guess. It was either that week or the week prior. I think it was
Okay.
that same week though.
So you called Miss Butler on Thursday afternoon and you spoke to her, it sounds like very briefly.
Yes, very.
Said you had some more information you wanted to share with her, but it sounds like you needed more time to do that.
She needed more time.
Right.
Yeah.
So
yes.
you just simply asked her to call you back and left your number with her,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
Okay. And then it sounds like the next day, Friday, would have been a school holiday.
Yes.
Is that what your memory is?
Yeah.
And then the following Monday was a school holiday as well, correct? If you remember.
I'm not positive.
That's okay. And obviously we heard about these conversations you would have had on the 29th, which would that have been the same day you talked to Ms. Butler or was that the next day?
I talked to Miss Butler on Thursday, so the conversations were on Friday.
Conversations with Mr. Gray
Yes.
were on Friday. So those internet searches were on Friday as well.
Yes,
Okay.
according to, yes, what the prosecutor just said.
Gotcha. And those searches that we just saw, those would have been on Friday too.
Yes.
The internet searches about truancy laws, about the Crumbleys, all that stuff. Okay. Do you remember any Google searches you would have done on your phone around that same day about Nicholas Cruz?
No.
Adam
I mean, I
Lanza?
wouldn't be surprised, but
Well, I'm just asking if you remember. I'm not asking you
No,
to guess.
I Google all kinds of stuff every single day, so there's no way. I
Okay.
remember.
You remember Googling Adam Lanza,
No,
Parkland,
no.
Sandy Hook?
Mm-mm.
All right. Do you
Did she or didn't she?
remember receiving information that day? And I'm not asking you what anybody else said, but do you remember receiving any information that your son Colt had been trying to get in touch with Nicholas Cruz?
Receiving information that he had been trying to get in touch with him.
Trying to communicate with Nicholas Cruz? Did you receive any information around the same time regarding Nicholas Cruz and Colt reaching out to him without telling me what anybody told you?
I don't know if it was at that specific time.
Okay, we'll circle back with that. Maybe
Okay.
some text messages might help refresh your memory.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. Now, all right. This all kind of seems to happen over a real short period of time within about a 30-day span that things accelerated based on what you're telling us. But it also sounds like from the testimony we've heard, there was a lot going on for.
So he did not try to refresh her recollection. So I don't know if his point was you did make these searches or you didn't search any of these other school shooters. You just searched this one school shooter. So I'm just not sure. I mean, clearly he's going to have to prove something up with this. Her son was trying to contact Cruz. But let's see.
For quite a while, much longer period of time than 30 days. So let's start.
Thanks, Brian.
All right. So, and just to kind of clarify, just so we're all on the same page, when you're having these conversations on the 29th with Mr. Gray, you said that you thought they might have been about putting guns up, right?
Yes,
Okay. And that might have been what one of the main disagreements was.
yes.
Okay. And
It might not.
When you say disagreement, obviously I think what you're trying to say is that you guys had different opinions on whether or not the gun should be put up at all
Yes, and how they should be put up.
and how they should be stored. Is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes,
And it sounds like you were not satisfied with the answers you were receiving with Mr. Gray before this conversation ended.
yes.
Okay. So after that happened on the 29th, did you call 911?
She's not the one on
No.
trial, sir.
Did you ask to do a welfare check?
I told the defendant that I was going to do a welfare check if he did not.
And did you in
Good
fact
to-
call 911 to do a welfare check?
No.
And you had done that previously. You knew how to do it.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
But he was not communicating with me at that time.
that you did the welfare
At all.
check?
Mhm.
So you're referring back to November of 2023.
Yes.
Okay. And so you're saying the reason you didn't do a welfare check this time is because he was communicating with you.
He was at least, I mean, I knew that my kids were not dead.
Okay. And on the 30th,
Mhm.
which would have been the Saturday, it sounds
Sure.
like,
Mhm.
right?
I'll
You didn't
start your
call
comment
911
for
on that
later.
day.
No,
Now, he wasn't communicating with you on that day.
no, but the kids were.
Kids were. Okay. Didn't ask to do a welfare check.
No, again, I was talking to the kids. So.
Okay. So on moving ahead to,
So this answers you guys' questions. Why wasn't the defense objecting? They think saying, well, how can you blame my client when mom didn't do shit is a good defense. But I don't see how two wrongs make a right. So but you know, let's see where they go. Let's see how they develop it. But if that was their plan, you know,
Sunday, didn't call 911 on Sunday.
No, I talked to him and the kids again on Sunday.
Okay. Didn't do a welfare check.
Nope.
Okay. Same question. We roll around to Monday. Didn't call 911.
No,
Didn't ask to do a welfare check.
no, at the time I felt like that would definitely be overkill.
Okay. Weren't concerned.
Mm.
Is that right? And you have to say yes or no for the court
Sorry.
reporter. That's okay. Everyone does it. So
not
Tuesday
concerned.
rolls around, right? So
Yes.
Tuesday, school's back in session. On Tuesday, you don't call 911.
No,
Don't ask to do a welfare check.
no.
Don't call the school.
Mm,
She does call the school. Wasn't Tuesday?
no.
Oh, that was
Okay.
Wednesday?
All right. So
It was.
now let's kind of go back a little bit. You talked a lot about things that happened in different years, 2022, 2023. And we heard that, for example, you were aware that Colt was interested in school shooters.
Yes,
You knew he researched them
Wednesday
online.
was the shooting.
yes.
You knew he followed them.
What do you mean by followed them?
Just was
Online.
interested in them,
Sure.
gathering research on them.
Yes, that's a good way to put it, research.
Okay. You had information that he was at least trying to communicate with one school shooter.
Yes,
So yeah, he was trying
And
to
you were aware that
communicate.
he created an account online to email this school shooter.
I don't remember, but I'm not saying that. I
Okay.
did not know that. Yeah. I knew he was trying to reach out to one of them.
Okay. Do you remember ever gathering information that he had sent money to this school shooter?
I think he said something about trying to put money on like a jail account or something.
Like a commissary account?
Yes.
Okay. And without telling me what he said, did you ask him where he got the money from?
No, because I'm just assumed that he was not being truthful about it.
So you didn't even ask him about it?
No,
Okay.
I don't think.
Okay.
Honestly, that's.
Let me
very
ask you
long
this.
time
Would
ago.
this information that we are now discussing that you received have been over a year ago?
Over a year from today?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Now, when you learned that Colt was trying to communicate with this school shooter, do you remember which school shooter he was trying to communicate with?
I don't.
Okay. Do you do you recall telling him that this was a bad idea?
I don't remember what I told him about any of it.
Okay.
It was not something that we talked about in depth. It was,
You don't think so?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. It doesn't stand out in your mind that he was trying to communicate with his mass murderer?
No.
Well, yeah, I remember him making a comment about it, but
Mhm.
again, he was very interested in all these things. So for him to make a comment about one of them, kind of take it with a grain of salt.
Okay. So you weren't concerned about it.
No,
And you did not share that information with Mr. Gray.
Probably not if we were not living together.
Okay.
There you go. There's one. Not shared with Mr. Gray.
This didn't raise a concern to
There
you
you
such
go,
that you would have
Alexandra.
reached out to law enforcement, for example.
No,
You wouldn't have tried to immediately intervene with mental health treatment at that point, based on that.
no, because
Just
he
based
wasn't.
on that.
Yeah, he wasn't talking about it from what I could tell in any kind of serious manner.
Okay. So you thought that the tone in which that you guys were talking about this was more joking than
Educational.
concerning.
Or just like a random interest.
Education.
Okay.
No.
Not an obsession.
No,
And based on that, you didn't tell him it was dangerous to do this?
I can't remember what I told him. Like I said,
You wouldn't have told him this is unacceptable?
again, it just depends on what he said and how he said it.
Okay. And it sounds like
If
you
it
don't
was
have a
said
lot
in
of
a, I mean, if I took it in a more of a joking, way, then no, I wouldn't have told him that because it was a joking way. Without reviewing really our conversation, I can't
No,
really tell
we'll
you much
circle
at all
back.
about
and-
it.
Sure.
We're
Sure.
going to circle back,
Okay.
people.
And pull some of these out. While we're doing this, while I'm looking through this, you stated that it would have been October of 23 that DFAX took the kids and gave them to Colin.
Yes,
Is that accurate, roughly, that
Yes.
month?
yes,
All right. And Colt had come to live with you, it sounds like, in September of 23. That's when you had the exchange where the guitar got thrown, based on your testimony?
I think they said August, but it may have been.
That's okay. I'm not trying to put words. You think it was closer to August?
No, that's just, I think what the prosecutor said. I can't remember off the top of my head what month.
Okay,
I just
so
said
what's your
yes to
memory?
whatever they say.
Okay. But thereabouts,
Mhm.
right? Okay. And prior to October, is it true that Colt had already gone back to live with his dad?
I don't remember the exact date.
Okay. So when DFAX took the kids away, do you recall, Colt
Yes.
Jr. and Jenny, do you recall if Colt was still there
No,
with
Colt had already gone back to stay with his dad.
Colt had
Yes.
already gone back to stay with his dad?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he rode with his dad down to Fitzgerald to get Jenny and Coley.
He being Colt.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that was a difficult time for you.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And the kids were essentially removed based on your understanding without telling me what anyone said because you failed the drug test.
Yes.
That accurate?
Yes.
All right. And like I said, you gave many statements. So I'm just going to ask you about remembering certain things. And if not, I might be able to kind of point you in the right direction.
Okay.
Do you remember giving this statement to investigator Jason Smith from Barrow County?
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So I believe you gave a statement to investigator Smith, but you also had a phone call interview with investigator Smith. Does that make sense?
Makes sense. Yes.
Okay. Do you also recall an interview with Agent Kelsey Ward and Agent Amelia Maddox from
I
GBI?
do. Yep.
And that would have been the same day as the shooting. Is that correct?
I don't remember.
So this is foundation for refreshing her recollection or impeaching her, whichever he's about to do or try to do first. But they have to be questioned, say that they remember the discussion, all of this foundational stuff. So
It
That's
was
okay.
very close if it wasn't the same day.
Very close. Okay. All right. And all right, let's go through some of these statements. We'll circle back on some of the text messages. So, and just kind of lock some other stuff in as well. The May 2023 police visit, you said you were not aware of that until September of 2024.
Yes,
So you're saying that Colin never shared that information with you about the police coming to his home? Is that
No.
correct?
yes.
Okay. And Colt never shared that information with you as well?
Not that I remember, no.
Not that you recall. Do you think that's something you probably would remember, probably stand out?
Yes,
FBI coming to his house or an FBI tip?
yes.
Okay. Now, when you called the school on the 4th to talk to Miss Butler, you told her it was urgent and there was something you had to tell her right away. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, I told her that the conversation itself was urgent.
Told her the conversation was urgent. Did you share the text messages with her?
What text messages?
You had received text message from Colin that were screenshots of text messages sent by Colt. Did you tell Miss Butler about those messages?
I think you're getting the days mixed up. I called
Let me
Miss.
try and clarify for
Okay.
you. Okay, and thank you for letting me know.
Mhm.
So I am referring to the morning of the shooting.
Yes,
You got some concerning text messages screenshot by Colin that were sent to you.
yes,
And then after receiving those messages, did you call the school?
yes,
Did you at that time speak with Miss Butler?
yes.
Okay, so now we're on the same page.
Now we're on the
I know
same
you
page.
talked to her a couple times,
Yeah.
so that makes sense. All right. Did you tell her what those text messages said?
I assume that I would.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you remember what you told her?
Well, it was an 8-minute conversation. So, like I said, I covered everything that was in most of what was in the list that I had, as far as Colt's behaviors, and the anxiety attack. Trying to remember if I shared. Yeah, I would have shared that text message with her.
Okay. You didn't tell her you thought he had brought a gun to school that day?
No, because I didn't. There's no
Because
way.
you didn't.
Because I didn't think that he had brought a gun
Okay.
to school.
You didn't tell her, I think he's going to shoot someone at the school.
I don't remember what I told her. I'm sorry.
That's okay. If you didn't think he brought a gun to the school, did you think he was going to do a school shooting that morning?
At the time, I didn't know what he was going to do. So it's very likely that I just started rattling off a bunch of hypothetical things that he might do, and I
Okay.
could have just been saying, I don't know if he's going to hurt himself. I don't know if he's going to hurt somebody else. I don't know if he's going to shoot himself, shoot somebody else. I may have said it in that way, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I literally thought he had brought a gun to school.
And
I
as you
was
just-
trying to get her to have some urgency about her actions.
And as you just testified, you did not believe he had brought a gun to school that day.
No, I mean, if I stopped and you asked me, do you think your son brought a gun to school today or that day? I would tell you, no, absolutely not. Not rationally, I wouldn't have thought that, no.
Nor would you rationally have thought that your son was going to school that day to perpetrate a school shooting.
No.
Your Google searches say otherwise.
Now,
I mean, come on.
prior to September 4th, you and your husband texted fairly frequently. Is that fair to say?
It depends. Yeah, on the days
guess
when
it's
he was talking to
relative.
me, it could be
Right.
overwhelming how many texts I would get.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. And in the month of August of 2024, okay, because that's kind of what we've been focused on a little bit.
Mhm.
You never sent Mr. Gray a text message just saying Colt is idolizing school shooters, for example.
I can't tell you whether I said that or not.
Okay.
I may have not.
Do you remember texting him that Colt was communicating with school shooters?
I don't remember. There's no way I can remember all the texts that I sent him, especially
It was-
about Colt and
Okay.
guns and everything.
Okay. Well, we can go through your text messages.
That's fine.
And
I assume she did not receive immunity because they didn't bring it up on direct.
you were aware that Mr. Gray was working with the school to get Colt counseling.
I know that he had signed a form allowing Colt to have counseling.
Okay. And you're aware from conversations with your mother that she met with Lisa Butler
Yes.
in middle to late August,
Yes.
and they had talked about counseling as well at the school.
Yes.
And to wait.
You were aware that plans had been put in motion for Colt to see someone at the school.
Yes. When my mom went up there, Miss Butler actually told my mom, because my mom told her about the crisis center that I wanted him to go to. And Miss Butler actually told my mom to hold off on taking him to the crisis center until he could meet with the state appointed counselor that the school used.
See, I mean, that is huge. It's huge. To me, like the things that are huge so far that fall in favor of the defendant are the fact that the police never really communicated any sort of firm understanding that Colt was involved and that Colt was responsible for the Discord communication about a school shooting or a threat at the school. Now you have him taking steps. They're supposed to go Saturday. Grandma tells him the school said you should wait. She's confirming the school said that you should wait. So, look, albeit, don't get me wrong. Don't get twisted. He should have had this kid in counseling long before this, for all of the other reasons. But when we're talking about knowledge that your son is a threat to others, is an imminent threat to others, and then not taking certain actions when you're being told to wait, when you're not even being told the full understanding of the dangerousness, I think this stuff is an issue from a law perspective, not from a parenting perspective. There's no doubt that these parents let their kid down in every way and put these other children at risk. But from a legal perspective, this has to play out that he knew of an imminent danger and that he didn't do what he should have done. Now, locking up the guns, that's a whole other thing, like that they're I mean, that he's got an issue.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that person is not there, every day.
Only on
And
Thursdays,
so-
I believe.
Do what?
Is that person only there on Thursdays?
I'm not sure. You may be correct, but that person,
The shooting was Wednesday.
according to my mom, that person was not going to be able to meet with Colt until the following week,
Right.
which is not what I was told to begin with. I thought that it was going to be like next day he's going to get to meet with the person.
Come on. I mean, listen, Tiff, he kept them safe in the package, in the box, nice and secure. He was keeping them clean and safe. Not on a trigger, but, in a box with the directions and the rules and or safety information. But yeah, yes, easy peasy.
And does it sound like the day he would have met with Colt would have been September the 5th of 2024?
Yep.
Yeah, if that was a Thursday, yeah.
The day after the shooting,
Yes.
right?
Mhm. And that was the counseling that my mom set up.
And your husband signed
Not
off
Colin.
for.
That's the counseling your mom set up.
Yes, with Lisa
Through
Butler.
the school. With
Yes.
Lisa Butler.
That your husband
And
signed
your
the sheet for.
testimony today is that Colin was not involved in that.
I didn't say that.
Well, that's
Oh.
why I'm asking. I want to make sure I'm not.
He signed a document
Okay.
that allowed Colt to see a state-appointed therapist.
Okay.
But as far as scheduling and going to the school and meeting with Lisa Butler, my mom was the one that did all of that.
Your mom's the one that met with Lisa Butler, but you're not sure how much communication Lisa Butler had with Colin.
No, that's correct.
Okay. And after, on September 4th, when you received these text messages from Colin, you told him to start heading back to the school. About what time was that?
I don't know.
Okay. Was that after you had heard there was an active shooter at the school or before?
Before.
We didn't officially hear there was an active shooter until later. So
Okay.
that would have been, I would have told him to go ahead and head back to the school before we knew for sure that there was an active shooter.
Before.
Yes,
Okay.
because I knew that there was something going on with Colt, that he needed to be there.
And even though you sent Colin to the school to deal with whatever was going on with Colt,
Mhm.
you did not feel the need to call 911,
No,
report anything based on what you learned from Colin. Is that correct?
no, because I had already talked to Lisa Butler. And
Okay.
they were,
And you thought that was enough to deal with the issue.
yes.
Now, and I know I'm bouncing around, so just
That's okay.
let me know if I'm not being clear on my dates. But you said you'd been contacted by a school counselor down in Fitzgerald back in September of 2021 regarding a Google search that Colt
Yes.
had done.
Yes.
Okay. So just do that, and then I'll know I need to give you more
Yes.
information to orient you. And it had to do with a search on Google, how to kill your dad or something in that line. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And the school resource officers actually reported to your home.
Yes.
And I believe you testified that Colin Gray was not at home when they showed up.
Yes.
When he was not there when they had this conversation or whatever conversation they had with you and or Colt.
No, he was not.
Was Colt there when they showed up?
Yes.
Did they, in fact, without telling me what they said, did they in fact have a conversation with Colt?
Yes.
All right. And you said that after that incident, you did not immediately tell Colin about that meeting.
No, I didn't.
You said it took you several months before you shared that information
Yeah, it
with
was
him.
probably a couple months. Yeah.
Make sense?
hmm
Okay. Now, when you were in Fitzgerald, there's a couple of defects cases, and I just kind of want to make sure I'm understanding. So one of the defects cases in Fitzgerald, that case was against you.
hmm
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is it true that the allegations that opened the defects case were that you had physically abused Colt? You had hit him or slapped him or
I
something of
slapped
that
him,
nature?
yes.
Okay. And that's what led to the home visits
Yes.
and the drug test?
Yes.
I think you said it was approximately a year of drug testing?
Yeah. It was until we left and moved back up
Okay.
here,
Okay.
which was about a year. Yeah.
Okay. And it sounds like right before they were going to close the case out is when you had this positive test.
Yes.
Do you recall what you tested positive for?
Methamphetamine was the main one, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember telling Investigator Smith why you had been using methamphetamine at that time? Do you remember what you told him?
No, I don't. Honestly, I don't even remember us talking about it.
Why she's using methamphetamine. I think that I'm giving him leeway, but I don't see how that's relevant to whether or not the defendant committed the crimes in this case.
Based on testimony she's already given regarding what was happening in Fitzgerald at that time with Colt and the behavioral issues that he was experiencing and how they were related to Colin.
Let me do this. I think
Yes.
a juror needed a break anyway, is that right? Someone. All right, go ahead and take up. Shame on him. All right. Is there a answer to the question that do you know the answer?
Yes.
Okay. What is the answer?
So basically what we're getting at is
I'm gonna get
there's
water.
been testimony that the issues with Colt's behavior at that time period and also leading up to 2024 were based on his interactions with Colin Gray. The answer that is in another statement that's a recorded statement that we have a transcript of is that Miss Gray started using methamphetamine when Colt got down to Fitzgerald because she was having difficulty taking care of all 3 kids by herself and working at the same time. What we're getting at, or what we're going to circle back around to and why it's relevant, is because the issues that Colt was having at the time were not attributed to Colin Gray. They would have in fact been attributed to Marcy Gray. And there's a pattern of that that will continue to build upon over the next 12 months, leading up to the middle of August prior to the shooting.
Well, he previously objected to us getting into any way that Colin treated Colt. When she answered because he was emotionally and mentally abusive, they asked for a mistrial. Now they want to get into what Marcy has done, which I mean, that is completely opposite of what they've previously been trying to do. But again, why Colt was created.
She's not the
why he did
defendant.
this is not relevant. What is relevant is who gave
What?
him the gun and what he knew, what that person knew when he gave him the gun, and what this whole
What? Why he was like that isn't real. I mean, you guys have put in evidence left and right about all the things and all the stuff. And then she's like, they asked for a mistrial when we mentioned abuse by the defendant. That's against the defendant. It does. We can impeach the witness with whatever we want. She doesn't have a constitutional right in this scenario. You can't have your cake and eat it too, state.
case has been about, and what Marcy has testified to is what
Oh,
the defendant.
and how the are they having this discussion in front of the witness? You are going to have the most hostile witness right now. It's insane. Like, he just said in front of her all the things that he's trying to like nonchalantly kind of ooze in her into establishing. She's going to be on high defense now. What is wrong with these people? Ask the witness to step out. You've already had the jury step out. To me, every time the jury steps out, the witness should step out, period. I have never had a conversation like this in front of a witness, ever.
What he knew about his mental state and what he knew when he continued to let Colt have the gun. Why Marcy started doing meth, the amphetamine, is not relevant.
Yeah, it is, because she just...
I interject here. We probably shouldn't be arguing in front of
There you go.
witness.
Wow.
We're giving her information that we probably should not be giving her consent for.
She just laughed.
Understanding what and again, I don't know how it is.
Your Honor.
As to that question,
Have her step out.
why were you using, I'm gonna permit you to ask that over objection and see if there's other issues that come up.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I bet you could see her getting, like, her response. She was getting upset. I mean, that insanity. It's the first time they asked. We probably shouldn't be having this in front of the jury. Was there a break? Oh, yeah. Oh, here. Bloop, 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 bloop. Getting some water. Oh, jury's not back yet.
With Investigator Smith from, I'm going to show you a transcript of the statement with Investigator Smith from September 2024.
Okay.
You just go ahead and read to yourself from this line down and tell me if that helps refresh your recollection.
Okay.
Just let me know when you're done and I'll come get that.
I mean, now she's like crying. Going to taint everything she says from this moment forward. Everything she says. Bloop.
And again, I know this is all a long time ago.
Yeah.
So, does that help
She's
refresh
like,
your recollection?
dude,
Yes, sir.
don't try to be nice to me now. I just heard what you said about me over there. So all your Mr. Nice Guy shit is falling on deaf ears. I mean, I think she's crying. You can hear her sniffling.
And do you remember telling Investigator Smith that
snorting.
you had started using the methamphetamine in September of 2020? What was it? September of 2023.
Yeah, I had been using it for maybe a month and a half.
Right. And part of the reason you started doing it was to keep up with taking care of all three kids, working full time by yourself, all that kind of stuff.
Yes. And I had my two older children divided in two different households because I didn't want Jenny staying with Colt. And
Right. You had Jenny staying with your mom and dad, I believe you testified.
well, my mom was living with my sister at the time, helping her, but my dad was there in Fitzgerald.
Jenny would have been living with your dad
Yes.
in Fitzgerald because mom was out of town.
Yeah, she already
Okay.
had her own bedroom at my parents' house, and so I just was split my time between the two.
Gotcha. And when Jenny and Coley Jr. were taken from you in October of 23, we heard testimony that you were pretty upset about that.
Yes.
Were you angry about that?
I probably had every negative feeling that you could imagine at some
You could
point.
imagine. Okay. And
I was
believe-
more so hurt and just sad.
Right. And I believe you mentioned that you kind of felt like they were kidnapped from you.
Lisa Gray did testify. Lisa Butler did testify. She testified early on. 99.9% sure.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
just
I've never
the
had-
absence of them, or
Do what?
was that the absence of
Do
them,
what?
or just how they were taken,
Um,
or both?
yeah, probably a mixture of both.
Okay. And it sounds like you were in a position
Oh,
where Colin
sorry.
Gray controlled how much access you had to the kids.
Yes.
And you were frustrated because he wasn't communicating with you at that time. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So you're in kind of a rock and a hard place, and that you can't see the kids unless he says okay, but he won't talk to you, so you can never even have a conversation.
Yes.
And we'll touch base on what happened in November of 23, but before we get there, just in leading up to it, isn't it true that Colin didn't want you around the kids until you were able to get better?
I think it was a mixture. I think just knowing him, I think it was more so just wanting to separate them from me for a number of different reasons.
Okay.
One of which was
I think, and without getting into attacking
Sure.
his character, I I think a lot of it had to do with his need for control because he had lost that when I left, and he doesn't know how to exist without having full control. And this was a way that he could control me.
So let's fast forward to Mother's Day of 2024. You are around that time, you're in rehab,
Yes,
and you are doing better at that point.
yes.
And he picks
And
you
then
up.
he sends you a message from the kids with
Sure.
a couple of photographs.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you testified that in October of 23, you start going to a very dark place.
Yes.
Is that fair? A fair way of characterizing it? Not a place that was normal for you.
No, very much not normal.
And it culminated, you said, with you said taping your mom to a chair,
Yes.
right? Isn't it true that you also took some money from your mom at that time?
That day,
Yes, ma'am.
no, I didn't take any money from her.
Okay.
We went to her ATM and I asked her to get some money out with her debit card and she refused.
Okay.
So I never
Not
got
what
any money from
Mamu
her
said.
that day.
So you didn't take any money from her after you had tied her up
No,
or taped her to the chair.
no,
Did you take a credit card from her purse before you left?
no.
Did you swap the license plates on your car and her car?
Yes, I did do that.
And that was to avoid detection driving up here?
Yeah, which makes absolutely no sense in
Okay.
retrospect, but at the time it seemed like a great idea.
Okay. And before you left your mom, did you tell her you were driving up to Fitzgerald? Sorry, driving up from Fitzgerald to Winder.
Yes,
And that's what, 4.5 hours?
yes,
And the purpose of the drive was to kill Colin Gray.
yes, I did tell her that.
And did you tell her that you were also going to kill her grandson, Colt?
Yes, I did tell her that.
Okay.
Mm.
That was a last ditch effort to get her to agree to come with me.
Right. And you drove all the way up here
Yes.
based on your testimony. And then very early in the morning started knocking on his window.
Yeah, it was about 8:30 in the morning.
Okay.
I mean, it was daylight.
That's different.
And
8:30
then
or
when he would
daylight.
not let you see the kids, that's when you said you keyed his car, his work truck.
It was later in the day after I came back to drop Jenny's belongings off.
Where were her belongings at?
So I think I thought I re-listened to Mamu's testimony because if you guys recall, those of you that have been with us on this, I had to get off and deal with like some work stuff. And so I missed a whole bunch of the direct and then the whole cross. So I listened to that between now and then. I didn't hear, and maybe I zoned out, but I didn't remember grandmom testifying that mom threatened to kill one of the kids and her husband. You guys, I guess, did remember that. Alexandra says Mamu testified to this earlier. Yeah, Mamu testified you stole her shit too. So, but I'm going to keep an eye on the chat to see if you guys all remembered Mamu testifying that she said she was going to up there to kill one of the kids and the husband.
When you were there the first time?
They were in my car.
Which
But
was at the home.
Yeah, at the
Okay.
time, but he had told me to get off his property or he was calling the police, so I left.
So you left, but then you came back later.
I came back to drop that stuff off and it was at that time where I made the decision to key his truck.
Right. And I think you said when you testified, it just happened.
Yes,
And when you said it just happened, isn't it true that you basically carved 2 words into his
yes,
paint job?
yes, I wrote words.
Okay. And then after your arrest here, you said you were transferred down to Ben Hill County for the incident with your mom.
Yes,
But you had remained in custody during that period of time from when you were arrested up here until you went to rehab. Is that accurate?
yes, that's accurate.
Okay. And when you were released from, well, release isn't the right word. At some point in July, you would have left of 2024, you left rehab.
Yes.
And it sounds like there was a plan between you and Colin that you would leave rehab and move back up to Winder
Yes, temporarily.
on a temporary basis. I believe you testified that you stayed up here for several weeks,
For about 5 weeks.
maybe 5 weeks,
I think it was about 5.
and that would have culminated in the probably around August 18th. The incident with Colt would have been your last day in Winder. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you were up here, I believe you said the house was a wreck,
Mhm.
and it took you several weeks to get the house picked up.
Yeah.
Was that what you were testified to
Yes.
earlier today?
I mean, I wasn't working on it nonstop every day, but
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is the house on Harrison Mill Road, do you recall?
yes.
Okay. Now, while you were there, were you clean?
Yes.
You weren't using any opiates or drugs or anything?
Other than some THC caramel candies that Colin had bought at a store in Athens,
Okay.
which were legal. They were purchased at a legal shop, but apparently when you're tested for THC, they
Show up.
show up.
Okay. And had you started drinking alcohol again?
I
during
had
that
not.
time period?
I had not drank any alcohol.
No alcohol. Okay.
That's not what Colt said.
Now, you said that in the incident with Colt that led to you getting knocked down, to him
Yes.
pushing you down, just to kind of get us on the same page, that there had just been a argument between you and Colt. Is that correct?
Yeah. I wouldn't say that it had escalated into a full-blown argument,
Okay.
but it was a discussion that he didn't want to have.
Okay. Not a discussion that you didn't want to have.
No.
It's about the guns.
So the discussion, isn't it true? The discussion that precipitated that event was Colt wanting to talk to you about coming up here to kill him.
Not that I remember. I don't remember that coming up.
You don't remember that coming up?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Who told Colt? My goodness.
And you testified earlier that you called your mom and dad and asked them to come get you.
Yes.
That's not what
Isn't it
Colt
true
said.
that Colt called your mom and dad and asked them to come pick you up?
He did call. He was really upset about what had happened. He felt, at the time, he was just angry in general, but a couple days later, he apologized for what he had done. But I think at the time, I think he kind of shocked himself. Like, I don't think that he really ever expected to do that, to lash out at me like that, because he had never done that before. And I think he went into panic mode. I'm going to call Mamu and Papa Charlie before she goes, so I can tell them to come get her because she's acting out,
Okay.
before I had a chance to call them and tell them what really happened.
And you testified that you never went into his room. Is that
That's
correct?
right.
So
But you stood by the door and you can
you're
see
saying that,
the shrine from the doorway. She said she stood by the door. Did you see pictures hung up? Never went in the room. Come on.
you never touched the gun when it was in his room.
that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Because he was holding the gun.
You didn't go try and get the gun first.
I walked up behind him and I said, Colt, just give me the gun. And I had my hands out like this, but no, I did not reach for it or try to take it out of his hands.
So
I would not do that.
And I just want to be clear, you didn't go into his room first, try and get the gun, and then he took it away from you.
No,
Okay.
no, not at all.
How did that help the defense anyway, if it was that way? Oh, he wants her in the room. Well, she could see. We know she could see where the guns were, so she's looking in the room.
Now, let's talk about some of these text messages. And I've got copies to help refresh your memory. I'm sure it's hard to remember a text message you sent a year ago.
You couldn't imagine how many alcoholic clients I have tried to shift to THC. Please, just eat an edible, for God's sakes.
So we had talked about the text message. Well, we talked about some information you'd received about Colt being in contact with someone who was a school shooter.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't remember who that was or the
Not-
circumstances of that conversation?
Not
You
off
don't
the top
remember
of my
telling
head.
your husband about it.
I'm going to ask you to review some text messages.
Okay.
See if this refreshes your recollection.
Sure.
Don't read them out loud.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Brooks. These are,
Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop, bloop.
same thing. Just go ahead and read them and let me know when you're done.
Just where the arrows are.
No, ma'am, just all of them.
Oh,
Yeah.
You just want her to read them to herself.
To herself, yes, yes. See if this refreshes her recollection.
okay, I'm done.
All right, thank you. Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
As to that conversation?
Um,
And don't, let me ask you the questions. I don't want
sorry,
you to
go
repeat.
ahead.
Hearsay. Get me in trouble. So you received information that Colt had been attempting to contact a school shooter. Is that correct?
Yes,
And as you had pointed out, tried to put some money on his commissary, right?
say that again.
Tried to put or had put some money on his commissary account.
He had,
Colt had,
yes,
not you.
yes,
Okay. In regards to that conversation
No.
and that information that you had obtained about that, you never shared that information with Colin Gray, did you?
no, I wouldn't have shared that.
Okay.
Big check mark. Not shared with Colin.
So you didn't tell him he was reaching out to this shooter in prison somewhere?
No,
That's it. Don't
Colt
let
said
her
that
down.
he just wanted to let him
Hold
know
on before
he
you,
cared about
before
it.
you get into that.
Sorry.
We can't have you tell us what Colt said.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. All right. you knew about Colt.
Oh,
So
sorry.
safe to say, and based on what you've just told us, there were things that you knew about Colt that you did not share with Colin.
Sure.
And there were things that you knew about Colt that you didn't share with Colin immediately, but maybe ultimately shared with him later,
Sure.
right? Okay. All right. Do you recall speaking with the GBI agent, Kelsey Ward and Amelia Maddox?
Yes.
Would have been two females.
Yes, I do remember.
Okay. And that was very shortly after the shooting incident, maybe even the same day. I don't know for sure, but
I can't remember, but
you
I
have
do
a
remember.
within a
in
day
front
or
of you?
so, would that
Sure.
be fair?
Mhm.
Okay. And you told them about your conversation with Miss Butler.
Okay.
Is that correct? Do you
said
remember?
so. No, I don't. I don't remember anything that was discussed with those two ladies.
Okay. If you could just look at this paragraph right here and here.
Okay.
Just let me know when you're done.
Okay. Some of it's kind of hard to understand. They're shorthand, I guess.
Sure. All right. Now, do you recall sharing information with Agents Maddox and Ward about Colt's mental state?
Again, I don't remember what I shared and what I didn't share
Okay.
with them.
Do you know if you told him he had anxiety?
Again, I don't remember anything that I shared with them.
Okay. So you don't remember if you told him if he had depression?
No, I don't remember the conversation. It was apparently the day of the shooting, so I don't remember
Okay.
anything from that day.
You don't
Sorry.
remember telling him that he had high homicidal ideations?
Nope.
Don't remember telling him he had suicidal ideations?
No.
As you said,
That's not to say that I did not say
okay.
that to them.
If you don't remember, you don't remember. And do you recall, and you said you don't remember telling them you suffer from anxiety?
I mean, I probably did tell them that, but no, I don't remember.
Okay. You testified that on multiple occasions you asked Colin Gray to lock the guns up. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yet Do you recall, let me ask it this way. Do you recall ever sending him a text message saying, lock up the guns?
I want to say that every time we had that conversation, it was like a phone call,
Okay.
not necessarily text. But
Of course
that,
she does. Of course
again,
she
that
does.
doesn't mean that I didn't
So do
at
you
some point send
recall?
one.
Okay. Do you recall ever sending him an email saying, lock up the guns?
I wouldn't have sent an email.
So the only memory you have of those conversations is they were just either in person or on the phone. Is that correct?
I don't know for sure.
Okay.
I mean, it happened on multiple occasions. It could have been a text, but I'm guessing if there was a text, you would be reading it to me. So.
Maybe. All right. And you talked about plans to go up on a Saturday before the shooting to take Colt to Advantage Behavioral Health.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And according to your testimony, the plan was for your mom to drive you up to Winder on Saturday,
Yes.
prior to her, of course, breaking her hand or her fingers,
Yeah, I say hand, but yeah, she broke several fingers.
several fingers.
Mhm.
Okay.
Her hand was swollen like twice its normal size.
And so you were trying to make alternative travel arrangements to come up here
Yes.
to take care of that, as well as it sounds like some other things with the kids,
Yes.
until your mom broke her hand.
Yes.
And then the alternative was for y'all to meet halfway. I think you threw that out there
Yes.
because it's a 4.5 hour drive each way.
Yeah, it's a pretty long
Right.
drive. But we've
So
made it
for-
a million times.
So basically, if someone leaves and picks you up and comes back round trip, that's about 9 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And you stated that you got a phone call, and I can't remember what you said, so just let me know. Was it Friday night or Saturday morning that you got a phone call saying, yeah, maybe let's not do this?
It would have been Saturday, I think, when finally,
Mhm.
and I can't remember exactly if it was a phone call, a text.
That's okay.
To be honest, he may have never actually said it. He may have just stopped talking to me.
Okay.
That could have happened too.
Okay. And you said there were plans to take Colt to Advantage Behavioral Health.
Yes.
Were there any plans to go camping that weekend?
We had talked about going up to Blue Ridge. Blue Ridge was a place that we used to go all the time.
Okay.
We'd like rent a cabin for a weekend or something, take the kids or,
Uh-huh.
so yeah, that's one of the things that we had talked about doing.
So was there a plan to go to the cabin with Colin and your youngest son, Coley Jr.?
Yeah, we would have, yeah, well, he's not a junior because he's technically not a Coley. He's a Colin.
Okay. And you refer to this your youngest child as Boo Boo. Is that fair?
Yeah, or Coley.
Or little
Okay.
Coley.
All right.
Little Coley.
So there had been talks of doing that weekend as well.
Yes, and I don't think we had shared any of that with Coley, little Coley. It was
Little
just
Coley.
conversations that Colin and I were having about what we were going to do.
Okay.
I think she did.
And when
hit
that
me.
plan fell
She
through,
did.
obviously you realized from your testimony earlier today that Colt was not going to get over to Advantage Behavioral Health.
Yeah,
You
that's
said that
correct.
his dad wouldn't do it, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Knowing that, you didn't insist on your mom driving you up here so that you could make sure he got over there.
No, I didn't.
Okay. You didn't ask your mom if you could borrow her car and drive up here to take him to Advantage Behavioral Health.
I didn't have a license at the time.
Okay.
Check day 3. Thank you.
And
That was a big part of all this. I was reliant on other people to drive me places.
Okay. When you realized you couldn't be up here, you did not decide, hey, I need to call the police because I feel like something urgent is about to happen, something imminent is about to happen.
No, I did not.
And the truth is, you didn't think anything imminent was about to happen.
No, I mean, no, obviously not. I mean, if I thought something was immediately about to happen that was
Right.
tragic, yeah, I would call
Right.
the police or whatever I had to do.
Call the police, you would have called Colin, you
Mhm.
would have done something, right?
Yeah, sure.
Would have sent him a text like, hey, you really have to take him over because I think this is about what's going to go down.
All right, so here's my opinion on this. The defense bringing out that this mother did not think something imminent was going to happen, whilst also bringing out all the things that this mother knew, Google searched, and thought is like, they're like, well, I don't believe that she didn't think that something imminent was going to happen. So I don't know. It's just, it's weird. It's like a whole weird thing.
I probably would have just opted to.
You're right.
Go.
Let's see.
Would have sent him a text like, hey, you really have to take him over because I think this is about what's going to go down.
Yeah, I probably would have called him.
I probably would have just opted to
Yeah.
drive on a suspended license before I
Right.
did that because he wouldn't have
Right.
taken him by himself.
Okay. Now you said that you helped set the health insurance up,
Yes.
and that would have been late July of 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it went into effect August 1st, I think.
They go into effect around August 1st. And prior to that is when you decided, and it sounds like you talked to Colin and your mom. It wasn't a decision you made on yourself based on your testimony, but you decided to start giving Colt Zoloft,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And you started with what you described as a small dosage.
Yes.
You say half a pill.
It was actually a quarter of. It was actually so I took
That's what we need to know.
2 of my pills was a daily dose for me.
Okay.
And I was giving him a quarter of 1 of my pills.
Okay. Every day.
Yes.
Wait.
Okay.
Damn it, I missed it.
And
Did she say what her dose was or just my dose?
I'm not trying to be smart, Alec, but
That's okay.
I mean, you're not a psychiatrist or a psychologist. You're not a doctor.
Nope.
But it sounds like you had done some research.
I'd done a lot of research and I'd also talked in depth with.
Did she just say what her dose was and I missed it? She said 2 pills was my daily dose, but what was the milligrams of her daily dose? Did she testify to that? And how the hell are they not asking? Right, she hasn't said it. They didn't ask it. What the hell is happening here?
My psychiatrist, the original psychiatrist that put me on Zoloft, we had talked, I had talked to her about my kids and
Okay.
I talked to her about Colin. He actually went and saw her once or twice. And she had shared with me that typically when you're dealing with an SSRI, it has a hereditary component as to what works well with.
What? Did she just say that? Polly Pocket says 50 milligrams. Did we just hear that? I'm just going back right now. About this is her talking to her psychiatrist. I didn't hear that 50 milligrams. Anyone else?
And
hear that?
she had shared with me that typically when you're dealing with an SSRI, it has a hereditary component as to what works well with someone and what doesn't. So if you have a parent or multiple parents that react well to a certain medication like Zoloft, which me and Colin both did because he tried Zoloft.
All right, I'm just gonna go back. I'll go forward.
Yes.
You say half a pill.
It was actually a quarter of. It was actually so I took 2 of my pills was a daily dose for me.
Okay.
And I was giving him a quarter of 1 of my pills.
Okay. Every day.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not trying to be smart aleck, but
That's okay.
I mean, you're not a psychiatrist or a psychologist.
She
You're
didn't
not a
say it.
doctor.
Nope.
But it sounds like you had done some research.
I'd done a lot of research, and I'd also talked in depth with my psychiatrist, the original psychiatrist that put me on Zoloft. We had talked, I had talked to her about my kids, and
Okay.
I talked to her about Colin. He actually went and saw her once or twice. And she had shared with me that typically when you're dealing with an SSRI, it has a hereditary component as to what works well with someone and what doesn't. So if you have a parent or multiple parents that react well to a certain medication like Zoloft, which me and Colin both did because he tried Zoloft for about a month at one point.
What?
So, and not to get into too much what this other doctor told you,
Sure.
which would be hearsay, but you're saying that based on the research and information you gathered, if a parent reacts well to Zoloft, you felt that the child would probably react well to Zoloft as well.
Based on what the doctor said.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not your research.
No,
And I assume when you say research, are we talking about just like online?
just online. Sure.
Okay. All right. And
Most of my research online was more into dosage,
Okay.
how to determine dosages for
gotcha.
child based on weight, et cetera.
And I believe you said you started to give Colt the Zoloft in July of 2024,
Oh, Lord.
before your health insurance kicked in,
Yeah, it would have been before.
before the health insurance.
Sure.
Okay. And once the health insurance kicked in on the 1st of August, though you were trying to get him into Advantage, no one took him to, say, the pediatrician or any doctor just to have that discussion about Zoloft with a medical professional.
No, we were trying to get him primarily into the crisis center.
Okay. And it sounds like you were trying to primarily get him into the crisis center, whereas other folks were trying other things. Is that fair to say?
I would say that everybody was on board with the crisis center. My mom tried to get him to see the professional at the school after going to speak with Lisa, but nobody was really trying anything else.
Well, there was an appointment set up for September 5th.
Yeah, that was
Is that correct?
from what Lisa had.
And I know that you felt something more urgent was needed. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's.
And you
fair.
felt something more in depth was needed as well.
Yes.
And at this time, with the exception of those 4 weeks or so that you were at the house, you had not been in Winder.
No,
Is that right?
that's correct.
Okay. In fact, when you're making all these plans, you had already moved back to Fitzgerald.
I had started researching facilities prior to moving to Fitzgerald.
Okay.
But you were there 5 weeks.
But
and didn't put
my
him in.
mom and I did not actually reach out to the crisis center until I was down in Fitzgerald.
Until you were down in Fitzgerald.
Yes.
All right. Now, do you recall telling either Investigator Smith or GBI Special Agent Ward or Maddox or anyone in law enforcement you spoke with that you thought Colt had homicidal ideations?
Again, I hate to go back to this, but I don't remember specifically, yes or no, what I discussed with them.
Okay. Do you recall telling anyone in law enforcement, so we'll say it like that, so I don't have to say everyone's name every time. Do you recall telling anyone in law enforcement about Colt's fascination, which is your word, with the school shooters?
I don't remember, but I mean, there's a very
Okay.
good chance that I did. Yes.
Okay.
Now you got to pull out all the reports.
Did you tell anyone in law enforcement that Colt had made these threats to kill Colin?
I don't remember.
Do you recall? Well, you testified that some of these threats made by Colt to kill Colin were done in front of Colin. Is that right? Or am I getting that wrong?
That is what happened. I had witnessed him do that before. I don't know who I told or if I told anybody that.
Okay. You witnessed Colt threaten to kill Colin in Colin's presence, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And despite that, Colin still wouldn't lock up the guns, is your testimony.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You talked about Colt wanting to complete his school shooter uniform or costume, however you phrased it.
Outfit.
Outfit,
That's what he
thank you.
said.
Thank you. And needing a mask to do it. And that you thought he was joking.
Oh, a vest.
A vest.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you testified that the way he said it, the tone made you think that he was joking.
Yes. And he actually said, I'm just joking.
He just said,
I'm
I'm
serious.
joking.
Mhm.
Okay. And I believe you said on direct as part of your testimony that, it really wasn't acceptable to make those kind of jokes.
Yeah. I said something like, that's not very funny. Yeah.
Right. You mean you let him know you didn't approve of it,
Sure.
right? Because obviously you wouldn't approve of a school shooter or a
Yeah.
school shooting. Nobody would.
I made him understand that was not acceptable, but I did know that he was just kidding around or thought he was just kidding around.
Or thought he was just kidding around. Okay. And that's obviously, as you said, not something that you would approve of, right?
Yes.
Since Colt's been locked up, have you done anything to try and enhance his popularity or celebrity as a school shooter?
No.
You have not taken his photograph, for example, and passed it on to people who put it on the internet.
I, at his request, sent a picture to, he had two very good friends that he had been friends with for several years, way before the shooting took place. And I sent those pictures to them.
Okay.
Now, if they shared them on the internet, I don't know.
Okay. Did you or have you asked Colt questions that people are posting online and then gotten his answers and put those online or given them to somebody to post for him?
Say that one more time.
Sure. Have you asked questions of Colt
Mm-hmm.
from these true crime community
Mhm.
subreddit
Sure.
boards to get the answers from him to then post on these sites?
I have never posted anything on any of those sites.
Mhm.
I've only communicated with his two friends that
Okay.
he had on there.
So basically the friends give you the questions, you get the answers from him and give the answers back to the friends?
I don't know of any like quiz type questions.
Well, like a question, what's his favorite color? things like that.
They wouldn't have asked those kind of questions because they knew him really well.
Right. Okay. So you're saying no, you have not participated in that. Okay. And so it would not be true that the youth detention center where Colt is staying has prohibited you for a period of time from seeing him based on those types of violations.
The youth detention center had absolutely nothing to do with prohibiting me from seeing him. That was 100% the guardian ad litem working on the defects case for my 2 younger children.
Okay.
But once a different defects investigator got involved, they determined there was no issue, and they're in the process of dropping that whole
Okay.
thing.
I'm hoping he's taking it easy until he gets to a point so she's cooperative before he pisses her off. But
Now you were aware that Colin Gray and Colt had gone hunting.
Yes,
Is that correct?
yes.
And it sounds like that would have been in 2023.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
About right. Did you ever voice disapproval of that pastime to Colin or to Colt?
No,
I believe you described it as a way that they were bonding. Is
yeah,
that accurate?
yeah, I did not disapprove of that.
Okay. And that also included going to shooting ranges, gun ranges, things like that.
Yes,
And you didn't have a problem with that either.
no,
You mentioned when you came up there that you thought Colt had gotten more interested in the guns when you were here in July of 2024.
yes,
You saw him cleaning the gun?
Yes.
Is that accurate?
yes, that's
Okay.
accurate.
He had some parts, or I believe you
Yes,
said.
like he had, I guess his dad had got him some sights, different gun sights and stuff. And so, he would take them off, put them back on.
And at that time, were you aware of, well, so he gets the gun for Christmas, right?
Mhm.
And that is 23 or 22?
That was 23 because I was incarcerated that Christmas.
Okay. At that time, are you aware of this fascination with school shooters when he receives the gun?
No, well, I didn't know that I never knew he received a gun for
You didn't know he
Christmas.
received the gun for Christmas?
No.
Okay, because you were incarcerated with limited
And
contact.
yeah, and he was not communicating with me.
Okay. When did you become aware of the fascination with the school shooters?
When he, I would say when he came down to stay with me for that month, right before all 3 of them went to live with their dad.
Okay.
While he was down in Fitzgerald for that month, he talked about one certain school shooter. He had done some research on him and talked about just some quirky things that he did, different video games he liked to play, just basically showed like a general interest in the individual, not necessarily the act of shooting.
So that would have been late summer, early fall of 2023.
Yes,
And Colt was down with you for approximately how long?
about a month.
About 30 days?
Mhm.
Okay. Now, you testified that you got Colt registered for school for the 9th grade.
Yes,
Is that correct?
yes,
The other kids as well?
yes,
Okay. And that was with Colin Gray's knowledge.
yes,
He knew you were doing that,
sure,
right?
Mhm.
Okay. And he was working at the time?
yes,
Was he working full time?
yes.
Do you remember what his hours were like?
It depended on the day, but in general, you know, and it may have changed after I went to stay with them because, you know, I was at the house all the time, but I don't know, like 7 in the morning to anywhere from 4 in the afternoon to more later in the evening, just depending on what he had going on.
Okay. And at that time, it sounds like you did not have a car.
No,
So you would have been home during the day
yes.
with the kids
Yep.
during the summer because school hadn't started yet.
Yes,
Fair to say?
yes.
So, but he was sitting around watching these documentaries with you guys because I didn't really think that that seemed like a likely scenario. But if you remember, she talked about watching true crime documentaries with her son, and she thought the husband was there for that.
Okay. And so it sounds like it made sense for you to do things like get the insurance started
Sure.
or to get the kids registered.
I had always done all those things, even when I was working full time and he wasn't.
Okay. All right. And did he do anything, Colin, to get the kids registered for school?
For that school year,
Yes, ma'am.
I did, when I started running into issues getting Colt, registered because of his absence the whole prior year. I asked Colin specifically to either call or go by and talk to
Okay.
the person that was in charge of attendance because for one, he was the one that his name was on, you know, their accounts and stuff from the prior, I guess, attempts to get Colt enrolled. And he was the one that had talked with them the prior year when Colt did not end up attending school. And basically, I couldn't get any information out of her. I wasn't making any progress with the issues that she was trying to say that he could not attend 8th grade, even though he never attended school for 8th grade.
Okay.
And there was a whole lot of a mess to it, but basically he needed to redo 8th grade because he never did 8th grade. But the school did not want him to redo 8th grade. They wanted to enroll him in 9th grade.
Okay.
So so he did get involved there because I completely hit a wall and I said, you've got to at least call and talk to this lady because she's not giving me anything.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you testified that in late August of 2024, when you were having an argument with Colin over coming, not coming for that weekend.
Yes.
Okay. Just to kind of get us on the same page.
Yep.
That part of the argument was about whether or not the guns were put up.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe you stated that Colin said, do you know what's going to happen if I try and take Colt's gun from him?
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was a phone call, not a text message? That communication?
Yes.
Yeah. Accurate. Okay. And this is before the Saturday you are supposed to drive up to take Colt to Advantage Behavioral based on your testimony. Is that correct?
Well, we were having the argument that weekend.
Okay,
That was the day before we were supposed to take him to Advantage.
gotcha. All right. And when you heard that statement from Colin, do you know what's going to happen if I try and take his gun from him?
Mhm.
You did not feel it was necessary to call the police.
No, I never called the police.
Yeah. You didn't think it was necessary to tell your mom, like, we really got to drive up.
Not at the time, because I knew it was just Colin not wanting to deal with it. I mean, he could go in and take the gun from Colt.
Okay.
But he just didn't want to do it.
Just didn't want to do it. Okay.
Or
And you didn't think that that statement indicated any imminent threat or anything along those lines?
No.
Okay.
I just thought it would be more of the same between him and Colt, just getting into confrontation. What had been taking place for apparently years.
Now, if you can, trying to orient this.
he's putting people to sleep. You need to be a little more animated on Cross.
In 2024, you would have lived with Colt for about 5 weeks.
In Wander or in up here?
In Winder in 2024.
Yes.
Going to work backwards.
Yes.
In 2023, you would have lived with Colt for about 30 days. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Mhm.
Okay.
Go take a coffee. Have a coffee or something. Wake up.
Now, you told GBI that you had this feeling of impending doom. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Was that after you received the text messages on the 4th from Colin?
Yeah, I would say.
Not before.
No, I think it was more so after the text messages, and
Is it fair to say
talking
that
in the
had you
future.
had some feeling of impending doom, you would have done more?
prior.
Yes, ma'am.
I can't say what I would have done or would not have done. I mean, I felt like I was doing everything that I could, other than call the police.
Or the school and tell them that you were afraid something like this was going to happen?
Well, I called the school several times.
But you never told them you were concerned that Colt was going to do something violent? Or did you?
I had a whole list of things that I told Lisa. I think I said, I don't know what he's going to do. He may hurt himself. He may hurt somebody else. I don't know, but it's
Okay.
something bad's going to
So
happen.
you did tell Lisa that? And that would be Lisa Butler?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell Lisa Butler prior to the 4th in any of these conversations? Or let me ask you this. Did you have any conversations with Lisa Butler prior to September 4th?
Well, I tried to call her the week before, if you remember, and she
Right.
was supposed to call me back. And that was the first time I reached out to her.
So the first time you reached out to her was the week before and she didn't call you back. And the only
Yes.
conversation you had with her would have been the day of the shooting.
Well, I had a very short conversation with her the week prior.
Okay.
And during that short conversation, and she told me she was going to call me back, I said, it's very urgent. It's very important that I talk to you today.
Yes, ma'am. Did you go over that list with her during that conversation where you said it's very urgent for you to call me back, or no?
No, I didn't go over the whole list.
The list, you didn't go over that with her until the 4th?
Yes,
Is that fair to say? Okay.
fair to say, the whole list. Now, I could have thrown a couple of bullet points out to her during the conversation the week prior. I don't remember exactly what I said.
With one of those, well, you're not
Don't
sure what
remember.
you told her
No,
that week in August of 2024, basically, right?
there's a number of different things I could have
Okay.
told her.
But didn't.
Well, I did tell her something, but I don't know what exactly I told her.
Okay.
I wish I had a photographic memory, but I don't.
That's all right.
Ugh. Come on, defense. Step it up.
So you're not here today telling the jury or anyone that you saw this coming.
I did not see a mass school shooting coming. No
Right.
way.
Okay.
Maybe I was just not wanting to face it because I was his mother. I don't know, but it was the last thing that I would have guessed.
Right. I mean, this is your child.
Sure. I mean, I would have seen, if you'd asked me if I saw him hurting someone, I would have said maybe himself.
But you can't picture him doing something like this to someone else,
No,
nor could you have in 2024
there's no
prior
way.
to September 4th.
Yeah, that's correct.
Sounds like he's almost done, which is scary if that's the case.
You said you were familiar with the bullying in 7th grade.
Okay.
Can you elaborate
Sure.
the bullying?
Sure. There was testimony earlier about Colt being bullied in the 7th grade, right?
Yeah, Hank.
Do you recall being aware of any of that? Or is that something you learned later? Would you have known at the time it was
Problem is, no one believes mom didn't know enough, especially with the Google search.
going on?
Um,
Or is that something you learned later? Would you have known at the time it was going on?
just trying to remember what school he was at. I don't remember 7th grade bullying.
Okay,
I could be
And-
misspeaking though.
that's all right. Do you were shown a text message earlier where Colt was referencing his teachers out to get him, out to harm him.
Yes,
Is that correct?
yes,
All right, you remember that text
yes,
message?
I do.
And I think that's certainly an element of paranoia there, is there not?
Yes.
And that text message didn't make you think, I need to get involved and call the police.
It did not make me think I needed to call the police. It made me think we've really got to get him into the crisis center.
Mental health treatment.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay.
I remember saying that's not normal.
Do you remember telling one of the investigators that you and Colt had long conversations?
Yes, we did.
Is that fair to say?
Oh, definitely.
Right. And
He
he
would
shared
talk to me
things
for
with
hours
you.
and hours sometimes.
Right. And he would share things with you. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Share things with you he wouldn't share with his dad.
definitely.
Is that fair to say? I believe you characterize some of those conversations as being more emotional that you would have with him as opposed to his father.
Yes, definitely.
Is that right? Is that fair to say?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
Your and Colin's relationship in July, August of 24. So you guys were still married.
Mhm.
You're still married today, I want to say. You're not legally divorced.
No,
Okay.
I have filed
And-
for divorce, but we have not served him yet.
Okay. And so in July and August of 2024, you guys were still married.
Yes.
And when you moved into the house for that 30-day period, 5-week period, it was like you said, only temporary.
Yes.
You guys weren't looking to get back together or anything like that.
He was looking to get back together.
You think he was,
Yes.
in your opinion?
Well, I mean, he said it.
He said
Many
it.
times,
Okay. Okay. And you were, it sounds like, not of the same mind, correct?
I knew that I had to make sure that I continued to have access to my children.
Okay.
I did not want him to think that all hope was lost of us getting back together.
So you were deceiving him in order to maintain a relationship with your kids.
I don't know if I was deceiving him because
I
I never
think
said, "Oh yeah, we're gonna
Okay.
ride off into the sunset together."
Sure.
I was very open about the fact that I wanted to get my own place or,
Uh-huh.
Another living situation.
Right. But as you said, you wanted to make sure there was an avenue available for you to still be able to communicate with the kids. Is that right?
Yes, and he had proven many times in the past that if that avenue was taken away, then he was going to
And at
make
that
me pay
point-
for it.
Okay.
And he usually uses our children.
And at that point, he still was in charge of what type of visitation you would have with the children,
Yes.
right? Okay. Just have 1 second.
Yes.
I hope you're nowhere near done.
You guys doing okay?
Don't take a break. I have no blooping. I mean, he hasn't even asked about what she
All right,
told.
I'm almost finished, Judge, for
Oh no.
timing purposes. I know you've been here all
She
day.
said, "Oh, thank God."
So we saw some internet searches you did, right? And to characterize, I think, the way you were testifying, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you were just kind of randomly searching different topics.
I do that a lot.
So there's is there a lengthy internet search history on your phone is what you're telling us?
You'd probably think I was crazy, but yeah, my husband always called me the Google Queen.
Okay. And your testimony today, when you were searching the school shooter parents, that was based on trying to answer some questions you had of a documentary y'all had watched.
I know, but we had watched a documentary, and I know that a lot of questions had come up, and I had researched it. In hindsight, as far as the timing goes, it may have been that day when I was doing those Google searches. It may have been a different day. I may have looked up
Right.
those same Google searches 10 other times,
Okay.
at
I see what you're
different
saying.
times for different
Right.
reasons.
And same thing with the gun safety. That could have been
Yes.
something you'd searched previously 3 or 4 times. It just happened to be on your mind that day after the conversation.
Yeah, it was
You didn't
definitely
have it.
related to things that were taking place
Okay.
in our life at that time.
And those searches you did on Ethan Crumbley and the school shooter parents, those types of things,
Mhm.
you never forwarded any of those articles to Colin, did you?
I typically didn't forward anything that required reading to him. I would just
Wow.
read it to him.
Okay.
But you didn't read it to him.
But no, I don't think I would have sent any of that to him. If there was something that I read in any of those articles that I wanted to share with him, I would have just verbally or
didn't.
via text.
Okay. And you didn't text
Sure.
him anything about any of those articles?
I have no idea.
Okay. All
I
right.
don't know.
Thank you. The state may have some other questions. for you.
What? Oh my gosh. What in the hell? Why didn't he say, but as you sit here today, you have no independent recollection of specifically discussing this with Colin, correct? You have no independent recollection of texting any of this information to Colin, correct? And clearly she wasn't going to say she had this detailed discussion when she dropped off the medication because the prosecution didn't ask her about it. Why didn't he go back to that? You've unless he was scared to ask that she was going to say yes, but then the prosecution would have asked. When you dropped off the medication to your husband, you didn't tell him about any text communication between your son and your mom, did you? What? I can't believe it. There's so much more too. I just can't believe it. And he should have ended with the no's. The no, no, I didn't tell him this. I didn't tell him that. I didn't tell him that. Like that should have been what he closed with.
Isn't it true that you were concerned that you and Colin could be arrested if Colt did something just like Ethan Crumbley's parents? And that you conveyed that to the defendant?
No.
I don't remember ever doing that, no.
Nothing further.
Well, thank you, prosecution. And she just wanted to ask that, not giving a shit what she said, right? That was the prosecution's point. Like she just wanted to get that out there and didn't care what she said, but that just helped the defense right then and there.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you all a break. I'm gonna check in with them about what our witnesses look like for the balance of the day.
A medium-ish witness, and then
Is she one of the two?
Lisa Butler would be a medium.
Oh, so Lisa Butler didn't testify
Is she
yet?
one of the two? Or a
Yes,
third?
yes, and then
George Clark.
George Clackham, he's from out of town, he'll be short.
Mr. Clapham here. I'm gonna do Lisa Butler. I think she may be a little longer than they think.
Okay.
May wanna get their witness from out of town first and then get started.
We pray.
Yeah.
What? Turn into a whole. There we go. Well, we've got no supers, but I did star some questions. Let's see. So T. Cancella, I'm going with. Mom was not charged because she did not procure the weapon, correct? I mean, she didn't procure the weapon. She wasn't responsible for the safety of the weapons. She didn't have any direct control over the weapons at the relevant time period. Why she wasn't charged with the medication thing, that I do not know. And MS Wildside said she did not have custody, so she is not responsible. But all these texts and conversations sound like she was active in his life, so she seems partially responsible for what happened to me. Yeah, I mean, accountability for sure. Brian's asking it, can they still charge her with the medication situation? I mean, I'm surprised the judge didn't say anything about her having a Fifth Amendment right, whether she wanted to consult with an attorney. They didn't talk about anything openly about any sort of thing where she wasn't going to be charged for that. So I don't know, but yeah, they could still charge her. Mirage of Reality in Minnesota. I think the charging difference is dad bought and gave the gun, and it was his house where the gun was unsecured, but both are responsible for lack of parenting. Yep. Yep. Mary Holt says if he didn't have a gun safe and was afraid to take the guns out of Colt's room, why not put those locks on if nothing else? Yes. Yes. Trigger lock. Easy peasy. 100%. And Hanky Panky says, if defense conceding that mom and dad had planned to take Colt to inpatient facility on that Saturday? Yeah, they did concede that. I think I wrote no when I posted an answer to that. Yes, they did concede that. I think I read it as, is the defense concealing? Because I'm partially blind in my old age. But yeah, and then both her grandmom said that the school counselor said to hold off on that until he saw the counselor at the school, which he was supposed to see the very next day. So I don't know. But mom did not testify that she told any of those text messages that they let grandmom testify about, that she ever conveyed that information to dad. And again, if he would have ended with, as you sit here today, you have no independent recollection of telling him this, she'd have to say no, because she's like, oh, maybe I did, maybe, so she'd have to say no. And then why did he ask her all the questions and then not bring the documents up? Like, we still don't know why he asked her the question about, did you Google search and list off, here they're coming back, all those other shooters? Did she or didn't she? What the hell was that bullshit?
They calls Lisa Butler to the stand.
I don't know, Hanky Panky, why I really thought Lisa Butler testified. So. Maybe that was the school administrator I was talking about. And we have no blooping time, so not a second.
Can you raise your right hand for me? Swear the testimony to give matter now pending for the court be the truth, the whole truth, and but truth.
Yes.
Okay. And there's a microphone in front of
Oh,
you,
she's
so you
thinking
put
the
your hand
same
down and just kind of fit that so we can hear you. And if you could introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Lisa Butler.
And where do you work, ma'am?
I'm a counselor at Apalachee High School
Okay. And how long have you been a counselor at Apalachee High School?
for 4 years.
And what did you do before that?
I was a counselor in Athens, Clark County.
Okay. And
Sounds nervous.
what kind of training and education do you have for this?
Like,
I
somebody
have
tell me her name
a
in
specialist
chat so I
degree
can
in school
fix this.
counseling.
Oh,
That's my
Lisa
highest
Butler.
level.
All right.
Ignore me.
And
Uh,
let me ask you, how was the Apalachee Counseling Office set up?
We have a receptionist when you first walk in. It's almost like you can go all the way around it. And
Let me do this. We have a map that we've been using. Go quickly, but this is a partial of the school, and you can step down. Do you see? Yes, do you see where it is on here?
I need a coffee.
Okay, but that whole square is the counseling suite you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I think you were describing how it's set up.
People?
Tell me about that.
so when you first enter, we have the receptionist, you go around. We have a vault. That's where the public, not all of our education records are at. And then we have couple offices where we have the registrar, and then we have one of the assistant principals over curriculum and instruction, and then you'll go around, and that's when you get to all of the counseling offices.
And how many counselors are at Apalachee High School?
We have 4 full-time and 1 part-time.
Okay, and how do y'all divvy up the workload?
We have it based on different letters in the alphabet.
Okay. And what basically do you do as a counselor there?
Counselor, I assist kids with making sure that number one thing is graduating with their education plan. We look at transcripts, different things like that. Also make sure, if the kid have any types of, mental health needs, we make sure that we make referrals and do different things like that for them as well.
Okay. And so you said you had certain letters of the alphabet would be yours. Would one of your letters back in 2024 been G?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Did you have a student in Apalachee High School in the school year 2024 of a Colt Gray?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. When did you first become aware of the existence of Colt Gray?
When a new student enrolls, like when they register at the board office, we will get a notification and that student's name come across our email, all of the counselors' emails, and tell us that this new student has arrived.
Okay. So everybody got the email. You recognize the letter as one of your letters?
That's correct.
Okay. Was there anything about it that caught your attention?
Yes, because I also had Colton Gray on my caseload as well. And so when I saw Colt's name, the names were very similar. So I actually thought it was Colton Gray.
Okay. And you knew who he was already?
Yes.
Okay. Because he also had your letter, right?
Yes, and I had him before.
Okay. When did you first meet Colt Gray?
When he came for enrollment, when I was helping him with his registration.
Okay. Was that August the 13th?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And so what was the purpose of him coming to the school that day?
So that I can help him develop a schedule so that we can get him started for classes.
Okay. And did someone come with him?
Yes,
Who came with him?
his father.
Okay. And did you introduce yourself to them?
Yes,
Okay. And did you tell them what your title was?
yes.
What did you tell them?
That I'm his school counselor.
Okay. And what did you do at that point?
I sat down and talked with him. He was a freshman. We did not have his records. So basically, I scheduled him for just regular freshman classes.
Okay. When you say you didn't have his records, were you aware that he had not been in school the year before?
No.
Okay. Did you make a comment about not having his records?
Yes, I had already made a comment with Dad over the phone. Dad had called maybe a few days before. And then when Dad had called, I said, we don't have his records. And he said that, he's a freshman. So, yeah.
What was the purpose of Dad calling before?
To try to get him for school, registered for school so he could start school.
Okay. Did he call in order to get Colt counseling?
No,
Okay. When he met with you that day to go over Colt's classes, did he say anything about Colt needing counseling?
no.
What happened after you got Colt his schedule situated?
I went over with Dad how he could register him for sign up for Infinite Campus, for the parent portal, things like that. I gave printed off a schedule. I gave Colt a copy of his schedule, and I also gave him his student ID. Told Dad to, if he has not signed him up for free or reduced lunch or did an application, to complete that application as well. And then I guided them to, we have some students that do a tour of the school and take the students around. That way they can know where their classes are at.
Okay. And did you then leave them with those student group?
Yes,
Okay. Did you have any more contact with the dad after that?
not that day.
Okay. When was the next day that you had contact or any sort of contact with Colt or his father?
When Colt came into my office, a few days, maybe a couple of days later.
Would that have been August 26th?
Yes.
Okay. And when did he come into your office? What part of the day was it?
It was early that morning. Someone had sent him in my office because he was having some anxiety. He was really struggling. And they wanted me to talk to him, and I talked to Colt.
Okay. And describe Colt's demeanor when he came in there?
He was very fragile. He just looked real sad. Looked like he was kind of scared to me. And so, he just started talking to me and just told me he really didn't, feel like being at school today. And, I asked him, is there anything I can do for you? I didn't know him, so it was really hard to and so.
Okay. And did you call anyone as a result of this?
Yes, I attempted to call Dad from the school's phone.
What number were you trying to use?
The number that we have in the Infinite Campus.
Okay. That he had used to sign up the day before?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get any answer?
No.
Okay. What did you do at that point?
I told Colt, I said, try to see if you can get Dad on your cell phone.
Okay. And did he do that?
Yes.
Okay. And did you talk to the dad?
Yes, on speakerphone.
Okay. And what did you tell him?
I just told him that, Colt was having a rough day and, I had been speaking with him and I was really concerned about him. And, he said that he wanted to talk to Colt. So he did speak with Colt.
Was that also on speakerphone or was that private?
It was on speakerphone.
Okay. And did he say anything to you about Colt?
Yeah, he had told me that that Colt had previously had like anxiety and different mental health issues. He did explain that to me.
Okay. Did he say what the different mental health issues were, or did he just use the phrase different mental health issues?
Just different mental anxiety was one of them, and I think some depression as well. And he basically told me that he was really busy, and that I wanted him to come and pick like Colt up because he wasn't in a direct. I feel like that he was not where he needed to be, and I was just really concerned about him. I asked him, could he please come and pick him up? Colt wanted him to pick him up as well.
And what did he say?
He said that he was stuck on 85, and he did tell me that he was also on his way to work, and he told Colt the same thing.
Okay. And so was he coming to pick him up?
No, he did not.
Did you discuss counseling for Colt with Mr. Gray?
I did.
Okay. Who brought that up? Did he request it or did you bring it up?
I brought it up.
Okay. And what did you tell him?
I told him that we had a new counseling service called Project Aware, in which the student can receive counseling on in our school, and the counselor would come out once a week. And I asked him if that was something he was interested in, and he said yes.
Okay. And what did you do about that? Well, tell me first, what is Project Aware?
Project Aware is a grant-funded program that only, I think, 3 counties in the state of Georgia, and Barrow County is one of them that got that program. I think it's like $5 million over, I think it's 3 or 5 year period. And basically, we have therapists that are in our, that's employed by the school district in this partnership, and they go out to the school and they meet with the students and, provide counseling, or they'll make a referral maybe to an outside agency if the student needs additional support.
Heidi, I start this to talk about it later.
What does a parent have to do for a child to be in this program?
It can go a couple of ways. We can reach out to the parent, in which I did, or the parent can request it as well.
Okay. And did he request it or did you reach out to him?
I reached out to him in reference to it.
And so this form, how did you communicate it to him?
I got his email and I actually emailed it to him.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked exit number 172. 72. Yes, you recognize this.
I forgot we have no blooping.
you recognize what that is?
Yes,
And what is that?
this is the email in which I sent Mr. Gray the
Okay.
consent for service form.
All right. Your Honor, this time my tender state statement number 172 in the evidence.
Okay. All right.
We could post that for the jury, please. All right, so that is, we got it up on the computer screen there, and that is from you. Does it have a date and a time? Asking.
Yes,
And what's the date on that?
August 26th,
Okay, and what time was that sent?
10:58 a.m.
Okay. Now, it has a courtesy copy of, and it's to C. Gray at cpgc.net. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and is that the address you got from him when you were on the phone?
yes.
Okay. Now, it has two courtesy copies there, a Jade Baker and a Karen Hope. Who are they?
Jane Baker is one of the therapists, and Karen Hope is the person that is over the entire program for the district.
Okay. And then it has an attachment there. What's the attachment?
The attachment is the consent form for the referral for services.
Okay.
It shows marked states number 204. I ask you to recognize that.
Yes,
And what is that?
this is the consent form.
And is that what the attachment is?
Yes, that's correct.
You're right. This time I tender state statement number 204 in the evidence.
It's submitted for objection.
Notice that for us there. So this is a one-page document. Is that the document you gave?
Yes,
Okay. And is this the form that Mr. Gray would have to fill out for Colt to be in there?
Signed by him right
Yes.
there.
And are there any other pages?
no,
This is the entirety of what he would have to do.
yes,
Okay. And you sent that to him in that email.
yes.
Okay. Now let's turn to, I want to show you next what is marked state statement number 173.
So he didn't check off, yes, I give consent.
See if you recognize this.
Yes.
And what is that?
This is an email from Miss Karen Hope.
Okay. And so Ms. Hope was courtesy copied on the email you sent to Colin Gray. Is she responding to that email?
Yes,
Okay. And is that an accurate copy of the email that she sent to Colin Gray? Does it courtesy copy anyone?
yes.
Who's a courtesy copy?
To Miss Baker.
Okay. And are you also on there?
Yes,
Okay. And so you saw that email?
yes,
And is it accurate to what you saw?
yes.
You're on tender state step number 173 in this evidence.
It's submitted for objection.
So we'll pull this up. So, all right, so this is from Karen Hope. And the date on this is also August 26th.
Yes,
Okay, so this would have been about not quite 2 hours after the first email.
yes,
Okay. And it's to Lisa Butler, Mr. Gray, and then courtesy copy Jade Baker. And who's Jade Baker again?
she's a therapist.
Okay. And she says, she points out that the counseling sessions are at the school. All right.
Yes,
Okay. Does she also attach her email?
yes,
And does she attach a phone number?
yes,
And are those there if he has any questions or concerns?
yes,
Okay. Now, on this day that Colt's having this anxiety attack, so this is all happening on that day while this is going on, Colt's in your office.
yes.
Does he ever go back to class?
Maybe about 30 minutes before school ended.
Okay. So I know you didn't have a clock, like a timer, but about how long did he stay in the counseling office?
For over 6 hours.
Okay. And what did y'all do with him for those 6 hours?
We have a calming room, And we provided that room to him. For the first maybe hour and a half, he sat in my office and, I talked to him and just tried to comfort and soothe him. And then after that, I started getting busy with other students. And so I told him that he could go into our common area, and he agreed to that. And so I let the receptionist know it's a window where she can see students at that point. And so I let him sit down into the area, and he, stayed there for a while. We repeatedly asked him if he wanted something to drink or anything to eat. Did he want to go get lunch or any of that? And he said no every time that we checked on him.
Okay. Did he have instructions as to how long he could stay in there?
No.
Okay. Did he ever feel like he could leave at some point?
Yes.
And did he say anything before he left?
He said that he was ready to go back to class.
Okay. Now, what did you do after this in relation to this situation?
Just based on the conversation I had with Cole, I did a sworn referral.
Okay. What is a sworn referral?
That is a referral in which it goes directly to the school social worker. And at that point, the social worker can look further into, things that might be going on with the student.
Okay. It shows Mark State Exhibit number 174. As you recognize that.
Yes,
And what is that?
the sworn referral that I completed.
Okay. Your Honor, we tender State Exhibit number 174 into evidence.
I know it's a little off topic right now, but the defense chose not to ask mom. And I don't know, I'm trying to think if they didn't want to discredit her anymore, but that she hadn't been charged with any offense in relation to, giving the medication to her child. Did she have any promises? Was she promised that if she testified? But I don't know, maybe that would have impeached the stuff that they thought was helpful to them.
So that there at the top, that picture of Colt, is that what was in, where did that come from?
It was in the infant campus from when he was enrolled in Barrow County schools when he was younger.
Okay. And then coming down,
That's the referral.
I was trying to, sorry. Coming down to the bottom there. So the summary, where is this information? Did you fill out this form?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so the summary you filled out.
Yes,
Where are you getting the information that you put into the summary?
based on what Colt and his dad told me.
Okay.
Are they going to read it to us? I was trying to read
And
it.
so the student suffers from severe anxiety and depression. Father said he has several other diagnoses he would like to discuss at a later time. That's the only detail you got from them?
That's correct.
Yeah, no, I
Did
think
he
everyone
ever
thinks she did
call
everything, right?
you, email you, or text you to follow up on those other diagnoses he would like to discuss?
No,
Now I'll take your attention to
You mean
on
life
that. So
without
that's on August the
possibility
27th. Did you also
of parole?
get a response from Colin Gray?
yes,
Okay. Showing you 175, states 175. I should recognize that.
yes.
And what is that?
This is an email from Mr. Gray.
Okay. And is that in response to the email you had sent with the attachment of the Project Aware consent form?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I tender state exhibit number 175 in evidence.
A child can get sentenced to life, but not life without the possibility of parole. Well, it's a a term, some 20 years to life, some kind of fixed years to life, but they have to have the possibility of parole.
Okay. So is this, he says, this is from Colin Gray, and it has the email address that you would send it to. And this is on August 27th at 7:40 that night.
Yes,
Okay, so this is, if Colt had the anxiety attack on Monday, the 26th, this is the night of the Tuesday.
yes,
More than 24 hours later.
yes,
And this is when he sent back in that consent form to you.
yes,
All right. And again, he's courtesy copying Jade Baker, Karen Hope, and D. Polhamus at Hotmail. Do you know who D. Polhamus at hotmail.com is?
I think it's the grandmother.
Did you know that at the time? Or is that something you found out later?
No, I did not know it was the grandmother.
Okay. So at that time, you don't know who that is.
Mm-mm.
Okay. But again, we talked about who Jade Baker and Karen Hope are. Now, on August 28th, the next day, in response to this email, does Jade Baker send an email also to Colin Gray?
Yes,
Okay. And were you courtesy copied on all of these emails?
yes,
I'm going to show you what's marked States 176. Ask you to recognize what that is.
yes.
What is that?
It's an email from Ms. Baker, just thanking Mr. Gray, and telling him that she will be the clinician working with him.
Okay. Your Honor, I tender state statement 176 in evidence. Asked to be published to the jury. So this is the next day, the very next morning. It's from Jade Baker, and it's to Coley Gray, Lisa Butler, and then, of course, courtesy copied Karen Hope and Deborah Polhamus. And she's just basically saying that she's the clinician who's going to be working with Colt, and I plan to work with her. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now, the day or so after Colt's panic attack, did you get a call from Colt's grandmother?
yes.
Okay. And what was she calling about? Without going into the details, what was her purpose of calling?
She wanted to talk to me about what was going on in his life.
Okay. And how did you feel about meeting with her?
I did not want to meet with her
And why not?
because she's not listed as a guardian or any point of contact in Infinite Campus.
And are you supposed to talk to people about students if they're not listed in Infinite Canvas as a point of contact or their guardian?
No,
Okay. Did you agree to talk to her anyway?
I agreed to listen.
You agreed to listen to her. Okay. Kind of a halfway point, right? So you don't have to disclose anything, but you can hear what she has to say. Is that the point of the meeting?
Yes,
Okay. And did you meet with her on August the 28th?
yes,
Do you remember what time of day this was?
And people, that is a workaround for people out there who have concerns about a child, want to call a school, want to call, like, a family member knows they've got a counselor. I've told it to my own friends. Look, if the counselor's not going to tell you anything, call the counselor and tell them, I don't want you to talk to me, but I want you to listen to me so you can raise these questions, concerns, or whatever in therapy or however. And then, same thing if you're, calling, a school or something, just exactly that. Like, okay, I know you can't tell me any information, but I need you to listen to me. And if you remind me at the end, I'll tell you a story of one time when I had to call the police on a client who I thought was going to hurt himself or his wife.
Was this meeting?
it's kind of morning, midday.
Okay. And was it at the school?
Yes,
Okay. Without going into the details of exactly what she said, who did she most talk about during this meeting?
Marcy Gray,
Okay. And who is Marcy Gray as far as your understanding?
Colt Gray's mother.
Okay. And without going into the details, does she have nice things to say or bad things to say about, or neutral things to say about Marcy Gray?
Terrible things.
Okay. Did she talk about what she wanted for Colt?
No,
Okay. Did she talk about Colt's problems or issues with Colt?
no,
Okay. Did you talk to her about about Project Aware?
yes,
Okay. And did you let her know that you had given that to Colin Gray?
yes,
Okay. Did you receive information about Colt from her that you had not heard before that surprised you?
yes.
And what was that?
That Colt did not go to school the entire 8th grade year.
Okay.
And also that Colt was in special education and he also had an IEP.
Okay. Was that, you had made Colt's schedule a week or so before, a few weeks before. Was that information you would have liked to have had or needed to have at that point?
Yes,
Okay. Had Dad ever mentioned that, or had Mr. Gray had ever mentioned that to you, that Colt had not gone to 8th grade the year before?
no,
Okay. Did you try to call Dad and ask him about this?
yes,
Okay. And did you get any response?
no,
Okay. When Miss Polhamus, the grandmother, was talking to you, did she ever say anything to you about Colt cutting himself with a knife?
no,
Did she ever say anything to you about Colt having violent outbursts?
no,
Did she ever say anything to you about Colt having urges to hurt other people?
no.
If she had said something to you like that, what would have been your response?
Objection, calls for
I would have
speculation.
Referred her
But
to
the defense
take
is
him
asleep.
to get counseling or maybe to an emergency room or anywhere and to get counseling.
Okay. Did she say anything to you about trying to get counseling in Athens for that Saturday?
No,
Okay.
I would be objecting
When
to
was
all
the
of
next
this.
time?
First of all, it does not matter whether or not this woman actually told grandmom, and she's got every reason. The school has every reason to say, I never told them not to put this kid into to hold off on counseling. But it doesn't matter. Even if grandma, for whatever reason, made that up and lied, all that matters is that's what Dad was told. Because and this trial is just missing the mark on that what matters is what Dad knew and what Dad was told. Right or wrong, true or not. If Dad was told that the school counselor said, wait until to see the state, the swarm, whatever, before putting him in inpatient, then that's what Dad was told and that's what Dad acted on. And the defense should be objecting to this. And they most assuredly should be objecting to what she would have told someone that she didn't tell someone because it's not relevant.
You had contact with anybody from that family?
Here, wait, let me.
When was the next time you had contact with anybody from that family?
when Marcy Gray called me,
Okay. And when was that?
September the 4th.
Okay. I want to go back. I want to talk about September 4th, but I want to go back a little earlier into the day. Did you get an email from Miss Harris?
Yes,
I'm showing you what's marked as State Exhibit 177. Your Honor, I believe this is already in evidence with Miss Harris under State 32. That's what I was thinking. But I don't have that one in front of me, so I'm going to enter this one because it's in front of me. I think we're duplicating a little bit. So I'm showing you that. It states 177. It's already in evidence. It states 32. Ms. Harris has already testified a few days ago. Do you recognize that?
yes,
And is that the email you got from Ms. Harris?
yes.
Okay, we can pull that up. All right, so when you got this email, did you remember Colt?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you remember? What about this email? What did you think about when you thought of Colt?
When he had been in my office and, that he was, I guess anxious and just the way that he was, that's what made me remember him.
Okay, and when you read this email, how did you take it as far as Colt?
I was just really worried. I thought that maybe he was scared because this is a new school.
Okay. So you thought Colt was scared
Yes,
because that's the last kid you just saw a week before.
yes,
Okay. Did you talk to Miss Martin after this by phone?
yes, I called her immediately.
Okay. And did you discuss the interactions you had with Colt the week before?
Yes,
Okay. Now, you said that you got a call from Marcy Gray. Do you have in your office, tell me about the school phone system, I guess the best way to put it. Does it record, or is it not record, that's a bad word, does it show when a call comes in on your phone?
yes. Once the call is transferred to us, it will show the time frame of when the call is transferred to us from the front office.
Okay. And you can go back and retrieve this information later?
Yes,
Okay. And does the phone store this information just as a matter of course?
yes,
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to show you what Smart State said. 178. Actually, you recognize what that is.
yes.
And what is that?
It's my my phone log. Like it's a picture of the phone calls that was received on September the 4th.
Okay. And did you take these pictures?
Yes,
And do they accurately reflect what your phone log looked like?
yes.
Okay. You're on Attention State Statement 178 in evidence.
Okay. All right, 178.
Pull that up. So at the very top, it says wireless caller. Is that the phone call you got from Marcy Gray?
Yes,
Okay. And so it says that you received that at 9:50 a.m. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay. Having Miss Martin, Your Honor. Sorry, I had two things and they're the opposite, which was which. Now I'm going to show you what's Martin State Statement 179. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what is that?
the phone number from Miss Gray.
Okay. So if you click on what it shows there, does that screen then pop up?
Yes,
Okay. And it tells you the duration of the call?
yes,
Okay. Your Honor, Attention State Statement number 179 in evidence.
No objection. 179.
So this is the wireless caller that came in at 9:50 a.m. And what was the duration of that call?
8 minutes and 29 seconds.
So basically 8.5 minutes.
Yes,
Now, during Miss Marcy Gray's conversation with you, without going too much into the details, what did she talk about?
basically that she was really concerned about her son.
Okay. And did she tell you why she was concerned about her son?
Yes,
What did she say?
she said that he had been texting her and that she could not get him to respond, and that she just started talking about past tense and things like that.
What do you mean by past tense?
She was talking about, she was saying I wanted him to go to Athens to receive counseling and things like that. And we discussed the sworn referral and the Project Aware form that I had completed. And she goes to tell me that the Project Aware form had already been completed. We talked about counseling for him.
Mm-hmm.
And we, just talked about different things.
Did she give you any further, I guess for a better term, diagnosis of Colt than you had already gotten about the anxiety and the depression?
No.
Did she give you any details about Colt's behavior that was disturbing?
Yes.
When was that?
Towards the end of the phone call.
Okay. And what did she say?
She said that she was concerned about him because he had access to multiple guns through his dad, and that he had became obsessed with school shootings.
Okay. And was this at the end of that 8.5-minute phone call?
Yes.
What did you do when you heard that?
I took her number down. I told her I needed to get her number, and I wrote her number down, and I told her that I would give her a call back. Let me go back. I told her that I was really concerned. I told her about the conversation that Ms. Harris had sent in the email.
Let me ask you this. When you're telling her about the information Ms. Harris had sent, was that before or after she had said what she said?
Before.
Okay. So this is before she says about access to guns and stuff. Okay.
Yes.
So you told her about the email earlier with Ms. Harris. Did she immediately respond with the access to guns, or was it even further into the conversation after that?
Further into the conversation.
Okay. So, so her saying he has access to guns and school shooter, how'd she say it about the school shooter?
That he had became obsessed with school shootings.
Okay. How close to the 8.5-minute mark was that?
Right. It was at the end of it.
Okay. What do you do at that point?
I got her number.
Mm-hmm.
I told her that I needed to get an administrator and that, I would give her a call back. I was really worried.
Okay. And what did you hang up? I assume you hung up.
Yes, I did. I hung up.
Okay. And what did you do when you hung up?
I immediately called the head counselor just to tell her about it. And then within that same minute, I called Miss Martin.
Okay. And so the head counselor, do you know her name?
Whitney Hardegree.
Okay. I'm going to show Smart Sticks number 180. She recognized that.
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
My call history off my phone.
I'm sorry, what?
The call history off my phone.
Okay, so these are your outgoing calls?
Yes.
And does the actor reflect the calls and the times that you made them?
Yes.
And did you take those pictures?
Yes.
All right, Tender Stakes number 180 in evidence.
Okay.
Published to the jury. All right, so this is your outgoing, and it says there Whitney Hardegree at 9:59. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if the other call came in at 9:50, duration 8.5 minutes, you're hitting at 9:59 or 9:58.5, I guess. And then so once you hung up from Whitney Hardegree, then you called D. Martin 1 minute later?
Yes.
Okay. Did you reach D. Martin?
No.
Okay. What happened at that point?
I called Miss Matthews.
And who's Miss Matthews?
She's the receptionist that has a walkie that can call administration.
And by walkie, do you mean a radio type thing?
Yes.
Okay. And did she send out a radio call to Miss Martin?
Yes.
Okay. And that would have been around, what, 10:01?
Yes.
What did you do at that point?
I went up to, I had her page out, and then I went to the head counselor's door to see if I could speak with her. And she had a student in her office.
The head counselor?
Yes.
Okay.
And so at that point, I went up to Miss Matthews' desk, and I discussed it, told her what was going on. I really needed to get an administrator.
Okay. Were you aware that Miss Martin was already actively looking for Colt with the school resource officers at that point?
No.
Okay. What happened at that point?
So at that point, Ms. Matthews, I think that someone replied back on the walkie and told Ms. Matthews that it would be a minute because they were in the middle of a search. And so, you know, I was just waiting. I tried to get the head school counselor again, and then at some point, I was able to tell the head school counselor what was going on. But eventually someone came, Miss Martin and the school resource officers actually came back into counseling and asked me, was Colt with me? And I told them no.
Okay. Did they then leave?
Yes, but I also told them what was going on.
You told them about the phone call?
Yes.
Okay. And did they go then to Miss Martin? Did you know where they were going when they left?
No, they took off running.
Took off running? Okay. And what happened at that point?
And so I was just like waiting. I talked to the head school counselor about what was going on. One of the officers came back and asked me to give them a description of Colt, and I did.
Okay. And then what happened?
So when I gave them description of Colt, Miss Matthews someone called her on the phone. It was Miss Raybird, and she wanted me to give her a call. So I went back into my office and I proceeded to call from the head counselor's cell phone, Miss Raybird. And as I was discussing with her about the phone call, that's when we heard shots fired.
Okay. And did the school go in lockdown at that point?
Yes, it went on lockdown.
Okay. Just a second, please. I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Cross, Mr. Gray, can we approach you? Yes, sir. Thank you.
He's saving his cross till tomorrow? Nope.
Sorry for your family loss. I'll try to be as quick as I can. I know you've got things you need to do tomorrow. I just want to go through a few things with you so that I'm clear, okay? The first time that you indicated to us that you had seen Colt or Colin Gray was the day that they came up and he was registered. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And when he registered, did he sit down with you and talk with you about any issues at all, or was he just trying to get information about the classes that Colt would be in?
Just classes that Colt would be in.
Okay. So you really didn't have any conversation that day with him about what was going on with Colt or his family life, I presume, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you do remember that they came up together.
Yes,
The mother did not attend.
correct.
Is that right? Let me ask you just a little bit about your background. I know you told us that you graduated in counseling. As a counselor, what things are you trained to look for when you're dealing with teenagers?
Just if they have like, sometimes if they have like trauma, some things we can see. Just be able to try to help them, make sure that while they're in school, that, they can, school is not in their home life, and whatever else is going on in their life, it is not affecting their education.
Okay. And I know that you gave a statement in this case. I think you gave more than one statement, but in one of the statements you indicated that there were several students that were waiting to talk with you. So I presume that in teenage years, you have a lot of students that you have to talk with about anxiety and problems that they're having. That'd be fair to say?
Yes,
Okay. Matter of fact, you had several of them waiting on you.
yes,
So anxiety is not something that you're unfamiliar with.
yes.
Okay. When Colt came in several days later, You put in your report and indicated to the officers that he seemed to be suffering from anxiety. Is that
Yes,
correct? Did you have any knowledge of his background about being bullied at school?
no,
At that point, you didn't have any information, correct?
yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so when he came in to talk with you, he gave you a little bit of background information. I don't want to go into that because it would be hearsay, but he did give you a little bit of
No.
a background, correct?
Yes,
And you sent him to, I think y'all call it a panic room or a,
So it's hearsay for the defense because the exception is admission by a party opponent, a statement by a party opponent. So since it's not an opponent to the defense, it's hearsay for the defendant to put in his words, but not the state.
what do you call it? Some sort of waiting
we
room?
have a common room.
Okay. And that's for students that are having anxiety issues.
That's correct.
And on that occasion, when he was having this anxiety, you told us that his dad, you were able to get his dad on the phone, and his dad basically told him to calm down. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And he told him that he was stuck on I-85 where he worked. Is
yes,
that correct? Okay. Did you find anything unusual about that?
no,
Okay.
you go.
And I think you said a short time later on, Colt said, I'm ready to go back to class.
yes,
Did he appear to be over that anxiety spell that he had?
yes,
Was there anything about that episode that would cause you to believe that he was a violent person?
no,
Okay. Now, you did get some information from Colin Gray after that,
yes.
is that right? And when was that you talked to him about problems that Colt may have been having in dealing with some situations?
When I had spoke with him over the phone.
Okay. And how long of a conversation was that?
It was a few minutes.
Okay. Told you a little bit about the background with the mother. Is that correct? With
No,
his wife, with Colt's mother?
no, we did not discuss that.
Okay. All of that information you got from the grandmother?
And also Colt.
Okay, and also Colt. And when the grandmother came to see, I think you told us that you primarily just listened to her.
Yes,
But she gave you some information that was disturbing, correct?
yes,
She told you that her daughter had tied her up.
no, that was Colt that had told me that.
All right. So you got some information that the grandmother was tied up.
Yes,
And did you get any information from the grandmother that Marcy, the mother, started doing methamphetamine unbeknown to the father, Colin Gray? Did she tell you that?
yes, that's,
I mean, I hope he's going to say, did she complain at all about the father? You know, because obviously she would have said it that so far if she had, grandmom.
correct.
And did she tell you that Colin and she were working together trying to get Colt some help?
No, she did not tell me that, no.
Did she tell you that Colin had been working through these issues and that they were talking about counseling?
Yes,
Okay. And as a matter of fact, she got the information also about the counseling that you told Mr. Gray about.
yes,
And even though it was about 24 hours, I think y'all cut your phones off like at 3:30 in the afternoon, right?
no,
Okay. Does it go all night? I saw something on the bottom that says we don't answer anything from after 3:30 or something of that nature.
that would be Miss Baker's email. And so she might not, but our school ends at 3:45.
Okay. So the forms were filled out, correct,
Yes,
for the counseling. And the counseling was supposed to take place on Thursday? Is that right, the 5th?
I think the counseling would have started on that Tuesday after Memorial Day or Labor Day.
Okay, Tuesday, or could it have been Thursday, the 5th?
No, it would have been September the 3rd.
Okay. And was there something sent out that said on that particular day, this is when we're going to have it?
In the email Ms. Baker sent to Mr. Gray, she said that she would be meeting with him earlier that week.
Okay, it would be earlier in the week, but not a specific time, right?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the telephone call that you had from Marcy Gray. And that was, I think you said at 9:50.
Yes.
Right? You received this call from Ms. Harris, this email from Ms. Harris about 8:46 in the morning
Yes.
about her concerns. Did you know that Ms. Harris had gone to Ms. Martin's office and said she thought that she may have seen a gun in that bag?
No.
Nobody ever told you that?
No.
Okay. Did you ever tell Ms. Martin there's two Colin Gray or Colt Grays with two Grays with different names that are in the same class?
No, I would not have known.
You wouldn't have had known that. Okay. So you didn't have any idea that Ms. Harris had made a trip to Ms. Martin somewhere around 9 o'clock, a little after 9 o'clock?
No.
Would that have been important for you to know?
Yes.
So at 9:50, which was about over 70 minutes later, you get this telephone call from Marcy Gray.
Yes.
And she started talking with you about issues that her son had, correct?
Yes.
Primarily depression and anxiety,
Yes.
which is what you have dealt with in the past.
Yes.
And that's what you were going to ask for the counseling to be about, is anxiety and depression.
Yes.
Did she tell you that she had put her son on Zoloft?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
Did you question her about that at all?
No.
Did you assume it was from a doctor? Ask her that. Did you assume it was via a doctor?
And then at the end of that conversation, 8-minute conversation where she was telling you different things, she indicated that he had access to a gun. Did she tell you he had access to ammunition as well?
No, but she actually stated that he had access to multiple guns.
Multiple guns.
Yes.
And said that he had some sort of obsession with shooters.
With school shootings.
Okay. And I'm sure that raised a red flag.
Yes.
Okay. Because you all have had, I'm sure in your counseling, you've had a number of classes on school shooters, what to do. Matter of fact, I think you had a drill just a short time before this, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when those red flags went up about shooting, you immediately turned around and tried to get a hold of an administrator.
Yes.
And were you able to get a hold of anybody to tell them they needed to shut the school down immediately?
No.
Okay. And I think the next thing that you need, did you start seeing some other students at that point after you made that call?
No, sir.
Okay. I think that you started maybe hearing gunfire shortly thereafter.
Yes.
I think you told the investigators when they were talking with you that some people were trying to point fingers at you for not jumping on this fast enough. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, because everybody likes to point fingers at different directions. Is that what you told them when
Yes,
something like this happens? But you believe you did everything you could to let people know that there was an issue,
that's correct.
and Ms. Martin could have punched the button as soon as she heard something about a gun from Ms. Harris. She had the authority. Ms. Martin had the authority to lock down the school, did she not?
Yes,
Did you have any further conversation after your conversation with Colin Gray on the telephone? Did you talk with him again before the shooting?
no,
You had his email address, is that
Yes.
right?
yes, that's
Did-
correct.
Did you email him any issues or concerns that you had?
No,
All right, now.
You had an appointment
Thank
set
you.
up. Did he get that out for the following day?
When Colt was in your office on the 26th, the day of the panic attack, and he's on the phone with his father, what was Colt's demeanor like during that conversation?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Sorry,
Yes, but
Thanks, history.
What Colt's demeanor was.
while he was talking to his father.
he was very upset with his father.
Okay. Was he crying?
Yes,
Nothing further.
Any root cause?
Just one thing. He was upset. Do you know why he was upset?
because he wanted his dad to come and pick him up.
Okay. He was upset because his dad was working and he couldn't get there. Right?
That's not what he said. He was just very upset because his dad did not come and pick him up.
Okay. Nothing further, go ahead. All right.
He just wanted to clear up that he wasn't upset with his dad, but for the dad not picking him up. That's going to be a day.
We're gonna suspend the trial for the day. Other cases and stuff, don't go look up anything about. Any of them, you're doing a great job, thank you. And we'll see you tomorrow morning.
As usual.
All right, y'all have a good evening.
All right. All right, people. Well, I know most of you are anxious to see what's going on Richens. I do want to welcome Cristina. Thank you. Family hug. And thank History, who just left. I do want to touch on these two questions that just Heidi 74 Tennessee Blue trying to catch up, but has it been discussed in chat on if there's enough substantial evidence for Colt's defense to have possible mental health plea. And she also said, I just can't see how the state can charge him as an adult, being he was being drugged. I just can't see how that could be constitutionally protected. So I think that there's a lot here about his mental health, but an insanity plea is very, very difficult, and nothing here I don't think would match that. I'd have to look into everything further, but I'm hoping that the state is going to take it into account, mitigation. Now, you cannot usually use being drugged or using drugs as a defense, but when you're unknowingly drugged, you could. Maybe the fact that he didn't know what the drugs would do to him, there might be something to that I've got to think about. But I agree that they should not be able to give him life with that. Here's the thing. You cannot give a juvenile a life sentence without the possibility of parole. You have some courts giving juveniles such a high sentence, like let's say they gave him 60 years and they're 17 when it happened, but 25 by the time they're being tried, or being sentenced. But there are exceptions sometimes for a life without the possibility of parole. Um, I can't imagine in a million years with the mitigating factors here that would be a possibility. And it's truly my hope that he does not even get life, because it's too much. It's too much what happened to this kid, and what happened to all the kids in that school is too much. So I don't know, but thanks for staying with me. Thanks for joining us. Thanks to all the mods and all of you. And we will see you tomorrow, same time, same place. And I'm going to go probably hop on with Bob at the Corey Richens, or the Richens trial. So check us out over there. Bye, guys.
Hudson.